the issue. I am recording. Is everybody comfortable with being recorded? Will you have like a little thing that popped up and asked you if you were comfortable. If not, it would have asked you to leave the room. But every I'm just gonna wait. I think we might have a couple more people, not many. There was only 24 last night. There's only 13, so that's good. That's good for us. You know what I'm saying? The more questions we can answer, and I'm just gonna let y'all know when I go over a particular topic, before I switch topics, I'm gonna always ask you guys and make sure you understand, or if you have any questions pertaining to what we're going over, just so I won't lose you. I didn't get a chance to draw on the whiteboard here yesterday, but today I'm going to. I think it'll be beneficial for us. So, before y'all ready to get started, I'm listening. All right. So can everyone hear? Everyone can hear? I want to make sure y'all can hear before we get started. We are recording. Yes, sir. What's going on, Enoch? Chilling. It's a pleasure to have you, man. If anybody got some jewels, you know what I'm saying? If anybody feels that is anything I'm bringing to y'all attention is in conflict with y'all understanding or what y'all may know to differ with the information, I'm not a god. I'm not, the god. So I'm human just like everybody else. So just let me know what's going on, and then you know what I'm saying. Maybe y'all know some things that I don't know. What's up? Peace to the angel. All right, so first and foremost, do y'all want to? Y'all can unmute y'all mics if y'all want to. If you don't want to, y'all don't interrupt anything. I like to have that.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, my
Thanks for
man.
blessing us with the info. Thank you for all of it, bro. I'm always taking heed and taking notes, bro.
Cool, I know you is, man. I know you be on your grind. I see you in the old Telegram group. You about to get into the new Telegram group. There's 24 people, y'all, that's inside the Telegram group now that was from there last night. They received a gift, and they received two gifts. And I have a sister here tonight too that's really gonna bless y'all with something very special. I'm not sure of her Zoom name. Jarika, hey, they just entered the room. And B, hey, how you doing? We haven't even started yet. I was just doing some quick introductions and stuff and say hi. See, it's two more
Hey
people just
everybody.
came. Hey, y'all. Yeah, y'all could, if for the ones that, don't got y'all mics unmuted, you can unmute your mics if you want to. If you want to participate, you're more than welcome to. If someone's bringing up something that something that you need to know, or something that pertaining to what want to talk about, y'all can cross communicate with one another. I give y'all the floor at a single time. I was actually teaching the class last night from three to five and 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not gonna try to have that type of party. I'm gonna try to go through the information efficiently, and like I said, ask questions to make sure that y'all know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So just give me a second here and we're gonna get it rocking and rolling. So duplicate it. All right. Has anybody attended the class? Is anybody here from last night? Anybody? No. Has anybody received the 35 classes and went into any of the information? Did you purchase it? And oh, you did?
I purchased and I've been going through the courses and reading.
Oh, well, I misunderstood when you said I'm waiting for it. I thought you didn't receive it from me. So you did receive it from me? Do I still owe you the classes? Hey, whoa, I haven't. Okay, don't worry. Y'all, has has it who has is there anybody here who hasn't received all the classes and all that good stuff? That
Look, for real, Enoch, I don't even know if I got all the classes or not because look, every day you added new stuff. So I feel like I done went and got everything. Then next thing I turn around, you like crossing out 26. Now you got 31. You crossing out 31. Now you got 35. So I feel like I'm always missing something.
Thank you. Yes. And you know what? I feel like a lot of people feel the same way. You know, I just
I'm
been
in the
having my
same way.
Yeah, okay. See, look, it is important to be honest. You know, we family here, so y'all gonna realize the more we get into this, is y'all we good. I'm exactly before we get started. What I'm gonna do is generate a code, and I don't care if y'all didn't purchase it or not. What I want y'all to do is open up y'all Gumroad, and create an email, and give y'all this discount. Y'all see, y'all can see my share. So my screen, right? Y'all can see my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just go into Gumroad, go use this code right here, code, and go ahead and get all of those products, okay? Before we get started, and then when everybody gets these products, then we'll get started, okay?
Thank you. Thank
Is
you so
everybody
much.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so you want us to
Hey,
do it
Brother
right
Enoch, would you mind dropping a link to the
Gum
to your Gumroad?
No, I don't mind at all. Let me just
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for letting me know. That helps me out. That helps everybody out. Let me just see where it takes me to. Okay, yeah, that's good. That should take you straight to it. So yeah, just load everything up. Just no problem, Walt, man. You know what time it is. I honestly, if if it wasn't for if it wasn't for y'all, it wouldn't be no me. You know what I'm saying? So we all work in conformity together. We couldn't do none of this without one another. So I just appreciate y'all. You know, I may be the host, but still, y'all are much appreciated. And the more time we spend here tonight, y'all gonna see like y'all tapped into something very special tonight.
And
So yeah.
Enoch, I got one quick question before you start.
Oh no, you cool, dude. Yeah, go ahead. That's what we
Okay.
gonna.
So I'm not gonna be able to be on like the whole time or whatever.
Yeah,
But
go
oh, go
ahead.
ahead. No, go
No,
ahead.
no. Yep, you good. It's recording though. But go ahead.
I'm not gonna be able to be on the whole time, but I still wanted to be able to. I know you're recording it, so
Yeah.
are you gonna like how could I access the recording?
I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna yeah, it's recorded now. I forgot to record it. It only takes about maybe a couple minutes before to Zoom to spit it out. The production, like to produce it's almost instantly. I'm gonna put you in a Telegram group. You guys download this link. You see this Telegram ambassador thing at the top here? I need you guys to go into that Telegram group, and everybody is in there, and everything that I went over last night is in there. So everything that I'm going to go over is going to be in there. That's the first file that's going to be in there. And the recording would have had been in there, but I didn't end up recording it accidentally. So after that, after class, everyone that's invited to the ambassador Telegram group, and that's the 24 people from last night. That's you guys today, and it's just that very small group is going to receive that video first. The 19 of you are going to receive that video first. So you got me? Hey, all right, so there's 19 people. There's people coming in the room. Let me just greet them. Hey, Reek. Hey, Reek. Hey, I got a special guest, Miss Reek. She's here after sometime throughout the webinar. She's going to bring some special stuff to y'all attention. She's one of the folks who has a special gift for y'all. She's going to tell you a little bit about her experience with the United States Post Office and something that's going to be able to benefit y'all. What's up, Tone? How you doing? Yili? All right, everybody. For the folks that just got in, somebody had brought to my attention that I know that I had constantly updated the classes all the time, and so I was jumping from 26 classes to 31 classes to 35 classes, 36 classes, and so I felt like what she was saying, and everybody probably felt that way as well. So what I did is I want you guys to use the password code, and then go ahead into Gumroad. The link is in the chat. If you look, everybody that just came in, it says products, gumroad.com. Click on that link. Okay. I don't know. Oh, it doesn't show the chat. Okay, cool. That's weird. But yeah, go.
Sorry,
No, it's cool. The code is code. So use code download because you're gonna need everything because everything is gonna be relevant in that class. You're gonna know how to use it after today and how to like navigate through it in a good chronological order that fits for you. Use code, download everything. So download everything, guys. Let me know when everybody's finished so we can get started with that. I don't want to get started where people are. Oh, we just dropped somebody else in. Who is
Are you
that?
able to hear me?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, you fine.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you didn't.
This is my first time ever using this, and I'm on the link. However, I had to make an account,
Yeah, you
and I
do.
did, but it's not showing me any of your products. Like, I don't know. So I've went to collaborators
Did
to
you? Is
see if
any?
I.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you fine. Go ahead.
I was wondering if anybody had the same issues. The link is in the bio.
I
Did you?
did.
Okay. Did you? Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm clicking the link, but when it takes me there, it's having me log in, and it's pretty much saying that I don't have any
Do you have a?
products. Like, I don't have anything to sell, so I'm trying to find you.
Do you have a Gumroad account?
Yeah, I literally just made it. This is my first time ever hearing of this, so
The,
I
e-
made
the
it.
If you want to, you could. The easiest way to do this if you on your phone, just go to
No, I'm on my laptop.
Yeah, you might want to do it on your phone. It's kind of crazy because I actually I try these codes and I download the material too. I was like sometimes it's silly. You might want to
That
go. It's
that new that new link works because the same thing happened to me. So that new link,
it's good.
Brother Enoch,
Yeah.
that works. I just clicked on that and it works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
let me try it.
For sure. Yeah. So everybody that
Okay,
just
yeah,
came.
that works.
All right. Awesome. That's what's up. Now we moving forward little by little. So we can get started. So I might have to lock the room up after so long because I mean. So, so when everyone download this, I'm gonna lock it up. Is everyone up? Go ahead and doing that. Like,
Yeah, and you said click on the ambassador Telegram once we get in there.
well, yeah. Once you download everything, don't just download just that. Go download all 30 or 36 classes because it's 36 classes in there. You want to put every
Okay,
single,
got you.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, put every single product in there. Like, uh, yeah, get the ambassador, the W4T notice with the WBN example, get the treasury docs. Those it says instructions. I apologize for that, but it's not. Those are the round 1, round 2, round 3, and round 4 for the treasury documents. We're gonna go over those briefly. So
Okay, so I'm
this,
about to just quickly try to download everything.
yeah,
And
you can
the
do it.
and the code, brother, it's called. It said download everything. That's what we type in there.
No code,
Oh,
CODE. Yeah.
okay.
What's up, Dan? You were here last night, right?
Yeah, I was here last night. I had a dinner,
You,
man, that I had to attend, but
no, you cool. You
man,
cool. I
man,
just
you
want
was
to
spitting
say.
off.
Yeah, I just wanted to, apologize because some of the stuff we gonna go right back over it. So just like if you recall anything, just forgive me for me having to reiterate over it because there's a lot of new folks in here. This is
Hey,
gonna
man,
be
repetition is okay. I appreciate you, brother.
I was
Your
about to
time
say,
is
hey,
your time is important, and I appreciate you, man.
I got y'all. So yeah, we're gonna lock in. So once everybody gets situated, yeah, see, so y'all got this claim of abandoned securities. We're gonna go over that today. We really gonna get into that. Let me see. Oh yeah, that audio right there. See, there's a whole bunch of little nice stuff in here that is gonna get y'all situated. I'm gonna go over. We're gonna go back over this list, and then after I do class, and we're gonna see y'all got some nice. Y'all see that a lot of this material isn't from me. That is a lot. It's a lot. From a lot of other folks, and I collaborated it together to really put this in y'all best interest. You know what I'm saying? And people was really taking y'all up top with these prices, and I actually had to pay top dollar for a lot of these for these classes. So, but my intention was always to make it, study the information, get a real understanding of it, decrease the price, and bring it to people that really couldn't, can't afford all that crazy price, and just really just try to do the right thing. What's good, Ash?
thank you so much.
Yeah, for
Yes,
real. That's
I just
good.
do what I would want somebody to do for me, and unfortunately, that never happened for me. So did everybody get did all 20 of y'all get in there successfully and download y'all good?
No, I'm
Give me.
can't
I'm
do it.
still dropping them in the book in the
Yeah,
page right
yeah,
now.
yeah. Okay, for sure. Y'all good. I'm just gonna.
Hey E, how long you gonna leave that code up? Cause I'm driving.
Oh, you are. Oh, yeah. You good. Don't nobody know what's going on but us. So it's gonna stay up. Yeah, it's gonna stay up all the way until like a little bit after the class. You
Okay.
ain't got. Yeah, you ain't got nothing to worry about. All right. So it's locked. No one else can join. Y'all are the 20 folks that is we about to turn up. You know.
Okay. So,
Please excuse me. Man, I was going in last night. So we gonna be good. All right. So I'm gonna just give y'all a little bit. You said you drive. So you're gonna download it later, right? So you
Yeah.
comfortable? Yeah,
Excuse me,
okay.
I said I was driving, but I meant I was traveling. I'm traveling.
I would like to just pay attention, so I can just follow. I want to follow along and work with you, but I want to focus on what you're doing.
Okay. That's cool.
I'm trying to download it right now, but I'm not able to get it all downloaded
Yeah,
quick
that's
enough.
cool.
But
Yeah,
I
no,
don't want to be the source of delay.
no,
So I
no,
don't
no,
know if
no,
we
you
have like
fine. No, you fine. All right. Well,
the
we're gonna get
maybe
started.
like
Y'all ready?
10, 15 minutes after we finish, maybe we have an opportunity to download after that, so
Yeah,
we can let you get started.
yeah, for sure. Most definitely. Okay, yeah, we could do that.
yeah.
All right.
And I feel like I sound crazy, but I'm adding everything to the cart and then putting the code and then downloading, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. You
Okay. Yeah, so
put
I'm still
everything
adding
into
stuff too.
yeah, put everything in, apply the code, scroll down, pop an email in, and then go ahead and proceed like that. Y'all ready to get started?
Yep.
All right, so a lot of people, when it comes to this information, a lot of people say foundation. You know, everybody has an idea of what they feel their foundation is. Me personally, the way that I teach, I like to give general instructions so that everybody can not so much try to enforce what I do and my practices or what I feel somebody else's practices is good. I like to provide people with options and a good understanding and foundation and tools that help you navigate when it comes to this type of stuff. So you may feel that the information I'm going over is redundant, but believe me that it's necessary to understand so you can navigate and not look up like, oh, what's going on? We're going to go over a lot of great stuff. I'm going to show you some documents, IRS forms. I'm going to show you some treasury documents that I'm getting started. Things that I don't know about, we could talk about what I may know about them. But some things, if I can't answer it, I'm not going to answer it and lie or say that I know. I'm just going to tell you my experiences, but most of all, I'm going to point you in the right direction. I'm not going to tell you to go read, not provide anything for you to read. But you guys are going to be set. Once we go through this material, your minds is going to be blown. Once we get through the dry stuff, and it's going to get crazy. So first and foremost, I like people to understand, you guys hear about the CFRs all the time, right? You hear people talk about the CFRs, right? Does
Yeah,
anybody code? It's right in front of us. Code. And we know. Does anybody know what those are for, or does anybody know about them or anything like that? These
they're
things.
the federal policies, right?
Yeah. So when when the law is created, it's either protecting somebody or it's making a regulation for a person. It's either so,
Right.
but the CFR is right. Therefore, they're on. So would you use a CFR if you were sending a debt collector anything or anybody that is not a federal agency? You would not use CFRs. CFRs belong to when you're communicating with the ATF or the CFPB or the Security Exchange Commission or the Federal Trade Commission. You understand? So banks really don't understand CFR. They understand both. Banks is different. So I ain't gonna say banks and courts are a little bit different. But when it comes to uh anyway, not to get confused, these are for federal agencies when you're communicating for federal agencies. So you'll know the difference because you have to look out for some companies. They'll have .us, and then you'll have companies .gov, like sam.gov. For example, like the Treasury Department is a federal agency. So you wouldn't communicate, you would like communicate with them briefly. They're actually going to communicate and send out public information that has USCs inside of them. But we don't communicate with them and proceed with their rules, because they'll put out rules and say you need to do something a particular way according to 31 USC, and then underneath the regulations of 31 CFR. So you wouldn't really communicate with them with USCs. Like you would just follow the instructions that they would give underneath the federal regulations. You know what I'm saying? Such as money and finance. So the legislation is created. So when you go to, excuse me, now we got codes, US codes. So it's very important to understand the distinction between codes and USCs. So like you can go to these and then you'll see money and finances. But see, this is what Congress had laid out to be adopted. So Congress would make an act or create an act and put it inside money and finances, and delegate the Treasury to be the person that handles this department. So typically when you go in 31 with legislation, or if you go into 31 money and finances for the Treasury Department, you'll always see what the Treasury Department is obligated to do, the responsibility. You'll hear the Treasury lay out the rules and the foundations for dealing with the public debt, for dealing with the Treasury direct account. You'll always hear them refer to the commissioner, to the board, or to their agents, aka the IRS, and how they're delegated with assignment. So a lot of times in financing and money with CFRs and inside of USC, you'll see that it would always reflect to Title 26 because it covers taxes. So in Title 31, they'll in the legislation and the CFRs, it'll might say what the language say, and then it may say like in accordance with Title 26, which is some tax regulations, and then it'll say also see the regulation for the judicial procedures, which is the 28, and it'll show, and then it'll combine those. You'll notice that banking, and then sometimes 31 will also say if you violate 31 CFR such and such, you also look at the criminal rules of procedure at Title 18 and see the applicability to the violations. Or it'll say 31 USC, 31 CFR, such and such in accordance with banking regulations. So you got to understand that how the federal legislation, they give out that information, and then how sometimes there's nothing really written inside the CFR, and those agencies such as the Treasury Department and such as the ATF, their administrative departments can go in, and the ones that have authority to put new information in the Federal Register, they will go ahead and put that, but they will not put the actual real legislative language. And sometimes you'll see that it differs from one another, and they're kind of like the CFR is overstepping their boundary. See, but you won't really see you won't see some agencies overstepping their boundaries. You'll see the agencies that's interacting with us every day, like the welfare department, that's under 42, public health. You'll see like the vital statistics stepping on us and doing some bullshit to us through these public contracts, 41, where it says public contracts and property management, and you'll see, like the federal agency, here goes the post office, you know what I'm saying? So you see that these regulate you, so you would not take these, see, there go the ATF right there. So I just want to briefly bring y'all up to pace of what these are and how they work in conformity. Is that like a clear example of how those things relate? Because they're totally two different things, but they are like in conformity. They should be. For folks that know this,
That makes sense.
okay. So yes. So sometimes those federal rules of like sometimes these agencies are overstepping their boundaries. And in order to see if they're overstepping their boundaries, you may have to look into the CFRs, and then you may have to look into the relevancy of the legislation. which they should not, any language inside of these CFRs should not be violating the USC. Do you hear me? And there's also with the terms and definitions that they give in the CFR, you just want to really know what's going on. So, and then a lot of people, and then the UCC, this is where the UCC come in, because mostly everything that's going on with the CFRs which the agencies are using to solicit to you, to give you rules and regulations to how to apply for welfare, rules and regulations to how to apply for a direct treasury account, rules and regulations of public assistance and stuff like that. They typically lay that out in those applications with CFRs, because that's the agency that's interacting with you. But they really reflecting on the like it may be totally different language in the USC, but however, we all know that the Uniform Commercial Code is what the individual states adopt overall, which is the for transactions. Most of everything that we doing is transactions, applications. Go ahead, whoever gave that message, go ahead and do. You can make your argument. Were you here last night, Summer? I appreciate you. But you good, you good. I'm gonna try to speed through this because I got so much information that I wouldn't even believe like what I have to bring to y'all. So am I losing anybody or going too fast for anybody?
Nah, you good.
Okay. So we went over the CFRs and the relevancy with the USCs. Now it's very important to understand the Uniform Commercial Code. And a lot of people really don't bring this to your attention. So you see that they're in articles, you know what I'm saying? And there's only nine articles. And when you go inside these articles, a good way for you to understand and comprehend these articles is understanding how they're formatted. Let me show you. And these a lot of time can trump or bring in a different contractual law agreement or a different remedy and equity or a different, different money and like dealing with money and finances and transaction commercial paper and all these, this stuff like the UCCs can overpower what's going on with these codes a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? And you just want to understand how they work in conformity. And we really don't come underneath the Uniform Commercial Code. Our rights are not protected. This is how we navigate, and this is how, unfortunately, we're forced to navigate underneath with transactions, because it'll tell you, even in the general provisions, what this is for and how the UCC govern transactions and international commerce. So UCCs and the CFRs are dealing, without saying, they are dealing with international commerce. So I don't know why this is popping up like this. I never had Cornell Law go and take you to another thing like this. Give me 1 second. And you see that it's a uniform commercial probate. We're gonna get into some heavy stuff. All right, so you see the article. So in Article 1, you'll have parts. Okay, so in one article, this is how you like really break it down. You really want to see the prima facie evidence, the title, so you can go in there and you can go, so you can put it with what you're going, whatever the situation is with the USCs and the CFRs, you'll be able to put everything together. So we're going to get more into that in a little bit. And I just want to leave y'all with something what a lot of people really don't know. So does everybody use Cornell Law to get their read on and stuff like that? Is everybody familiar with Cornell Law?
Yes.
Okay, so a lot of people say, go read, you know what I'm saying? Just go read, read USC, go read Title 12, go read. Then we got publications. People don't know what's the difference between public law. No one's telling us what's the difference between public law. What is USC's? Like, what is going on? What is the CFRs? I'm confused. What's going on with the UCCs? How does everything fit together? And I'm here today to give you that foundation, because that's going to help you navigate and understand the at-law portion, so you can see your remedies, you can see how to navigate in these administrative processes with the law, and for the UCC, how it's applicable in your situation. And another thing is primarily for negotiable instruments. You'll notice for titles, transactions, redemption, records, you'll notice that the UCC is indirectly dealing with what's going on in it because they don't want to link them and just say that they're linked together. But, so the UCC is, if you understand the UCC, then you'll know how to navigate the USCs better and to see like, okay, if I'm going to go underneath a constitutional statute, or are we really dealing with a transaction? Are we dealing with a right? Are we dealing with a constitutional question, a statute, or are we dealing with a transaction? And then that'll give you the understanding to understand if are you dealing with commerce, or is somebody invading my rights? You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to mix up commercial transactions with your rights. It's a very fine line. And then like you want to understand what's going on with both, like if your private rights are being, and a lot of I'm here to tell you, at the end of the day, you're going to realize all of our rights are being violated, underneath, and that's protected underneath the Constitution, our God-given rights, our rights to our securities. But you have to understand like where everything is put, so you can see how these people are playing with you and pulling you in all different directions. And we have these mixed feelings, and when we're trying to navigate our own problems, and sometimes we don't even know what the hell is going on or where they're coming from, because they understand these basic concepts, these basic tools. And this is very critical to understand. A lot of people say, oh, exclusive equity, and I love equity. It's brutal to understand, and it's really brutal to understand. And so equity comes in so many shapes and forms. But people, like I study 3,300 code, 3,000 codes all the time. And you don't want to have to go through that. I already did the work for you. Don't let nobody fool you. The sauces and like you may not necessarily use these codes, but you need to understand the type of language and the trickery. And then a lot of the codes give you great information. It's almost in layman's terms, and then some will be very confusing. You just need to know how to navigate it and know what's going on, because these U.S. codes are pointing to the federal rules of procedure. These the federal rules of procedure are pointing to those codes, a lot of times, and everything is just pointing to each other. So you just want a real round understanding of what's going on. And Cornell law really helps us because it's free, and it gives in the federal all you can get all this for free. So we're moving forward now, and I'm just going to bring you to everyone says, oh, anybody got any questions at this point? Okay. So if no matter like right here where it says Uniform Commercial Code, if we're looking up what is it? USCs, you'll see USCs right here. But you see, if you notice this L right here, you see this highlighted L that this Roman numeral right here to the left hand side, everybody. It's very discreet, and I just want to make sure everybody's following me. Okay, so at least one person. Okay, appreciate you guys. Well, this is very vital because a lot of people say, go read, go read, go read, and they'll send you right to the code. They'll send you right to the US codes, right? But why do that to somebody and not let them know that if you just click on that Roman numeral, and for the people that don't know this, for the people that do know this, don't worry about it. But all you do is scroll down. And so how many people have showed you that all of your legal resources and your public, all your, your free public basic information, your Constitution is here, the United States Code is here, the CFRs, the Supreme Court rules, the executive orders, all the UCCs, who showed you and told you, go read, go read, go read, and provided this for you right here, and actually just gave you a little bit of foundation. You know what I'm saying? Okay, right, because they want to keep that shit to themselves. Okay, look, administrative law, civics, constitutional law, consumer protection, corporation, courts and procedures. And this is just for beginners. This right here is what everybody should be giving you just to begin, because it has equity embedded in it, because like family law, estate planning, business law, landlord and tenant, and money and finances and personal injuries, of course. But it's not going to be like Pomeroy. It's not going to be like Henry Gibson. It's not going to be like the Rourke files. You're not going to get that exclusive equity out of here unless you know somebody that can navigate and pick and show you where where that law sits and where equity works in conformity. And the Anointed Constitution, Article 3, Section 2 will show you that. We'll briefly go over that. It says that, I'm not going to quote it because I don't want to say the wrong thing. So guys, if you're a beginner, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a beginner and you've been around somebody that's been one of your teachers and they say, go read, go read, go read, and all they gave you was Title 12 or Title 31 and you didn't know where to start, guys, this is where you start. Okay. You brush up on all of this stuff, the stuff that pertains to you. So that's a hidden gem that is free. And I don't know why. Maybe they don't know. I don't know why no one ever brought that to you guys' attention. I realized that nobody never did that. So that is very silly. So we have I'm not going to go into the Constitution because I feel like it's everybody's responsibility to really do this. You know what I'm saying? Go into the Constitution. But I will, let you know, you want to dig into, if you don't dig into anything else, dig into Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3, because it's very critical. And Article 3 is where it's going to work in your best interest. You know what I'm saying? It already says, can y'all see that? I'm going to blow it up a little bit. It already says the judicial power. Okay, only courts that's vested judicial power is the only courts of record. So, and we'll get more into that. So it's Supreme Court. I want you to understand that the closest thing, the real courts of equity is probate court. No one's going to tell you that. That's where you solidify your orders and your seals. And then every court becomes equity for you. It doesn't matter because nobody can take a probate and do anything to a probate order, especially if it's an order that is in the favor of a beneficiary. And the Treasury Department is, you'll notice that I go into it, that the Treasury Department is the only portion of a de jure government because they're the only ones that enforce that order from probate court that is in the favor for a beneficiary is to not be overridden by any court order from any other court. So then right there, when I was doing my name decree, I came to the realization that the Supreme Court rules are the rules of equity, because these Supreme Court rules, they actually are hidden in every single courtroom, because even though we have federal rules of procedure, even though we have all these other rules, district court rules, county court rules, none of them can avoid us proceeding underneath the Supreme Court rules. And we're going to go into that. I'm going to show you the Scottish rule that shows you that power is for you. Okay, Section 2 of this Constitution also says the judicial power shall extend to all cases. Okay, guys, all cases. Remember, there's only one form of action, and that is a civil action, because all crimes are commercial. However, let's not get that misconstrued. You can't go around punching people and injuring people, because those can constitute real crimes. Unfortunately, because of the way that the system is set up, it's still a commercial crime. But it's serious because you might be caught on videotape hurting somebody. So the judicial power shall extend in all actions, civil or criminal or whatever, for equity and at law. That's very important to understand, because all throughout the law, they're always going to be quoting. Even this UCC is going to be working in conformity in the general provision. It always say that these rules are to work in conformity and be construed with one another, and to satisfy equity and at law. And you'll always see, look, arising under the Constitution. It's very important to understand, guys, your rights are not inside of the Constitution. Okay, this is the lock box. This is the jewelry box that is a junk file that is securing not only your rights, but a lot of other rights. Statutory, constitutional is part of the Constitution. They say codes and statutes are not constitutional, but they are to an extent, because a federal question is a federal statute. And when you do a deprivation of rights under what is it, 18242 or whatever that it is, that is a statute, that is a code, the way that the courts read it, and that is underneath a constitution. So yes, and the Constitution also protects equity. It's already telling you. So don't let these people sit here and say that you can't get, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to really get into that. And then one thing I want to stick out, I hope y'all read this, but look at this. This is a part of the biblical context that I'm going to bring to your attention. And even admiralty, look, they even say admiralty, okay? And then look at this, other public ministerial councils. That's very important to understand too. And we're going to get into that because this all has to do with it's the anointed constitution, like the ordained constitution. So you see, once we really dig this up and we get to the real surface of this shit, you're going to see how spiritually and how religiously connected this stuff is, all the way from the Social Security, all the way to the Vatican, I mean, all the way to London and Britain. We're gonna get into that real briefly. I'm gonna break that down before I start really dropping heavy sauce on y'all, so you can keep up. So ambassador, if you look up ambassador in the Bible and you see that, it talks about somebody that's coming from a foreign place to do business or be a protector within a foreign place. So all cases infecting ambassadors. That's very important to understand. If we are ambassadors for Christ. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a holy roller, just like I said in my last recording. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's reiteration is the key. You guys need to constantly talk to yourself and be y'all kings and queens. I'm an ambassador. You know what I'm saying? Constantly talk to yourself. Yeah, the judicial power extends to law and equity. You need to be always talking to yourself and reminding yourself of all these great things that the law is pointing to in your favor. So that's that. And now for your state constitution. So the state constitution is the anointed constitution, the federal constitution. Now y'all will go to mine's is Ohio. So everybody say, go to your state constitution, go to your state constitution. You know what I'm saying? And they're right, because that's where our Bill of Rights is. So if you're from Jersey, if you're from Florida, it doesn't matter where you're from, Texas, Illinois, if you were to go to your constitution, you'll see. And the reason why that this exists is because it's extracted and adopted and ordained into the state by the original anointed constitution. So the language is going to be very similar, and it's not going to be like the CFRs and USCs that really contradict one another. Just as I'm not going to go all into the Constitution, but like I said, this is your responsibility as a person that lives in your state, as a person that's part of this country, as a private American. This is your responsibility to look into this stuff. But just to make it very brief and just show y'all what it says, I'm sure y'all probably read it before. And this is very powerful just to understand, y'all, especially when you're looking at Public Law 97 and you're looking at the year of the Bible, when it talks about the importance and the influence of the year of the Bible. Look at the effective date. You know what I'm saying? Most codes and statutes will be like in effect to 2003, 2004, but look at this effective date. Decades, 18. You know what I'm saying? And most of our state constitutions have this type of longevity. And it says the same thing that it said in 1851. That's very, we the people of the state of Ohio, we the people of the state of Ohio, grateful to the Almighty God. Not liberty, but our freedom. You hear that? To security, full faith. Okay. Is blessing and promotes our common welfare. Do establish the Constitution. And all of your constitutions are going to be just like that. And like I said, it's our responsibility to go into these Bill of Rights and see how this is how y'all judicial de jure courts should be set up. But if you look into the revised code, now I'm going to just take it here before I continue. Now for the state, now look at this. This is my state. It says right here, Ohio consists of the Ohio Constitution, the Ohio Revised Codes, and the administrative codes. The Constitution is the state's highest law proceeding in all others. So they're telling you, and your state is no different. So the big Constitution, the federal Constitution, is the same thing for the state. Now the USCs, the revised codes, everything in the revised codes is going to be in my revised codes for our states. So these are going to be our state USCs codified for our townships to let you know how they're supposed to follow the general rule, which is the general provision. Okay, and if you go to rules of construct and it just tells them, it never gives them more power. Now it's talking about statutes. All statutes of permanent and general nature of the state as revised and consolidated into general provision, titles, chapters, sections, and also known as the revised code. So you can find USC codes in the federal legislation that has been adopted into your state bills and legislations. And they're going to call them, if you're in Pennsylvania, they may call them the PCs or something, Pennsylvania codes or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But the more you read this, see, now look at this. The enactment of the revised code shall not be construed to affect the rights and the liabilities accrued or incurred under the section of the general rules. So it's gonna, if you continue to read this, it's gonna tell you that in these revised codes, they are not allowed to break the Constitution. But another layer of law that they did was the CFRs. So just like the CFRs, that these federal agencies are so like the ATF, but the welfare department is not the ATF. They're working in the county. So they're operating under revised codes, and they're mainly operating process on you. So they're not going to say a lot of time, they're going to present to the court that you violated or abused your child or did something crazy as a USC. They're going to present it as, but they're going to do an administrative process. And a lot of their applications are going to have the CFRs, and they're going to come try to fight with you with these see, these are departments. And this is where the you know what I'm saying, the administrative human resources, we're going to get into that. And this is very important. I'm giving y'all a real foundation, because when I start reading y'all this public law and this stuff, you're going to know, like, oh my God, like this is how I get it. Like I get it. You know what I'm saying? So just like Health and Human Resources, the Secretary of Health and Human Resources is technically the secretary that's over this department on multiple levels. So you'll see that. You'll see how, urban housing and development inside, workers, Ohio's Public Workers, Department of Aging. And you'll see, like, all this stuff is the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So now you need to know, like, when you need to use it, you need to understand, even if you're not using these, you need to understand these to see how they using it. You know what I'm saying? And that's codes and statutes, y'all. That's all codes and statutes. That's everything with codes and statutes. There's no more to codes and statutes at all. The only thing that's dealing with law that we haven't covered right now is federal rules of evidence. And y'all need to understand the court procedures and what happens in a court procedure when you're a plaintiff and what happens in a court procedure when you're a defendant. Because it's two totally different things. And unfortunately, the way that the court system is set up, you don't want to be a defendant. You always want to be doing a cross claim, or you always want to be the petitioner by any means. And the more you get into this, you'll have fun with it, and you'll be the petitioner all the time. So first and foremost, like I told my last class, I just want to let y'all know, like, if you really dedicated to this stuff and you really want to do this stuff and you're really not going to wimp out after I present this to you and have y'all realize that this is really more hard work than a lot of people present to y'all attention. They may want to make it seem look easy because they just want to sell their next course to y'all. But I don't do that. I don't do that type of things. I just want to prepare y'all to let y'all know, do you want in or do you want out? And if you want in, one of the fundamental things that is going to help you navigate forward and give you the opportunity to gain the same equivalent wisdom that I have, which is not all glamorous, it's just hard study, is that if you're working a job or you're working in healthcare or whatever your living is, you want to work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I don't care, unless you're a single mother, unless you just got to do what you got to do, or you're a father that got to watch the kids, or whatever you got to do. Is something that's just totally stopping you from that lifestyle. But you need to lay down tonight and really ask yourself, do I want this? Because you need to open up your ability to be available Monday through Thursday, because that's when people hit the floor. That's when the court is clocking. And the more that you spend time handling your business, you'll start to see how the courts really operate. You know what I'm saying? And I'll get into that. You'll start to see, like, you know what I'm saying? Just like you go into a restaurant one day and it's full of people, and the waitresses are mad and the managers are mad. You'll see, you'll see right through the matrix when you're dealing with these clerks and you're going to the post office every day, and the post office lady, you're going to see the same mailmans and the same dogs and the same people walking. And get downtown, you know what I'm saying? Get downtown, park your car, like I was telling other people in the last class, park your car close to downtown and come on into the city. Find out where your post office is. Find out where your district court is. You may be somebody that's living near the Capitol, next to a circuit court, next to an appellate court. Get close to your court. Get acquainted with your clerks. And you'll start to realize, like, I filed some paperwork on Friday, and I was always having hard times, but I've been doing this so much that when you walk into the clerk office, they be sitting back sometimes, and like a fast food restaurant, sometimes it's dead. And one day they may be stamping papers and they just may be having an attitude, but the more that you do it, the more that they see your face, you'll come into the the courthouse, and you'll see, like, they'll be happy to see you, and they'll call you by first name, like, hey, Enoch, what's going on? What can I do for you today? Hey, and then you start to see, like, oh, okay, this is really a matrix. This is a game. This is like really a game. So I just wanted to go over that, and then now we about to go over, before I go read some stuff to y'all, I just want to read a couple of things really quick. Does anybody have any questions regarding to what we went over about the study material with the law and the Cornell law or anything like that?
Makes sense. Make good sense.
That help you feel like that's going to help you navigate a little better with stuff?
Absolutely. Absolutely. At least for
Oh,
me, yeah.
awesome. Okay.
I
So,
do have one question.
yeah, go
I
ahead.
was trying to catch it when you said the Treasury is the only de jure court. Is that what you said?
Well, they're like well, you could say court, but they're not in the court but yes, technically yes, because I'm gonna give you an example, because they have a rule, and I'll show you the rule I'll try to show you the rule if I can get through a lot of this material. They're the only ones, like, if you go to the probate court and you get a court order from the probate court saying that you're the trustee over an incompetent person, or you're the trustee of a beneficiary, and somebody goes to a state court or any other court and tries to get and they deem that beneficiary in default, and they try to go get to the trust account that you has solidified in probate court, and they
That's
try
fraud, right?
huh?
That becomes fraud.
No, I
Let
mean,
me be quiet and listen.
no, it's cool. It, like, say you over an incompetent person. That incompetent person is the beneficiary, and you have a court order, and you're dealing with their Treasury Direct account, and you're buying
Okay.
security and selling securities for them.
Okay.
No one can go bring a court order, no matter from what court that it is, even the superior court, and come into the Treasury Department and try to get funds, try to take their interest in that trust from that beneficiary.
Okay, I
The
get it. So
Treasury,
pretty much it all has to go through you as the trustee.
well, everything really goes through probate. That's the secret.
Okay.
We're gonna get more into that the more I bring you up to pace, because I gotta go over a couple of things before I start presenting the probate to
Okay,
you.
no problem. I'll notate that.
No, it's cool, and then you'll get this recording.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, for sure. That's all love. So, bam. So before we go into anything, yeah, look, already we started with 20-some people. People already left the room because people cannot handle this. They think that they can. And this is what I like. Hey, it's gonna break y'all bones. I'm telling you, it's either gonna make you or break you. So we're gonna go over the birth certificate. It's very important to understand what the birth certificate is and what it originally was. It was a settlement certificate. And that's what's very important to understand, like extremely important to understand. I'm just going to read a little bit of it. This is going to be in the Telegram group. And so you see that it says 15, excuse me. Yeah, can y'all see that? Is my screen blocking that?
No, are you trying to show the
We
origin
see
of
it clear.
settlement birth certificates under King Henry?
Yeah.
Or are you trying to show something
You
else?
All right. You see the date as 15. So I'm just going to read a little bit. It says the origin of of settlement birth. You see, it's parentheses, so it really says settlement certificate. Okay, under King Henry, the let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, the 8th of England, in his Venetian Magyar advisors, the first poor laws. So that's very critical right there. You need to understand that the settlement certificate is relevant to the first poor laws, were promulgated around 1536 before the Sesta KV, coinciding with the first official mandate requiring uniform record keeping by all churches of England, parishes of births, deaths, and marriages. The poor were considered the responsibility of the church. That's the birth certificate. So you start to realize, like, you really have something, you really have like something that is a religious document. And someone has responsibility, the church has responsibility of the poor. And so this is how the birth certificate started, and this is the same idea. And we're gonna, so these are the big players in the beginning and the establishment of the certificate of manifest. And as we go further, you're gonna see over here in the States who are the delegates and the agents that are dealing with this poor certificate, this poor man's certificate, and the responsibility of what was the churches. Okay, ensuring that they were ample work and did not starve to death, as we're considered by default the property of the church. So anyone who received a settlement certificate or a birth certificate were not only the responsibility of the church, but they were the property of the church. And that's very critical to understand when we're talking about, because at this time there's no Social Security. Social Security didn't come until about 400 years later. And that's what makes the birth certificate domestic, certified, unlike the Social Security is an uncertified security that is an international document and is governed by a treaty. And we'll get into that too. So I'm just going to go quickly over probate. You know what I'm saying? You'll start to see that everything is in probate. This is the real court of equity. Once you get your name decree, and once you start taking over your incompetent person, this is where you want to take your petitions. You know what I'm saying? Estates, guardianships over a minor. You know, this is the name correction. This is the real probate court, because any order that comes out of your probate court is going to overrule anything, because it deals with trust, land, guardians over incompetence, guardians over minors, guardians. So they got us going into the wrong courts. I mean, they just got us doing stuff. They just not letting us know the details, is what I'm saying. So we're just gonna go over a little bit of information about the Sestakay Trust, and then we're gonna get it popping. So we need to understand that the Sestakay Trust in its true nature. So a lot of people say, oh, you know, the Sestakay Trust, we really need to understand its true nature. And its true nature when it was designed, just like the birth certificate, because it is the birth certificate. Remember, this is for King Henry, the dates align from the 1500s. So the church has the responsibility and the church has the ownership. However, the Sestakay was a method of fraud. Okay, so it says from the doctrine and the students, it will be somewhat long and peradventure somewhat tedious to show all the causes particularly by the 15th century. Sestakay was used as a vehicle to defraud creditors. So you need to understand what happened was, you know how they lay that dollar on the ground and you go to pick up that dollar and they pull that string? That's what the Sestakay Trust is. I don't have the facts on that. I can't say if I know that for sure. Okay, so then just like they laid out the birth certificate and the Social Security card, and the only thing that gave them life was us getting into that vehicle and thinking that it was in the benefit for us. You know what I'm saying? When in reality it was something for them to funnel our productivity and our value. They were able to use that as a funnel. So when we picked it up and we used it, they were able to pull that string and funnel whatever that we was doing through there, because we were their responsibility, and they had ownership they declared ownership by creating the certificate of manifest, aka the Sestakay Trust. So I'm not gonna go into this, but you guys can Google this and read this, and even that birth certificate, you guys can read that too. So I just want to, before I get into some heavy stuff, I just want to read what the says on the birth certificate. So I really want to break down. Did they authentication and really read and broke down their understanding of? Does anybody have any questions about the Sestakay Trust or that? Because I'm not to the SESTA KV because everybody brings that up. And I'm not about to go like I just want to show y'all. They bring y'all straight to the 1666, but no one bring you into the 1500s and let you know. They just come into the SESTA KV, but they don't even know. I don't even know if they know what really happened or transpired in the 14 and the 1500s for it even to come about a SESTA KV. So the SESTA KV, the birth certificate was already, it's just complicated. Attention, y'all know what to do with that material. Does anybody have a question? At all?
Sorry, you went out when you turned the other way. Did you say, do we have any questions at all?
You couldn't hear me? Did I break up?
No, you just went out. Like you didn't break up. Like when you turned your head, like the volume kind of went down.
Does anybody experience what she experienced?
Yes, but I think you were on the subject of SESTA KV. I mean, it was kind of like right after you said it's kind of how they defrauded creditors, and it was like carrot on a string or dollar on a string. You know, every time you basically reach for it, it's kind of an elusive concept. But what I still find confusing, just in general, is I would like to understand more. Like what is the modern comparison to what the SESTA KV was? Is that like the Treasury or Social Security?
The birth certificate.
It's the birth certificate. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Oh no, it's cool. You don't gotta apologize. You didn't do nothing. Let me put my headphones in. We already lost people. I'm afraid that I'm gonna lose y'all, but I'm not too concerned anyway.
No, you're not losing me. I don't care if I'm the last one in the room.
You're gonna be thankful if whoever's the last one in the room is gonna be extremely thankful.
No, I'm thankful already. It's just,
yeah, I'm right there with me.
I have started something like I sent me and my son's birth certificates to the state treasury. I mean, not state treasury, my apologies. The
Secretary of State.
State secretary to get it apostilled. However, I believe I did it wrong because I later on learned that there was a difference between the Hagues. Like
the apostille.
Say that again.
Like a difference between doing the apostille and doing the authentication.
Yeah, so I'm just like, okay, it threw a monkey wrench in there for me. So I completely stopped because I'm just like, I need to actually do the work and study. And like you said, I've met so many people who toss you around and everybody just want money. And I'm just like, okay, well, y'all want money, but I'm not really getting anything out of this. So I'm trying to learn, and I've been trying to learn on my own. And it's a lot to take in when you don't even know which direction to start from.
Right. No, I get it. Oh, excuse me. All right. Let me see. I'm having issues with my headphones. I really need to fix these. I won't get back into. I heard what you said though. Let me see.
You're fine as long as you're facing the computer.
I know that's what I don't
I can hear
want.
you clearly when you're facing the computer. It's just like when you turn, like behind you or something, you kind of go out a little bit.
Yeah, I know. I'm cool. I don't want it like that. I got to get these headphones in because this will be horrible. I've already did it like that before. That'd be so horrible. Y'all don't want it. Y'all don't want no video like that. Trust. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh. Let me just try to disconnect. Give me 1 second. Yo. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
My head.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
You lose it, King.
I'm not breaking up, am I?
No,
No.
you sound good. You're clear.
You lose it. You lose it.
I guess that's good. Okay. All right. So we went over the birth certificate. Okay. So before I get into Public Law 108, 485, and Section 200, 721 in regards to who are the people who's really dealing with the birth certificate. It fast forward up in today, the same, which is gonna, it's crazy. So, but before we do that, I just want to read this right here. This is the authentication of the state, and it's going to be very similar to what the DOG is going to look like. But I really want to break this down because a lot of people will read this and really not understand the language that's really in here and how to decipher the languages. So it's so critical to really understand this. And then when we get into authentication, that's it's really going to put everything in perspective for you guys, and you're going to really have a good understanding of what's going on with this birth certificate. And so now you guys have a good understanding of the CFRs and what the USCs are going to do for you and how you're going to better navigate those waters. And then we got the UCCs, which you can easily go in and start to see what what the language is really about, because I've already brought that type of stuff to your attention. I brought you to the Roman numeral L11. And now you guys are going to be able to navigate independently and go over whatever applicable laws is to your situation, or whatever you want to brush up on. You're going to know what you need to brush up on because you got the material to go ahead and you know where to navigate. Not so much the material, you got the material. So, but just bear with me for a second. Before I get into the document, I just want to prepare the other portion of what we're gonna go over right after this document. That's super critical. So just bear with me for a second. Let's see here. I might go over this today too. So it doesn't look like I could. We're gonna go over a little bit about what some very powerful Bible verses today as well. We're gonna go into the Minnesota rule. Before we go into the Minnesota rule, I'm gonna rule 220. I want to get into some stuff that's really gonna help you understand and how to use rule 220. So just bear with me, and I'm gonna just make sure that y'all straight on that. So these are definitions. Excuse me for one. It's a lot. It's a lot. A lot of people, I don't really think that they're really ready for this type of stuff. It's just crazy. All right, so I'm gonna have to go into my email to look for this one document, just like I had to do before. Just bear with me for a second. So it's gonna be a quick little second. Okay. There we are. Portion. Tax information. Oh, Lord have mercy. Excuse me. Here we are. Okay, this is the document that's about to really, y'all gonna be like, oh my God, like this is the one that's gonna really get y'all going. And this is the one that's really going. This is so important. This is true foundation when it comes to that birth certificate. So this is the document that I received on my daughter's, and it's the same as mine. And I just want y'all to be, when we start calculating these bonds, I'll show you how to calculate y'all bonds. I want you to really just look at this number. This is the number that when I sent this to the Secretary of State, they created this, and I created a bond with them. So this is where, just like this number is, we're going to get it from the Department of Justice. This is going to be the bond that you're going to extract your interest from and have the ability to issue your register mail numbers to actually have value, because when you issue that number, you're going to reference this bond that's actually when the time is right. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't create no bonds. You got people creating bonds and borders on bond paper and think that they issuing bonds, and they're lying. Because you can't do none of this real big boss shit that Scoob Nitty is doing. If y'all shout out to Scoob Nitty, if y'all follow Scoob Nitty, like until you get those bonds deposited as surety, and then you can draw interest on them. But I still, I'm going through situations, I'm still navigating and learning, and I know a lot of things myself and how to present things orally by parole, by my mouth. And so let me see. So in other words, with you, words with you. Understand the hell yeah, Scoob out here killing. Yeah. So and then so I'm 33, Scoob, and like Scoob was I follow his old Instagram, and he was like in my position maybe not too long ago when he was flicking through the treasury form. So he accelerated like really fast from where he was. And it's just he's inspiring. I'm sure he's inspiring to a lot of y'all as well as me to know that there's a possibility of being very successful with this if you stay with it. And we're going to go over those treasury forms, and I'm going to show you that it's not easy, and it's not complicated, but it's not as easy as people are making it out to be. Not if you truly want to be free and you truly want to take over your securities, because a lot of people are getting discharged. A lot of people are being able to pay their coupons and bills, and that's fine. Some people don't have treasury accounts, and not having a treasury account don't disqualify you from being able to tender your coupons and receiving your dividends or applying your interest to the principal balance, or getting a hold of these trust indentures and doing send, endorse, and stamp, or bond paper, no bond paper, your 1099-Cs, your rescissions of the company's interest, your notification, your notices of interest, your statements of interest, your affidavits, and properly informing them that you want to, your administrative process so that you can, take over your accounts. It does not, the Treasury don't have nothing to do with you doing your taxes. You know what I'm saying? You still able to do your taxes and receive your credits and take over your accounts. The Treasury, I'm here to show y'all today, like, to not be overwhelmed, to be relaxed. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving factors, but you need to know the playing areas that you're able to play in as a beginner. And you also need to be cautious about the big boy leagues so that you don't end up in jail for securities fraud, that you don't end up in jail for filing the wrong tax form the appropriate way, and someone's knocking on your door, taking your ass to downtown or booking you in, and you're really not ready for that type of thing yet. So I'm here. I'm the one that's just really gonna keep you safe, make sure that y'all don't get into any legal matters like that's really like you going to jail for something that you did. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to just give you some half-ass story. I'm here to really position y'all with navigation tools, so not to present to y'all what's better, authentication or apostle, or I'm here to give you options and let you know that there's a whole bunch of things that you can do, and equity and at law is not the only remedies to have anonymity. Privacy is not the only way that you can actually shield yourself and protect yourself or do business with your person. You just like a company, a S corporation, a welfare department, or a business or a bank can do business with your person. Believe it or not, guys, you can do business with your person. You can sue your person and show up as not being your person, and then let your person not show up and put a lien on your person and garnish your own assets just like they do, and use debt collecting instruments to to uh to put your person in debt, whether you're a C corporation, whether you're a S corporation, whether you're a limited liability, whether you're just an individual, you know what I'm saying, who gave a loan to your person. That person has a right to sue your person. So if you don't feel that everybody can manipulate and utilize and put your person in a custodial trust and express your person as being, in a trust, then you can't do that. Then you got to really come to the light that you have as much control as everybody else. And I'm going to help you understand the type of vehicle that you need to be competitive when it comes to controlling and manipulating your person and taking him or her away from these people that are claiming your person at rim with these custodial records, like these custodial record holders, these custodial trusts, these power of attorneys, how they're how they're intercepting that, you can intercept that the same way, but you can't intercept that benefit and utilize that benefit for the principal and while being the principal. So I'm trying to help you guys for letting go of being territorial. It's not our products. It's not your birth certificate. It's not your social security. It belongs to the person that's named in the record. So no, that's not you. The name here is that person is the person that's in the record, and that's who the record belongs to. You're just the benefit. You're just like, and you're multiple things for that person. Sometimes you're the trustee, sometimes you're the POA, sometimes you're the grantor beneficiary of that estate. Sometimes you're just different things, and you don't want to be the wrong thing at the wrong time because it'll make you look silly. So most of the time we're beneficiaries on paper or beneficiaries in a courthouse, but in the most cases, the person is the beneficiary of the certificate. You're the person handling the affairs so that beneficiary can get his non-commercial obligation that is owed to him by the United States, because the United States don't owe us, they owe this person. So we have to realize that person is at rim, and in order for us to receive those benefits on that person's behalf, we need to administer a trust so that when the check is wrote to the beneficiary, we are the responsible agents that receives those funds on behalf of the principal. So being territorial about it, it's mine, you owe me, that is not going to get you nowhere. So I really want to, before I get into this document, I want to read what this says. And when I need y'all to really understand what this stuff says. It says, this is the United States of America for the state of Ohio, this office of the Secretary of State. It says, I, Frank LaRose, Secretary of State, do hereby certify that I am the duly elected, qualified, and acting Secretary of the state of Ohio. And I further certify Renee M. Bowler is the duly appointed Registrar, Vital Statistics Division, Department of Health Department of Health for the state of Ohio. So far, the Secretary of State is saying, I certify who I am as the Secretary of State. I certify who the registrar is. You understand? I'm certifying who I am, and I'm certifying who this woman is. Okay, who registered this document. So he goes on to say that in this Department of Health for the state of Ohio, in this custodian. So they're acting underneath a custodial trust. Okay, and that's critical to understand, and that's what the tax master class go over about the inter vivo foreign grantor express trust, and that is the revocable trust, because we're taking things in and out. This is where we're dealing with the principal's bills. These are the bank, because the EIN for that particular trust that we're making the person the beneficiary, and we're the trustee of the custodial trust. When we go to open up the bank account, that person in your declaration and in your trust language is the beneficiary, and you're the trustee. So when you take, and that EIN is that person's, that taxpayer identification number that has a commercial debt-free obligation. That belongs to that person. You administer that benefit. That benefit does not belong to you. So when you open up that bank account with your Social Security, it needs to be a trust account with that person and your name decree and your nationality ID with no social. That's not, you're appointed as the trustee so that you can pass the court test that is administered by the IRS and the courts as well. And we'll try to cover the Internal Revenue Manual, where it talks about that the trustee, in order for a trust to be foreign, is for the trustee must be a foreign person, a United States citizen that creates a trust. That trust passes the court test, and you don't want to pass their court test. You want to fail their court test by being a foreign trustee, for even though that he's the United States citizen, if you're the trustee for him, then your trust will fail the court test, and that's what you want. Okay, so the Secretary of State is acknowledging himself. He's acknowledging the registrar, and it says custodian of record of vital statistics, and is a proper official, and is the proper official to make said attestation, which is due form, and all, excuse me, and that all official acts, so his act, her act, these official acts are entitled full faith and credit. So here the secretary is acknowledging that they attesting who he is and who she is, and that their acts and that they are certified to give this document is full faith and credit. So that's a mouthful. But within this same document, look at equity and look at law live in the same place everywhere. Just like I showed you in the Anointed Constitution, all actions are ruled by the Supreme Court and shall be equity in law. It's always written in a document, and if you don't know how to decipher it, you'll never understand how to do it. So it says the certification certifies only the authenticity of the signature of the official who signed the document, the capacity in which the official acted, and where appropriate, the identity of the seal or the stamp which the document bears. It says the certification does not imply that the content of the documents are correct, nor do they have approval by this state. So here you'll see your equity, and then you'll see the disclaimer at law. So they're telling you that the birth certificates are not, so they're inconsistent. They're not going to testify to the correctness. We're not going to testify that it's solidified and that it's an official document from this office, because they was bestowed as custodial record holders and appointed without, they didn't have the discretion to choose their job. It was already ordained when all the rules for the birth certificates trickled down, and the Health and Human Secretary of Health and Human Services was delegated to give rules to the state vital statistics departments. They can't solidify this record or say that it is correct, because they're not the ones who took the initiative to create it or hold it. They were mandated to do so. So this is why you need your double authentication from the Department of State that is going to give you almost the same language, but at least we have an authenticated record that contests to the validity, because the document is not ours. And we need to understand that. And this is where the name correction comes into play, because they're telling you that we can't contest to the correctness. We can't attest, but we do give it full faith and credit. So that's when you take those documents, the long form and the short form, in your authenticated versions, and then you go get your name decree and you let them know that, you know what I'm saying, this is an inconsistent document. Not only myself is saying that, you know what I'm saying, every other department that's dealing with this document, and it's causing complications. Therefore, I need to correct my name. And we're going to go into the name correction, and I'm going to show you guys the way that I did my name correction and the way I attached my long form and the way that I attached these documents together. And we're going to talk a little bit about the Supreme Courts and how they rule in every court. Okay, so this is after we go over this document here, we're going to go over the way that I filed my name correction and the way that I would encourage you guys to get your name decree, which is a peer trust. If you Google peer trust now, you'll see that a peer trust is between two people, and we'll get more into that. But right now we're going to stick on the topic of the birth certificate, because we already talked about the laws. We already talked about the birth certificate being a poor man's certificate and the responsibility of the church. We talked about that it was what it was to defraud the creditors. Now we're going to bring it up to 2024, and we're going to talk about who are the people that's dealing with this instrument now, and how can we express it to somebody that they're really dealing with this instrument as a financial instrument, and we're not looking cuckoo to one of our friends and family members, nor even a government official or anything, that we can articulately and professionally and confidently express with evidence that that there are a selective group of agencies that are dealing with this monetized instrument, and that you're not a loony. Okay. And that's what foundation is about, giving you real ammunition, giving you real tools. Okay. So this is the claim of life. Everything that I'm going over is going to be given to you and has been given to you already if you have downloaded the material. And as the material grows, it's gonna get dumped into the gumroad. First of all, this is irrelevant, but I just want you guys to understand. Can you guys see this right here? Does anybody have any questions before I go into reading this document?
This is I've been trying to learn this for going on a year now, and this is my full-time job studying this, and this is the clearest that anyone has ever explained, especially the
Authentication. You good? Did you cut out your mic? You may have hit your mic off.
Oh yeah. The birth certificate authentication, that's the clearest. And I've been reading, studying, researching, and but the steps, it's kind of connecting the dots in a big picture way, and then you're drawing it in. So I like that. I appreciate that.
Right. And I'm doing the same. As I'm treating you guys as if I was that person when I was navigating my way through. I was hoping and crossing my fingers that someone would do that for me. So I've designed it, my educational platform, to dedicate that to that type of service. So I just thank you for just, giving me your insight. So, and as you are going to realize, I'm really going to tie you in, and it's just going to be so fulfilling. It's going to be unreal. You're not even, I'm feel bad for the people. We started with 20-some people. They actually left. This how I don't know, but I'm just thankful that y'all sticking around. Please stick around. You guys will not regret this. I'm trying to make this much more efficient. We're trying not to have y'all all the way into 4 o'clock in the morning like before. Okay. So remember, first I just want to take you to, before we get into that document, does anybody else have any other questions, or if you good guys good with me proceeding? Okay.
Man,
I
we with you,
follow.
brother.
All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
All
Yeah.
right, awesome. If we can, I'm gonna try to get into some business stuff. If not, we'll get into the public business stuff another time. I'll show you how to develop S corporations, DBAs, and what limited liability companies for, and how to structure those things, and how to get CPNs, how to use CPNs the right way if you're interested in obtaining apartments. That class is available inside that folder. If you want to take that upon yourself and go ahead and look into that, then you're more than welcome to go ahead and do that. You can go ahead and do that on your own if you want to. So I don't need to do that part. So we can just go here. All right, so let's go over this document. So in this document, I called it, you have this document, guys. So this guy, and if you don't, if we're gonna put this, I'm interested in to learn everything. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna bring you into everything. So you'll have options, and you'll know how you want to navigate, or what material that you want to buy from these other people that have material for you. You'll better understand of what you need to purchase. If you even need to, you shouldn't have to purchase anything from anybody after today. Not even me. And everything, the material that I update, and when I update it, you guys will get the material. There will be no additional money or anything like that. So you guys will get this video for free. Whoever didn't attend or engage with me as far as donations, they would have to at least pay $65 for this video, and I think that's fair for the type of material that I'm going to get through today. So with this, this is the 20. Remember we talked about the Title 24. Okay, Title 24. This Title 24 is a USC. Now, when the legislative department outlined this code, I just wanted to put this in here. They look what they said that Title 24 is. Really pay attention to this craziness of what they're really doing. Remember, people say that we're in an asylum, whatever that's called, a mental asylum. Hospitals, okay? We know hospitals are wards, okay? Hospitals and wards really developed when people didn't want their children, and they gave up their children, and they were able to go to the hospitals and leave their children at these hospitals. They started off as churches. Remember, with the certificate, this ties into the birth certificate, and they're also calling is roles for psychiatric hospitals. Now, remember I told you CFRs are what the agencies adopt. So the agencies that's dealing with Indian Affairs, Public Housing and Development that extracted their CFRs, their housing rules and the way that they regulate anything dealing with our welfare and stuff out of the hospital and psychiatric rules. So just keep that in mind that, you know what I'm saying? This is like, me personally, this is a benefit that I never wanted and I never had it. And I mean, I'm not hating on nobody, but that's basically saying that like they're putting us in a psychiatric unit. They're basically putting us in the incompetent ward minor, because the CFRs call it housing and urban development. And for the Indian Affairs, where welfare and housing applications are. You mean to tell me that they pulled that out in those regulations out of hospital and psychiatric laws? Very interesting to me. So that's just something to really look at of what they're categorizing us, our persons as. And inside the application, you'll see for, I might sound wild, but what the? My fuck, y'all. So this is a little bit of the UCC right here. So the 8 and 9 is dealing with a lot of property, is dealing with a lot of transfers of property and what's going on with the commercial transactions. And see, this is the conformity law. So we're going to talk about adverse claim. Let's see what an adverse claim is, okay? It's a claim to property interest, okay, of a financial asset. And as we go down, we're going to start to see that our adverse claim is going to be relevant to the interest of a particular property. So our interest is not the property. Our interest is the security that's affiliated with the property. Just as like somebody will say when they're suing you for a mortgage or house, this is in regards to the property. Their account is considered a fixture because they're not landlords. They don't own the land. They don't own the house. They created an application of interest inside of the note that they purchased from you, and it's a fixture, a vehicle. And they're always referencing that. They're not saying they're being very strategic of how they place their words in order to avoid the liability of them saying that it is actually in regard, they're referring to the ownership of the house. There is in regards to the house, and then they'll refer to the note or the agreement or the mortgage. So you got to realize like they're not even entitled to the fixtures, but that's what they're really claiming. But they want to make you believe that it's the actual asset itself. Okay. So, but that has nothing to do with what we're about to go forward. So a security entitlement, I just put everything in bold because sometimes I just say certain words because what I told my last class, remember when it comes to reading law, everything that I taught you about going back and reading law, when you guys start reading law, don't read it like you were taught to read in school because it's not like adjective, verb, and all a noun, proper noun. It's they have run-on sentences. And if you don't have the intuition to understand where to put the periods and where to stop or what or signifies, that it gives you an option, you'll kind of get lost with reading law. So always read law like you're reading nothing but verbs, nothing but action words. Like, you understand what I'm saying? So security, entitlement is a right until you get it and that way of reading, and then you won't have to really do that. But it be like that at first, so you can, because every single word and its definition is what you need to understand. And reading it like that is going to help you versus trying to read it like a story or adverb and adjective, pronoun, because that's not the type of language that they're speaking. Okay, so a security entitlement is a right of to a financial asset. Okay, and that covers a asset that has been credited to an account. So we need to understand bank accounts, custodial records, things that's been credited to an account is a fine. So something that has been credited to an account. So they're not even being specific. It's just very broad right now what a financial asset is. Okay. Indicated by a book entry. That's just one of them. So you need to know they're equipping you. They're telling you like, okay, it's an account, it's a book entry. That's in your favor. It's not so much that they're trying to mix you up. They're giving you options and ammunition on how to proceed with what a financial asset is pertaining to your specific circumstances, okay, becomes obligated under the law. So a financial instrument, just in one definition alone, if it is a financial instrument, has the elements to really be a financial instrument, it becomes obligated under the law. It's just one definition in itself. Regulated, it's regulated, such as an account in the bank is regulated, such as an account is regulated underneath laws, such as applying, anything dealing with accounts is regulated by law. So it's just no way around that. Rules to credit and financial assets rule to credit a financial asset to a person's security account. These are all the things that what a financial asset is. A security entitlement. But see, it's a right to a financial asset, which is all ties together, guys. Like they're all talking about the same stuff. Okay. Has been met a person as a security entitlement has been met as in the conditions. I'm going to kind of go. I'm see, the thing is, it's referring to section B here, but I didn't find section B to be relevant. So just kind of like bear with me with that because I didn't put section B here. It says if a condition of section B has been met, a person has a security entitlement, even though the security intermediary does not itself hold the financial instrument. And the reason why I didn't, because it was irrelevant. Because the thing is, we do have a security interest in a security entitlement in dealing with an intermediary bank who doesn't necessarily hold the financial instrument. Because we do understand that when they purchased our note, they deposited it, our note, but they also assigned that to another trustee bank or another affiliate of theirs, such as a broker or a dealer may have acted like an intermediary broker, but they do not hold the financial asset themselves. So that doesn't disqualify you from having your entitlement, is what that means in the UCC. Okay. If a security intermediary holds a financial instrument for another person and the financial instrument is registered in the name of payable to the order of or specifically endorsed to other person, it has not been endorsed to the security intermediary in blank is what they mean. It says it right here, or in blank, they basically said that. The other person, you, is treated as holding the financial instrument directly, rather than having the security entitlement with respects to the financial asset. Okay, so because you're holding it, see how they say you're not entitled to it until you enforce it, even though the securities intermediary is holding it and the person named on it is registered. So this is where special endorsement and giving instructions come in, because you start to see that the asset and everything is in rim. It's in the middle. It's like you toss up a ball and the rules of the law is saying, let the best man win. So that's what at rim means. Everything, you can go literally, you probably get in trouble for this, but you can literally go on the street and claim that vehicle to be yours. You can literally take down somebody's address and they land patent numbers or whatever that it is and say that you own that property. And if they don't come and stuff like that, you end up, which probably wouldn't happen, but it's funny because when they say you could sue for anything, you could sue for anything. So that means, you know what I'm saying? You could try to take anything that's in rim, you can make a claim to. And it's really, if it's really, you really have an interest, such as these certificates of manifest, these registered organizations, such as the birth certificate, aka the birth certificate, you really have a interest in their adverse claim. Now that's what, yeah, like an adverse claim or adverse possession. We'll get into that too a little bit. I don't know much about adverse possession. That's like the Moore's Lighthouse. That's like more his speed. So I've been more like having issues with courts and stuff like that. So everybody's on a different godly missions, but I want to tie it together for y'all where you can know how to navigate the basic materials, and then you probably be able to do whatever you need to do. Issuance of a security is not established. See, look, the issuance, so even when they issue the security, even when the state issued the security, even when we issue the security, is letting you know that that does not constitute an entitlement. So we got to make some type of, claim and stuff. It's pretty cool. So look at this, certificated security. So what's the definition of a certificated security? It's a security represented by a certificate. So is your birth certificate not represented by a certificate? See, it makes it hard to determine if it's a security yet. Well, I'm gonna prove to you that it is a security, okay? Because the way that they word this, but I'm gonna draw you all down together. So bearer form, okay? This is how like your bills are, like your bills come in bearer form. It's identifying the person inside the instrument, and that's what the birth certificate is doing. It's in bearer form because it has a person identified inside of it. As applied, it says a bearer form as applied to a certificated security means a form in which the security is payable to the bearer of the security certificate according to the terms, but not by reason of endorsement. So I think I misread this yesterday, but this really would cover your bills and your coupons and your checks. Security is payable to the bearer of the security certificate. This is interesting. I read this wrong to my class last night. So we're going to bypass that a little bit. So don't try not to tie that into your brain. So I got to really check that out and overlook that. So entitlement holder, person identified. So this is it. Person identified in records. So remember I told you, they're gonna be like, is this you in the birth certificate? And you would be like, look, you'd be like, oh no, the person that's identified on this record belongs to them. But most of us say, yeah, this is me. That's my record. So you have them look and you give it back. When they be like, is this you on the birth certificate? You be like, look at, you see that person right there? And you get them the certificate, they're gonna look at it and be like, yeah, you see that person? They be like, yeah, I see. Be like, you see that name that's identified in that record? And they be like, yeah. Be like, that's the person who the record belongs to. You know what I'm saying? I'm the person who's bearing the certificate, who's acting as signatory agent for that beneficiary. I'm the POA for that person. So that's how your thinking needs to be. You know what I'm saying? Because the person that's entitled, the holder, is not you. Because you're not the person. A person is a corporation, entity, or whatever. You're not a person technically. Is identified in that record. So right there in the commercial code is letting you know that you don't have entitlement. You're not the entitlement holder. You know what I'm saying? You do hold the title. You are the holder, but we are the holder in due course. That's what I'm saying. I know. You are the holder in due course, but you're not. You're the holder in due course for the entitlement holder, because you're not the person that's identified in the record. And if you want to be that person, I'm going to show you the complications that come with wanting to be that person identified in the record. And I can guarantee you by the end of this webinar that you wouldn't want to be that person identified in that record. Okay. Of a security intermediary. So a lot of us don't understand, a lot of us don't know, but I'm here to tell you that the vital statistics is a security intermediary. I was kicked out. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Okay. It's just gonna be some people pouring in, that's all. Okay. As the person having security entitlement. Do you hear that? So it's telling you The person identified in the record of a security intermediary, the vital statistics in this case, because they're not an intermediary securities, they're not even going to say that they deal with securities. They're not going to say that they're an intermediary at all, because they're not going to talk that type of language with you until you understand how to present it to them. Because you can't make somebody a trustee. You can't come to somebody and say, I'm the beneficiary, I'm the holder in due course, and you have an obligation to serve me, because a trust shall not fail for the want of a trustee. And you can't just make somebody be a trustee. That's it's against trust law. So all trustees have the right of resignation. You can't just do that. So I'm giving you tools how to professionally navigate these waters the appropriate way to make these people become your best friend by having this understanding. Okay, as the person having the security entitlement. So it's telling you the person identified in the record is the person that has the security entitlement. So when you go around saying they only want you to be the record when it's in the benefit for them, you're only the person identified in the record when you're signing over the person's interest. They want you to believe that because that's the only way for you to sign his interests away, okay, against the security intermediary. And this also includes like instruments, that's like, this just don't cover birth certificates. If a person, this is the UCC. So if it's a check that has your person's name identified in that record, that person has a security. That's why you can say, I'm acting as an agent on behalf of the principal. Please take the principal's interest and apply it to the principal's account every billing cycle. This is why you can say that and how you need to format that. And I have everything in the templates that you guys are going to need and all that good stuff once I get down here. If a person inquires a security entitlement by virtue, that person is the entitlement holder. Do you hear that? Now this is where you come in. A person inquires a security intermediary by virtue, that person is entitled. So that's when you become the holder in due course of that damn thing at RIM. But it's a process for that. So an entitlement order, notification, okay, communication. So this is where you write instructions. Your instructions is like an entitlement order. But don't let order fool you, because you don't want to be controlling and manipulative to the vital statistics or the Secretary of State when it comes to making the proper claim of interest to that instrument. You don't want to sound crazy. So it says notification communicated to the securities intermediary directing transfer or redemption. This is such helpful clarification. Thank you. Of transfer or redemption. So remember, you can't make a trustee be trustee. So within your communication, you have to tread very lightly and come to some type of common grounds or use some type of articulate law to let them know that them acting to transfer and redeem your entitlement is in the best interest for not only you. And if you can convince them that it's in the best interest for the public and you learn how to do that, that's crazy. If you can get that for the record and always put that on the record, that not only what you're doing is in the best interest for you, but it's in the best interest for the public, that's when you learn how to play their game, because that's the game that they play. This is in the best interest for the public, so we're closing your account. This is in the best interest for the public, so we're locking your ass. They always want to act in the best. So like, that's trust law. They always protecting the trust. They always want to say, we're acting in the best interest of the public. So if you can learn how to finesse their type of thing that they do on them, yes, this is the best interest of the public that you keep my personal information private. And you learn how public and private works in conformity together, you're going to get cold at this shit. You know what I'm saying? Redemption of a financial asset. So we still haven't covered what a financial asset is and tied it to the birth certificate, but we're doing that slowly, to which the entitlement holder has entitlement in the security. So now we're doing the definition of a financial instrument. Isn't that too big? Maybe that's too big. Okay, so financial instrument, except. Now look at that. It's funny. I'm gonna show you how they use these words, except. But this means like disregard. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna show you how to use except, like ASSACCEPT. They also use this word spelled like this to mean accept, which is like it's in proper English, you wouldn't do that. So that's how you know they write fictitious language. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. David Wynn Miller was a beast at that, at decoding the adverb, verb thing that they do. They really do that. Okay. It says, except as otherwise provided in section 801, you would have to see what that is. So whatever's in section 80, UCC 8103 does not constitute a financial instrument. But in this in 802.4, or I think it's 802, it's not 4, that's that, but it's 802, financial asset is in there too. And it says a security, a share. Other interest in person. Do you hear that? Listen. Other interest in a person. How the hell do you have interest in a person? That should be a light going on. That's because you have interest in the record that's identifying the person in that record that record belongs to. So that's how you have interest in that person. And you shall be secured in all your papers and persons, like the Constitution said. Okay? In property, enterprise of a person, traded on financial market. And when we go to calculate our bonds and we put our birth certificate bonds and our filing numbers in there, and we will see that it's on the primary market. And not only is it in the primary market, they're also trading on the secondary market. Okay. Endorsement means a signature, okay, that alone, accompanied by other words, is made on a security certificate and registered from or on a separate document. Okay. So like instructions, that comes with your endorsement, with endorsement covers so many different things. For the purpose of assigning, this is the important part, endorsement, okay, the signature and the words made on that certificate, registered form, okay, that for the purpose of assigning, transferring, redeeming that security, or granting a power of assignment. And we're going to get into assignments because that's a lot dealing with trust law. Transfer or redeem it. Okay. Instructions. Now this goes back to the entitlement order that where we have to be careful of how we give our instructions. And hopefully I'll get into that because I think I have more definitions at the bottom. So the instructions is going to work in conformity with the entitlement order, because remember, the entitlement order is a set of instructions to an intermediary. Okay, it says it means a notification, communication to the issuer, the vital statistics, the person who issued it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we don't realize that we really issued the note, but we don't really realize that we issued it. They deposited it, put it on the book entry. So it's kind of silly that you write instructions to an intermediary that's notifying them that, but you're really the issuer. It's like a big game. So you have to read, it's funny, of an uncertified security. So the thing is, when they say uncertified security, they're talking about the Social Security, because that's uncertified. That's not public record. You can't go get people's Social Security on the or go pick one up at the Social Security building like you can a birth certificate. So those are uncertified securities, but they're registered, but they're uncertified. Okay, that's the asset. That's the taxpayer, the non-obligatory commercial taxpayer identification exemption card that was not given to you. It was given to the beneficiary, the person that's named on the record, that, you know what I'm saying, that's their asset. So that's their limited liability company, and that's their banking number. That's for them. And where it's our job to use that business card for responsibility. So if you're working for your boss and he gives you a credit card and you for his limited liability company, and you go swiping that thing and you pull up in the car and stuff, and you're using his limited liabilities, his business's credit card, you're gonna find yourself to be in trouble because you used it for personal use and you didn't go out and get the lumber and the commercial things that you needed for your boss. That's how the birth certificate is designed, just like a limited liability company, and we have been misappropriating and using those funds the wrong way. And the UC and the 15 USC will trick you and make you to believe that you're a consumer and influence you to make you believe that you want to be a consumer, and that a consumer is somebody who uses this uncertified security to purchase goods in a consumer transaction. Now you've taken the true element that how it was supposed to be used for commercial transactions. That's what justifies. So you would think by you reading commercial laws that, oh yeah, I'm the consumer, I'm using it for private use, this is my house, I'm good. That's what makes it taxable. That's what gives you the liability. Okay, so stay away from these consumers. They will get you in trouble because you're supposed to be taking that card and applying the credit to the principal balance. You're supposed to be doing the taxes appropriately for the estate. You're not supposed to be if you get a vehicle, it is really supposed to be restricted and properly, discharged, because that's not an open-end credit transaction. And if it's supposed to be in order for it to be a commercial non-obligation, it can't be for you. So you have to really, you're really only supposed to use your birth certificate and social security in conformity for businesses purposes. And so when you're driving that car, you're really driving that car for the benefit of the beneficiary. So everything you do in that vehicle should be to go to the bank, to go take your coupons and your remittance to go get certified funds so that they can take your remittance or give you a check or wire those remittance to your AT&T account. You're supposed to be responsibly handling on a commercial banking matter for that person. But we say that we're the person, this is our account. We don't open up a trust account, and we open up a personal account, and then we start dumping all our funds into his account, and then it get miscalculated and they don't know what's going on in the system. So you're deemed an incompetent and a minor. So they were like, okay, they can see like this person is not handling the affairs the appropriate. So now they don't get that commercial obligation to be zeroed out. They're going to be liable for the taxes because they've taken something that wasn't theirs and they used it. So you're liable. So that's the private social security number. That doesn't belong to you. If that's your person's. Okay, that's why you need a company and a DBA, so you can operate underneath an EIN and operate underneath a business, because they can't make it and we'll get into that. And trust too, registered form, okay? It says, so a registered form is applied to certificated securities. So anything is a certificate, everything is a security, so don't let them fool you. It cannot not be a security. That's all we deal with. Every account is a security, and everything cannot be in existence without having an account attached to it. It don't necessarily mean it's certified, but it's a certificate. So what is a birth certificate? It's registered. So it's evident in itself that it's registered form. So it's just bringing these understanding and helping your brain resonate with that this is for real. Okay, the security certificate specifies a person entitled to the security. So the birth certificate doesn't specify that, and we'll go into that, and that's where it comes where the issuance of a security isn't not the entitlement itself. So they're just telling you all around, basically telling you, hey, look, if you want, you got to go do the work if you want to be. So this is very important before we get into the birth certificate with the legislative department. We're going to go into specifically mention identification documents. And if you want to go follow me and see this for yourself, if you think I'm going to give you some fabricated information or just lead you in the wrong direction, you're more than welcome to read specifically mention identification documents in 18-1028. Does anybody have any questions before we proceed with this portion? Does everybody kind of understand how I'm tying this stuff? Or you may not see it, but is everybody satisfied or have any questions or want to express anything at this point? If you don't, you guys could just remain silent. I'll take that as a acquiescence.
It makes good sense.
Okay, so let's rock and roll. All right, so can anybody voluntarily tell me? If not, you could put it in the chat or you could just cut your mic on and say yeah or whatever. What is Title 18? What do they use Title 18 for? This is can anybody tell me? And no rush. I'm not rushing y'all. We're not rushing, and I'm not trying to play y'all like y'all ain't intelligent people. Can anybody tell me what the officials and people use Title 18, or what does Title 18 says that it is?
I'm not familiar with it.
No, I
Oh,
can't remember off the top of my head, no.
criminal codes. Okay, thank you, Amanda. Yes. So guys, Title 18 is when you go do when they find you a violation of a tax code under 26, and then they'll say you violated the tax code, which qualifies you for criminal rules of procedure. We're gonna also go under criminal rules and say you did this with taxes and we're gonna violate you. Or you may have did something with 31, the fiscal department, which is 31, money and finances, and then it points to Title 18 and say we can convict you underneath because you violated 31. We're gonna convict you under 18 for this. And then, or you might be doing banking, Title 12, and then Title 12 might point to a violation and have a rule under 18 to say we can prosecute on 18 because he violated 12. You know what I'm saying? We can get him on criminal because he violated a portion of commerce, and commerce regulations point to 18. So we're gonna, but this is the important part to understand, that when we're reading Title 18, this particular code is where the DOG is speaking, the Department of Justice, and particularly with identification. And this is very interesting if you haven't read this. I went over this before, but I really need y'all to understand this before we get into the birth certificate. It says, in the absence of a nationality card, right? Mind you guys, they're saying this is the code. Saying in the absence of I don't care what type of nationality card that you have. It says, in the absence of a nationality card, the prime means by which an individual establishes his identity in the United States is a birth certificate, a driver's license, and a personal identification card. Now, right there, you should be saying to yourself and understanding to yourself that an identification card is not the same thing as a national identification card, because they're clearly telling you here in the Department of Justice that there is a distinct difference, because in the absence of a national identification card, your identities are by means of these other three things. So if you absent, they're gonna make assumption that by one of these documents is your only identification. But if you do have a nationality card, that is your primary means of identification. But we know that the Social Security, you don't need to give your Social Security away, because no one should be deprived of a right or a license or anything because they failed to disclose their Social Security. And that goes for local and federal government. So that's the Department of Motor Vehicles is a federal agency. You know what I'm saying? So they're underneath the Department of Treasury, and the DMV, and the BMV is underneath the Secretary of State, Department of Motor Vehicles. So we need to understand that we can get an identification card, even a driver's license, without a Social Security card. Okay? So that would exclude us from being linked to that social or birth certificate if we took that route, or you can have a nationality card. Now, this is what the Department of Justice is also saying as well. The birth certificate is not defined in Title 18, 1028. So you mean to tell me in criminal rules of procedure where you're asking me my name, where you're convicting me underneath a name, and you're going by a name that's very similar to one on the birth certificate, and you mean to tell me in court y'all don't ask for social securities or any validation of identity, you only ask me my name, and you mean to tell me that the birth certificate, at least that the name that you're asking that's very similar to mine is not underneath what you're prosecuting me for, but we're in a criminal settings? And you're asking me, what's my name? What's my name? What's my name? But the birth certificate is not mentioned inside the criminal rules. That's a problem. So you could see the illusion, you could see the de facto activity right there, right in front of your face.
That's what I'm talking about. No, what are you doing? What is this? That's a
Thank you. So, and then it goes on to say, it is represented by an official statement, the birth certificate. They're calling it a statement. Don't you receive a statement from your bank? Right? It may not have everything that needs to be on the statement, right? They have a positive balance. They don't show you the left and right ledger on the statement. You don't think that from the birth certificate statement, you don't think they left out a couple of some things on that statement, just like they leave out on the bills, except they left a lot more out information on that birth certificate, on that statement. A statement is a financial instrument. Okay? Obviously, the Department of Justice says a birth certificate is not intended to actually identify the person who claims that the document pertains to them. That's interesting. And I think that's very critical for people to understand if the Department of Justice is saying that. And they literally say, obviously. They literally say that in the law. Obviously, the birth certificate is not intended to actually identify the person who claims, not the person that's in the record, with the record, which I told you that the person identified in the record is the owner of the record. And this is why the birth certificate is not intended for identity, because for the person that's claiming that the document pertains to them, because it doesn't. So, I mean, to each his own. Even though the birth certificate has commonly accepted, it doesn't matter, because commonly accepted is not the law. It already told you that the birth certificate is not defined. So where do we define the birth certificate? Where is the birth? If the birth certificate is not in Title 18, if the birth certificate is not in Title 21, 22, if it's not in 24 in urban housing and public affairs, where they're giving us, if they never mention it in the birth certificate language for the welfare department, but they're constantly asking for Social Security and they're constantly asking for a birth certificate, but we don't really know the weight of what these instruments and what they absolutely are, and we're constantly giving them to these agencies, and we don't even know what they are. And as we stroll to the bottom, we're gonna understand better what these agencies have been doing and how they have the authority to do it, and what we've been doing wrong. We're gonna know what three agencies are mainly responsible in today's time who's dealing with that settlement certificate, who's dealing with that vehicle to defraud the creditor. Yeah, that's military. I don't really know much about that DD 214. That Patrick Devine goes over that. I studied it a little bit just in case I would have clients that were veterans, but it just was so narrow, and it's just the majority of people are not veterans. So I just, I really haven't found anything to cater to veterans. So I apologize for that. Because y'all do veterans, everybody good? Y'all not sleeping, is y'all? The vets. Oh, anyway.
No, I'm here. I'm paying attention.
Okay. So bam. It's commonly accepted, but it's obvious line identification. So if you don't have a nationality card, even though the birth certificate is not obviously not identification, we don't care. It's going to be the prime identification for you in the United States. If you ain't got you one of these other documents, name decree or something, we're gonna assume something. We underneath de facto. We the de facto government. Shit, we can't go. We can't call you a man or a woman. We can't honor your God-given rights. Only you could do that. So until you figure it out, you is whatever the fuck we can lawfully legally identify your ass is. Because we can't call you a man or a woman because we can't interact with those type of things. So until you get you a vehicle to properly to interact with us, and you learn how to take that vehicle and take over your person, then that's when we gonna park our vehicle and stop taking your vehicle and trying to, take your vessel until you learn how to take over your vessel, just like we do. So you just gotta copy the game. So this is we're gonna get into birth certificate and authentication in the debate about authentication, and the ones who wants to be haters, which I had to block a lot of people who didn't let me put my sauce out there. You know what I'm saying? To authenticate, according to Title IX, which is dealing with titles, which is dealing with assets and financial instruments of being transferred and redeemed, we have authenticate. So authenticate means with present intent. Okay. Now, mind you, intent is what equity examines. They examine your intent. They don't care that your intent was good, that, you know what I'm saying, that you may have destroyed something with your good intentions. So an intent is a neutral word unless you add an adjective in front of it and say bad intention or good intention. So here, authenticate, when they say with intent, it doesn't tell you what type of intention. It's just letting you know that there's an intention, but it does give us a little bit of descriptive intentions. But this might not necessarily may be always the case, but in most cases for our authenticated birth certificate, this is clearly has to be the intention because it was a commercial transaction when you authenticated your birth certificate. So it's an intent to adopt, custodian, adopt. You notice that those are probate words. Those are trust words. Custody is not ownership. Adoption is ownership. So if you have custody of your child, you don't own your children until you go to probate and take over that minor estate by adopting that estate and getting your trust into probate, which no one who is teaching equity is going to let you know that the probate is where you solidify all your equity orders. And anything taken out of that probate court that has a solidified seal is wherever you take that document, equity is going to live in that courthouse. And this is why we are not getting remedy with equity, because they're telling us about the name decree, which is the breadcrumb that I figured out when I went down to the probate and I did my name decree. And then I realized that they didn't, that he, at least someone led us there, but he didn't tell us that that's the house of equity. That's the dead giveaway. That's because that's too much gems for y'all, because y'all won't have to come back and you would have to keep buying courses and trying to figure out where the real, you'll make you think that it's an interlocutory appeal with de novo into the district court into the circuit court into the appellate court, which is cool. You can get a lot of good relief. But if you're talking about you're the estate owner over the minor or the incompetent person, that you're the name and this is your name decree, then you're going to need some solidification from the probate court that's bestowing that land, that's bestowing that trust deed, because that's where estate issues are really handled. And no one can override those probate filings. If it bestows a interest to a beneficiary, no one can write an order discharging the beneficiary from that position. I don't care who you are. And it's weird that probate is in the county. It's secret. It's crazy. But back to authenticate. Authenticate is the intent to adopt, accept a record. to attach to or logically associate with the record. That's the importance of authentication. Without it, it's your word against their word because the custodial record holder can't validate the document. They can put this full faith and credit. They can say that the registrar do hold this record, but they can't contest to the validity because they're not the ones who technically authorize their self to deal with that record. Okay, an electronic sound, a symbol, a seal, or a process. Okay, that's the importance of authentication. Okay, cash proceeds. Monies is currency, cash is currency. Those are species. They don't mean Federal Reserve notes automatically because you can have pesos, yens with money, chabo in different languages. So when you see money, get Federal Reserves out your head. We're talking about a species of currency. We're talking about a species of proceeds. We're not talking about, most of us think we narrow it down to FRNs. But in reality, in the Constitution, money technically was initially defined gold and silver. Now, money is a general word. It's a measurement of a particular species of proceed. So a check is a bill is a check. Okay, they're you know what I'm saying? So an order is a check is an order is a bill. Oh, you need to understand that a blank check is not the same as a restricted endorsement check. You know what I'm saying? You need to understand that those are all, and the checks are forms of monies. It's a form of, postal money orders are the only lawful monies of a species of particular money defined in a particular language. You could say money order in Spanish and all different, it doesn't, you know, those are just languages, the way that they say what it is that they're defining, but it doesn't supersede what the instrument and the tool is used for, was lawful money, which is different from Federal Reserve notes. We need to understand that because when we go into lawful tender, we're going to understand how we're attaching our interests with lawful money. Deposit accounts. Now you need to understand that deposit means loan. Deposit means check. Deposit means note. Deposit is a book entry, a credit. It's a purchase for a note, or it's a loan to the bank. Okay, so that's what a deposit is, on an account maintained with the bank. A chattel paper, this is in regards to our birth certificate. A record, generally, a chattel paper is a record. It's a legal title. A security interest in goods, okay? Not services here, but a chattel paper for goods. So a good is something physical, like something that you can use, you can eat, you can pick it up. It's a good. So a share is technically a good. You know what I'm saying? Like goods and services. A service is what the car dealership will give you by processing your application is the service, and then the good that they distribute is the car that you pull off the lot. Okay. So remember, when someone's accusing you that they bestowed a benefit on you and that they gave you a good and a service, remember that a good and a service, if they're bringing a claim and saying that they gave you a good or a service, remember that they got to prove what type of good or service that they're giving you. And don't automatically assume that it's a loan, because loan can't really be defined in itself. It has too much, if it's brought up into the open court, the judge has too much discretion to determine what a loan is. If they say that they gave you anything, don't deny anything. Never say, oh no, you didn't give me this. I didn't do that. I didn't do this. We call into that fear as being defendant. When you're a defendant and somebody pushes your back against the wall and they say to you that they gave you something, well, okay, oh, you did give me something? We'll prove it. Can you give me a statement? Can you provide me with a canceled check? Can you provide me with a wire from an account to another account by any means? I mean, I'm not denying that the fact that, you know, of what you're alleging, but I would appreciate it if that, for the record, that you can place these evidences in the record. Okay, so the judge can find the findings and put them on the record. Okay, so don't just automatically assume, just make them prove. And that's where that's a rebuttal. That's when your affidavits and your testimonies and your declarations are going to carry a lot of weight, because you're not going to need all these different things. You just go down in a chronological order. Oh yeah, you did this, prove it. Oh, you said this, prove it. Oh, you did this on this date, show me something that says that it was done on that date. And once you rebuttal in it, you don't have to deny it, because it sheds light to, there's no controversy. The judge only rules on two incompetent people that has controversy. If you become an expert negotiator in showing the court that there is no controversy by not denying it, but asking for proof, that's where goods and stuff, because they're always going to say, we gave you goods and services. You were the benefit of a good and service, you know? Certificate of title means a certificate of title with respect to which the statute provides for a security interest in question. So the certificate of title is like the birth certificate, you know, with respects to like the statutes provided for the security interest in question, indicated on the certificate as a condition, result of a security interest obtaining priority over the right of a lien creditor. Means a certificated title with respect to the, so on that certificated title, you are the person that's identified as your person is the person that's identified as the owner within that record. So resulting from that statute, from that type of statute, the way that registered organization by statute, it provides a security interest in question, and with respect to the collateral. Now you are the collateral, unfortunately, but don't never go out and say that you are the collateral, because they're always going to deny it and tell you that they're not going to tell you this, but the person that's identified in the record was a copy of you. So that's the collateral. But technically, our labor, our actions is collateralized. Our free labor was collateralized. Therefore, we were the collateralization. And I'll show you that in the UCC that they filed. And I'm going to properly show you guys how to do the UCC once we get this basic information covered. Okay. So a certificate of title includes another record maintained as an alternative. Now that's what because we never get the original birth certificate. So our certificate of title, it includes a record that's maintained in a tangible medium database that as an alternative certificate of title by the government issued a certificate of title. So that's why we never get the true original, or we don't even know how it looks. And the only thing that is the best thing to having both of your birth certificates is going down to the hospital and getting either your footprint or getting your mother's and father's application that has that signature from them. Nowadays, everything is electronic, so it may be difficult to get it in paper. So they probably scanned it into there. So you'll probably have like a scanned copy that they'll give you. And believe it or not, because it's coming from that hospital and underneath Title 24 and is solidified by a hospital, you can actually get that authenticated too at the Secretary of State, because a physician signed that underneath the state. And I have yet to do that, but because it takes time to go get that record, and I've been doing a lot of other things, but I'm just putting that out there to let y'all know, like if you already did other things and you're in position in a different space than me, then but I'm right by my hospital. I could go get it, but I'm just doing other things. I'm just putting everything out there so you guys have all the tools. You'll see Joshua Bay out of Arizona do that. Take his feet print and claim his feet print and take his birth application and do that as well. And if you took the tax master class with Tracy, she'll bring that up too. So a record, what if your hospital is closed? That they should have allocated those records to another facility. because they should not have thrown those records away. In some cases, some records do get destroyed. I've heard of that, but somehow there has to be, hopefully, that it was electronically filed. Like I said, more in today's time, normally things are electronically scanned. You may be able to call that hospital and say, hey, was any of those records allocated? Was there any type of merge? Did the company merge? Did another company buy that hospital? Where did the employees and the staff members go that were after that hospital was, broken down or closed down? Where did everybody migrate? Where did those records migrate? And that's what you need to find out. I mean, it's easy once you get equipped with everything that I'm about to give you. You're gonna be able to think for you'll be able to answer stuff like that for yourself. Records, legal title. So the record is a legal title, right? The record is the chattel papers. Record is the person that's identified in the record as the owner. Now a record is the legal title, right? Record owner. Now the record owner, why we seen in entitlement order, entitlement holder, that was the person that was identified in the record. Now record is telling you that record itself is a record owner. They telling us everything, literally. Okay, information inscribed, your similar name on an intangible media. Okay, so it's inside of like a computer, stored in an electronic or other mediums in retrievable. Your birth certificate is retrievable and perceivable form. Okay, this is why. So it's a record. It's a title. You know what I'm saying? It's a record owner. And it's also a registered organization. That's what I like to call it a lot, besides everything else that I call it, because they get it. I mean, because they say registered birth. So organized solely under the law of a single state. The birth certificate is something that is a record that is solely organized underneath a single state. Okay, by the filing of it's a public record. Remember, I told you it's a domestic record. It's certified, registered. That means it's in the public. So it's a public organic record. How can they run from this now? Right? With the issuance of a public organic record enacted of the legislation by the state or a business trust. So the state has a trust. The state agencies always are not acting in the trust. The real state, like the de jure, like the governor and the people that like the registers, those are the ones that's acting on the business trust. That's why they say by the state or a business trust, because the vital statistics don't understand that they're operating under a business. I mean, some of them do, but like the business, the entity itself can't say to itself that it's just individuals that operate in the trust. But they don't know per se that like it's all spiritual. It's crazy. Like how spiritual it is once I really get into it. I already showed y'all that they tied it where it started from a church. The settlement certificate was made for poor people, and it's not changing. The law is not changing, and we are in modern law. Okay, formed and organized under the law of a single state. All right. If a statute of the state governor or business trust requires the business trust organic record to be filed with the state. Now, your state laws in your state, you can go right now and look at it. The Secretary of State and the governor gives executive rules of how they should be filed. And I'm going to show you who regulates those filings. Okay. Now remember, 28 USC 302, the United States is a corporation. Okay, the means of identifying yourself in the United States, a corporation. Federal means covenant between man and God, and corporation is just a corporation. So it's just saying that the United States governs itself. You know what I'm saying? You just got to understand that, because federal is a covenant between God and man. So they're saying that their United States, their corporation is between them and God. Okay? In God we trust. Instrumentality of the United States. When we're going to go over instrumentality, when we talk about the location of a debtor and we go over the tax forms. Now here comes the real juicy part. Public Law 108, 458. You see that? It says, this act may be cited by the Intelligence Reform and Terrorist Prevention. Now, we're going to see why, as we read this, what they're talking about. I'm going to point out to you why they're talking about terrorist prevention, because we're the ones that need to enforce the terrorist prevention. And it is the job of the Secretary of Health and Human Services and Homeland Security and the Social Security Administration to also prevent the terrorist prevention. But you'll see as we read this document that they're very intelligent, and it is a reform that they are the ones technically doing the terrorist acts. So it's kind of weird that they even, and think about it, acting. They're acting. It's like a play. And all this language right here is inside the Freedom of Information, where you get the Freedom of Information Authority is in Title 5 with Title 31. And you see mostly everything comes back to Title 5 when it comes to agriculture, and it's giving us notice, allowing us to see the records, and because you will notice we're dealing in records. So title, it's not a surprise to me that Title 5 is right there. So in public law, so if you guys want to pull this up yourself, the whole document, you can. I'm just going to put the main parts out. I just wrote the main parts. Public law 108, section 7211. Okay. Minimum standards for birth certificates. Okay. I'm gonna just fly through this real quick. It says, in this section, the term birth certificate means certificate. So they said birth certificate means certificate of birth, and certificate of birth means birth certificate. Okay, live or long form or whatever form. Whose birth is registered in the United States. Whom's birth is registered in the United States. Okay. Registered in the United States. It's issued by the state, local government, or agent, authorized. I'm going to skip lines. You'll notice that if because it's still going to sound appropriate because the way like I'm reading it like verbs. Authorized custodian of record and produced from birth records maintained by such agencies or custodial record holders. Because the reason why is because vital statistics is not the only people that issue birth certificates. Sometimes some people are born and there's like in small counties and things like of that nature, and sometimes that there's like they're in certain situations where like there's just one registered agent that works in the office, and they're not necessarily in the state that has like that's like in like at like a vital statistics health and human services department. So it's like a third party contracting agency. So if your birth certificate comes from one of those type of people where it's like one register signed it and it says the United States of America birth certificate and it has no state on it, you would have to go back to the custodian of that record to get that birth certificate authenticated on that state level so that you can give it to the DOG, because some people go through that situation. Authenticate. Now look, it says B. Okay. It says means. It says means a birth certificate. B was one. And then it says, or B is a authenticated copy. Used by, issued by the federal or state government. See, sometimes they are issued by federal, but mostly local. It says, remember now, here we are, authorized custodian. They're always acting as the custodian. So we got to be the custodial trust. We got to know what a custodial trust is. The custodial trust, minor trust transfer act, the minor trust gift act. You need to understand those. That's how they're transferring our assets and using the custodial trust to control our person, because they're the custodian, because we haven't claimed to be the custodial record holder or the responsible party, the trustee for that record, for the benefit of the person that's identified in the record. Okay, now listen, this is the head honcho right here. Can y'all see this literature pretty good, or do I need to blow it up more? Is anybody having trouble? Like, can everybody see clearly?
No, I can see it.
Okay, I'm just making
I
sure.
can.
Yeah, I can see.
Everybody can see the list. Everybody cool and comfortable following me. There's no everybody follow
Yeah,
me.
got you.
Okay. All right. So okay, cool. The state certification. So listen, this is one of the big players with the birth certificate. So y'all know that y'all not crazy. The state shall now listen, the state is supposed to be sovereign. The state is a whole body. The state comprises of House and Representative of legislative, judicial, and executive department. So here, how is the Secretary of Health over the state? Then you'll notice the violation of separation of powers as we read into this, that the Secretary of State is an executive branch and giving grants to the state. How does an executive department give a grant to a legislative department? That's a violation. That's a violation of separation of powers. It's a violation of the Constitution. Each state, they're really talking about the agencies in the state, because the governor is not going to report to the secretary. It may see because it was really want to. That's what I really want to understand. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm about to tell you. I'm about to show you. They're going to show you. It's not my words, man. This is their words. I'm not taking anything out of context. Okay, the state shall, not may, not have a choice. They're saying that the state has to certify to the Secretary of Health and Human Services. But this is only in regards to the compliance of the requirements of the birth certificate. So they're really talking to the agencies. They're not talking to the governor. They're not talking to the attorney general. But the attorney general and the governor is included in the state. The House of Representatives and the Senate is included. The people that make your state legislative. So how in the world, even if it doesn't even matter. Even if the agencies was real and they were really state agencies and they were really government and we really had money backed by gold and we were de jure, how in the world is the state reporting to an executive department? That's still a violation of the separation of powers in the Constitution, the separation clause. Okay? And then on top of that, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, from what the state is reporting to them, the Secretary of State is giving the state grants. Yeah, that's a problem. So we're going to talk about that. Okay, so frequency, it says certifications under paragraph A shall be made at such intervals. See, this is why a lot of my students, they had multiple birth certificates that has multiple numbers and bonds, and they're just shooting them motherfuckers out in intervals. Like sometimes they get to cranking them out. You know what I'm saying? And people you got 5 or 6 different type of birth certificates. Okay, in such a manner as that's why there's supposed to be compliance. This is why this is the terrorism prevention portion that we need to enforce. That's why we need to be hollering at the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You know what I'm saying? With the concurrence of the Secretary of Home. So listen, this is the second player. A, shall be made at such intervals in such manner as the Secretary of Health and Human Services with the concurrence of the Secretary of Homeland Security. The Homeland Security is the second player in the birth certificate little scheme that's going on. That's their little communication partner. You know what I'm saying? All information that's getting transferred to the state agencies is because the state and the agencies are saying, yeah, we got somebody that signed up for welfare. We got this census. We sending up the birth certificate. They dealing with new issues to get new grants, and they dealing to get grant money to the agencies that's reporting the activity from the birth certificate, such as distributing a welfare or an application for funds. So they have a block grant on us from receiving our grants
They're blocking them, and then they're receiving our grants because there's a block grant on us. And we'll get into that because the Treasury Department particularly talks about incompetencies and minors that can't handle their own estate are to have a block grant on them. So that's what the opening your Treasury Direct account and getting the trust set up and retitling that account is at a prestige level where you're going to release your block grants off of you, and you can distribute your own interest off your own surety bonds, and you can determine how much of your own grant or distribution that you want to take. So right now they're doing that. They're in control of that through the birth certificate. Not even the social yet. We haven't even got to the social. These are just the grants. Remember, the church was over the birth certificate. The church fed the poor. The church had the responsibility and the ownership of the poor people. So we haven't even got to the Social Security yet. So they're able to defraud the creditor by funneling grant money through your vehicle, using that cess-decay as a vehicle to put the grants by the statistics of the issuance of it to refer to it as account to receive a certain particular amount of funds off the amount that was issued. They're not going to tell you that, but it's very black and white here. Okay, so and the commissioner, mind you, they call the IRS the commissioner, and they want to make you think that the Social Security Administration and the IRS don't have a relationship, but you can't look at them forms and tell me that they're not related. When you look at the SS4 and the SS5, they're actually, because the Social Security Trust Fund is what is private. Remember I told you the Social Security is private, so it's not certified. You won't find it in public. Okay, so not only does the Health and Human Service, the Secretary of the Health and Human Services, not only does the Homeland Security have influence on how these birth certificates are handled, but the Commissioner of Social Security as well may prescribe regulations. And if you ever had done business or try to do anything with the Social Security building, you can understand why their agents in dealing with them are so territorial over what you're trying to get done, because they're a big player in this grant scheme. They don't want you to reverse these funds. So each state shall ensure that units of local government and authorized custodians of records. I read y'all my birth certificate. They said the secretary and the register said that they're the custodial record holder. And here in this law, they're even keep talking about it. That records in the state comply with the section. So they want the state. So they put the burden on the state. They put the burden on the state. So if the state's doing any fraudulent activity or reporting, they said that the state is to be in compliance. But off the information that the state is giving the secretary is giving the grant. That's a problem. Like, that's a real bad problem. Okay, audit. The Secretary of Human Health and Services may conduct a periodic audit. And this is where audit means abatement. Audit means like a tax assessment. That's an abatement. So you got to understand that you may be able to be the one to initiate the Secretary of Health by enforcing this knowledge to do an audit on the state or the vital statistics. Or when you want something from the vital statistics, you know, if the vital statistics is not doing it, that the Secretary of Health and Human Services can get in their ass, because those are the ones that making sure that they're compliant. So if something is damaging to you, or public information is exposed that's pertaining to your security interest in a particular property or an account, you may want to take that up with the Secretary of State if it involves anything in relation to that public record, because they're the ones to make sure they audit those records for each state or agency. So they're over the agencies that's dealing with those birth certificates too. Because they're dealing with that instrument. Okay, so this just talk about the minimum requirements that the birth certificate, that this should, no later than 1 year after this date of the enactment of this act. I said, the Secretary of Human Health and Services shall by regulation establishment a minimum standard for birth certificates. Look, hold on. For use by federal agencies that covered what I just said. They said it themselves. So the Secretary of Health and Human Services is to regulate, establish the minimum standard for the birth certificate for the use by federal agencies. Urban housing development, taking your application and dealing with your birth certificate. The welfare department asking for your children's birth certificates and identification to facilitate they want to say that they're giving you money, but they're getting a loan, a grant loan from this Secretary of Human Health and Services. You need to be acknowledgeable that you're the one that's giving your signature to ultimately release that grant. So when you understand that, the nutritional template that helps you navigate and brings you to the law that they're violating for not giving you your full benefit at the welfare department when you're entitled to your full benefit, not partial of it, that they're doing, there's so many other laws that they breaking, but they're using that birth certificate as a federal agency that's dealing with the Secretary of Health and Human Services that's involved with releasing grant money. So that's a big problem. You know what I'm saying? Okay, grants to states, assistance in meeting federal standards. Okay, beginning on, see, look, they're supposed to prevent tampering, counterfeiting, and duplicating birth certificates for fraudulent purposes. That's why they say we don't contest to the correctness. We don't contest to that this office is not saying that this is an official document. Because if they did, then that would contradict every other one that's made and issued alongside of it that has contradicting register numbers, because it would be counterfeiting. It would constitute that. These people are intelligent at what they do, guys. We need to understand that. They're intelligent people at what they do, the people that write this stuff. Okay, beginning on the date of a final regulation and promulgated under subsection B3, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall award grants to the state. Come on, man. That should make a lot of us sad, and just disappointed in our government. How is anybody from the executive department awarding grants to a whole legislative, executive, and the judicial body? If that's not money laundering, I don't know what that is. If that's not an abuse of separation of powers, I don't know what that is. Maybe y'all could fill in the gaps on that. But it's right there. So can't nobody tell you that in regards to your birth certificate, that that Secretary of Health and Human Services are not giving awarding grants to the states for the calculated issuance. Because I'm putting it right in front of y'all face so that y'all can have an articulated conversation with anybody that's saying that your birth certificate don't have some type of monetary value. You bring them right here to this section. And you just be patient with them and know that they just are ignorant to the facts, and that you just need to put this right in front of their face. And if they look at this and they deny this, then you know that they have a mental problem. To assist them in conforming unlawful international crimes. I don't know. Maybe they are, because their cage numbers do say their international addresses, so that's like an international crime. You're right. I pulled their cage numbers and they say that they're doing business with the government. They solicitate contracts. Yeah, we turning up. I haven't even got into the good stuff, y'all. I'm getting through the foundation for y'all. The one I hate when people say foundation. I can hear people saying that in their head. They never give y'all real foundation. assisting them in conforming to the minimum standard for birth certificates, okay, shall establish requirements of proof of verification and identity. All right, now you see what I'm saying? That's just as simple as it is. Notice of unjust enrichment, I said, because you know that's notice an unjust enrichment. We're going to touch bases is when somebody is receiving a value off another person, and that person that's giving the value isn't receiving anything, damn near the value of what they're saturated in because of what they took from you. So that's an unjust enrichment where you're entitled to your compensation, because no one should be able to take anything of yours and benefit off it and you receive nothing. That's an unjust enrichment. Allocation of a grant. The secretary, and it says it again, it keeps saying it. So the secretary shall award grants to the state under this paragraph based on the proportion that the estimate average annual number, we're talking money now, we're talking real, like this is really happening in front of our eyes, of birth certificates issued. So we know what a grant is, some substance of money, a bill, an order to pay, a promise to pay, giving a grant, the non-payable, you don't have to pay it back, off the proportion of an estimate, not exact numbers. So imagine their estimations. I wonder how off their estimations are when it comes to the average annual reporting. And I wonder how many numbers of certified birth certificates that they say that they issued. I'm sure they have to actually issue them to say that that goes back to how many have they issued that you don't know about? How many you think is in their computer? They might give you one copy, but how many you think they generated? We don't know. We won't never know if they just generating them and then tossing the number to the Secretary of State to get the grant. We would never know, but that's not our job. Our job is to make sure that our numbers are accounted for. So the state, the agencies are applying for these grants, okay? Bears to the estimate average annual number of the birth certificate issued by all states, okay? Minimal allocation, okay? It's talking about, we talking money. Notwithstanding paragraph B, each state shall receive no less than 0.5% of the grant funds made available. You see that? They're taking distributions like a C corporation to themselves. Okay, and here we are again. I just want to reiterate over this same, like you see, look, the law even reiterates over this, and they literally trying to put it in front of your face, but people don't read it. So it says the assistance in matching birth and record and death records. Okay, in general, I'm just reading this because it's showing you who the players are. The Secretary of Health and Human Services, in coordination with the Social Security Administration. Look how many people they letting in y'all business, and other appropriate agencies. Who told them, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know the certificate is not ours. I don't want to jump to conclusion. I mean, because this will get us back into territorial mode, but this is why I took y'all through the steps of y'all entitlement. This is why I took you through the steps of what the manifestation of certificate originally was, a settlement certificate. This is why I linked it to the church and showed y'all what happened before the Cesta KV. That we know in the Cesta KV, we need to claim to be alive. But I didn't just show you that you need to go and say, hey, I'm alive. I also showed you how it's a security, financial asset, registered organization, record title, so that you can tie this together, and you should let these people know that you know. Because who appropriated these federal agencies? Because besides them allocating grants, the only one that's going in and actually releasing the grant indirectly is us through applications. Shall award grants to the state. So the federal agencies are awarding grants, and they're just keeping it in the family. You know what I'm saying? It's sickening what they're doing. under the criteria established by the Secretary assist states in computerizing births. Again, allocating grants. They said it again. A secretary shall award grants to qualifying states under the paragraph. It was set up for, yeah, it's really complex. And this is not even the complexity. This is just this is layman's. They're telling you in layman's. This is not even the complex portion of what it is. This is how they make us, they want to make us feel illiterate because it's been here the whole time. There's way more. Yeah, there's way many layers. We're gonna cover hella layers tonight, based on the portion in the estimate of annual birth and the bam. So that's that. So now I'm gonna bring y'all to the Minnesota rule because Minnesota is the only one who says it like this. Now, if you go to the Minnesota Rule 220, if you're not comfortable and you feel like you need your state to back you up, because it don't matter because we're in uniform law. So that's why we can use the Minnesota Rule 220. But if you're comfortable and you need your state rule, you can go to Title Rule 220 and I'll just put in Ohio. Now, Rule 220, like you said, I'm in the 10th grade. It will just pop up the qualifications for your register for the state to register your birth certificate, your domestic organization underneath statutory laws, the public organic record. But Minnesota is very, a very special state to me and everybody else because the way that they articulated their version, unlike everybody else. Okay, and there it goes to read that the registered title of titles, and they call it a title, the other states don't, is authorized to receive for registration of memorials upon the outstanding certificates. Yeah, they're outstanding because they're writing so many goddamn grants on them. Outstanding certificate of title, an official birth certificate pertaining to the registered owner. You're not the registered owner. Remember, the registered owner is the person that's identified in the record. It says it right there too. I just got it in my memory. So crazy. Named in the certificate of title showing that the date of birth, not the day born, the date of birth of said registered owner provided there is, and that's why you don't give them your birthday. That's why you don't remember because you were too young to remember. Because when they say, what's your date of birth? They're not talking about your date of birth. And then they're saying of the owner. You're not the registered owner. So they're not referring to your date of birth, even though coincidentally that's your birth. But unfortunately, they have changed the times in history. So you may have think that you were born in a particular month or a day, but just keep in mind that you truly don't know your birthday because we truly don't know what time it is. But that's another story. But we do keep record and we do have birthdays and we celebrate them on a private level. But don't never go to court and tell them, be like, I don't know my birthday because I was too young to remember, But the person that you're talking about lives at that address and their birth date is such and such. I always refer to that person because that's not you. They totally clone Tyrone. Okay. Providing there is attached to said birth certificate an affidavit. You hear that? That's the Rule 220, the affidavit, the claim of interest. I've already provided the claim of interest for y'all. That's this document and another document. I'm giving y'all so much game, y'all can just take shit out this document and not even overload them. You know what I'm saying? You can, of an infant who states that he or she is familiar with the facts recited. Now you see how they say that an infant who states, it didn't say that he's the birth certificate, that he's the name and he's the owner. No, it says an infant who states that they are familiar with the facts recited. They didn't say that it's a person who gives an affidavit that says that they're entitled, they're the owner, and that's, the birth certificate is them. No, they're keeping it brief. They keeping public and private separated. Stating that the party named in the said certificate is the same party as one of the owners. So you're not saying that they're not saying stating party that's the same person in the birth certificate. No, it's saying one. Look, it says one of the owners. So what does that tell y'all? Your mother is the settler. Your father, they're acknowledging that it's a trust. Your mother, because your mother can make a claim to this. Your father can make a claim to this. Because they're one of the owners. They're actually one of the settlers. They're the settler grantors. We're the settler, we're the beneficiary, we're the grantor beneficiary now. But we don't want to go, we don't have to use all that crazy language. Because it's telling you what needs to be in your affidavit or your testimony or your declaration. Because affidavit is commercial. And you can use an affidavit because maybe they understand it better. But if you talk with Bible verses and declarations and testimonies under God, they're gonna without a doubt give you what you want because you're coming underneath like some public law 97, which is the year of the Bible. All right. One of the owners named in the certificate of title, and that thereof the registered of title shall treat the said registered owner as having attained the age of majority. Okay, now we go to joint house resolution. I'm going to read this later when we get into but this is full faith and credit where the Treasury Department, the Secretary of Treasury is to pay the statutory debt limit. When the debt limit reaches a statutory limit, now let me tell y'all something, and y'all know this because of y'all Americans. When are they not on the news and when are they not screaming and publicizing, oh my God, we're reaching the debt limit. We're at the, oh my God, everything's gonna crash. We're at the limit, right? Okay, well, it's too good for us because coincidentally, exactly, the Treasury Department, in the event that the reaches the debt limit, guess what? The Treasury gets to issue new debts for the sole purpose of making payment on the principal and interest earned on that debt. So, well, everybody's screaming around, oh my God, the debt. Well, guess what? You're woken and you're a private American and you know that when the debt limit reaches its statutory limit, which is always and forever, that means that your notes and your redeemable securities are always able to be reissued and the old debts are to be paid off the principal and interest is to be paid off the interest that was accumulated off that prior debt. And then reissue because the Treasury Department is a primary market, so they can't print money, so they have to just make EE bonds and I bonds and other bonds and paper that is monetary, and then they have floating reserve notes like FRNs that they have a different type of maturity and they're just different. They're just different in their nature of commercial of primary marketable securities. And then when they're issued out of that primary market, we are the secondary market because we're taking it and putting it into the Walmart. We're taking it and putting it in the dealership. We're putting it into the secondary market. So, and then there's another market, which is the brokers market, like the S&P 500, but that's where we're eventually putting our notes into that market. When we're holding it, we're that same market when we engaging in commerce. So it's the market that we live in, pulling up for gas, going out to eat, that's the market. Okay. So payments of Social Security Trust Fund. So that's going right back there. So financial asset. Let's see let me see. With negotiable instruments. I think y'all get it. Y'all get this document. I'm gonna go into some other things because time is rock and rolling. But you guys get now. Look at this. Look, if you look at, I'm not sure what this law is, but if you put in found dead, found alive, 14702, this might be American juris secundum or American jurisprudence. But because these codes look like those type of codes, but I know that these are not CFRs or anything. So look at this, and then we'll move on to some other interesting things. It says on the death of a person who is in favor against who the right of action has occurred for any cause prior to their death, the right of action survivors in favor or against the legal representative of a deceased person presumed. That covers an estate or a minor or incompetent person. But this is where it covers you, dead, found alive. A person presumed to be dead pursuant to section 14701 is presumed to be a living. A person injured by the presumption, by that presumption, so you have been injured by them presuming that you are dead, okay, shall be restored to the right of which they were deprived by reason of presumption. Okay, so that this is a hell of a document. They're making false claims. I'm going to go into that, you know, and we're just read this document, guys. It's going to be dropped into the chat, and you know what I'm saying. Oh, this is this is the trust test. I'm just going to go over this. I didn't go over this with my last class. Now look, this is 26, guys. This goes back to the custodial trust, and when your name decree person needs to be appointed after you get your name decree and you create your custodial trust, that person that's making your principal record holder the beneficiary of the custodial trust. And when you name yourself trustee, it needs to be the same name as your name correction. That's gonna make you be a foreign trust. Okay. It says domestic and foreign trust. Okay, this is straight out the Internal Revenue Code. Okay, it says in general, a trust, look at that, a trust in general, a trust, so they're presuming a trust is a United States person. Please take that in. A registered organization is a trust, but a trust is a United States person. I mean, they're telling us without telling us so many different things. A court within the United States shall be able to exercise primary supervision over the administration of a trust. It's called a court test. Okay?
Can I ask a quick question on this?
You can. Yes, and if anybody we can do that. We can do some Q&A right now.
Okay, thank you. This is interesting to me because I just created a trust for myself, but this is a different sort of trust, right? Is this the trust that this is the trust that is connected with our birth certificates and what have you, right? But that's not the one that we create that we want to house assets in.
No. I
Okay.
mean, no, hell no. This is the one that we pay bills and take over accounts in. This is the one that we hold accounts in. We're gonna hold assets, but we're not gonna hold real estate. We're not gonna hold cars. We're not gonna hold our homes and our deeds and our land inside of this trust, which you can, but I wouldn't. Because this is the one, because the person that's benefiting is the birth certificate person. And they're only benefiting because you're handling commercial transactions. I'm gonna read the Trump. When I read the Trump letter after this, you're gonna get some real clarity of what's going on. Excuse me, I need to spit. So this trust right here in the class that everybody just received is going to be the inter vivos trust. Here, let me take you to it real quick. Okay, that's that. When you go to this class and you go to, when you download this, you're gonna go here. You're gonna open up your material, and you're gonna go down here, and this. That's interesting. I hope they didn't remove. Hopefully these audios didn't get removed. It looked like they did. Yeah, it looked like they did. Give me 1 second. Look like these audios were removed out of here.
Okay.
So, but this is the class right here, though. I'm about to do something real quick. This is the class that you're going to take right here that's going to really go into depth about this. Give me 1 second.
Will that tax class teach us how to do 1041 Vs also?
No,
No. Okay.
but I mean, there's nothing really to 10. The only thing you need a 1040V for is if you got a negotiable instrument that you didn't restrict. That goes
Okay.
with the 1040V. But most of the time,
Because
you.
I have
Mhm.
a trust. I have trust, and when I filed them and got the EIN, it told me I would have to fill out a 1041 uh at the end of the year or in
Yeah,
April.
you
Yeah.
said you filed a trust. That's a statutory trust.
Okay.
I mean, until you I mean, it's for a lot of things. Yeah, right. She already said. So you're gonna see as we get further into this information that you need when you get that letter that looks like a check at the bottom and it's gonna say you in the middle real fine print, you need to file a 1040V by this date. And then at the bottom is gonna say if there's anything that you need to tell us, please, send us back, use this, tell us if your name is correct or incorrect. They're also telling you that I could show you there's in the Internal Revenue Manual, it says that you excuse me, I have a brain fart, that you're supposed to send that letter back. And when you send that letter back, you let them know that you're operating in an unincorporated private express trust. And then you send in your 8832 and send them and check letter, I think it's letter C or letter E, will go over the text document. And that's gonna tell them that you're operating as a foreign, your entity is disregarded and separate as the owner. And then they should send you back another letter saying that your trust is exempt from filing a tax return. You can do that.
Got
Thank you. But I'm gonna give you all you're gonna have all the information to understand that when you leave my class.
Okay. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
You're good. All right, just give me 1 second. Let me just do this real quick. Yeah, I don't know how these got out of my gum roll. The devil be trying to stop me. All right. All right, so I'm gonna show y'all something. So what you need to do when you get this class, give me 1 second. Sorry about these pauses.
You good.
What is that? So yeah, I don't know where the hell these went, but I gotta find these because this is very important. It's weird. How did that even happen? Like, I don't know if somebody went in and start messing with this. Because we need those two audios. Y'all need them two audios. That's an issue. All right, here we are right here. So I'm gonna upload these into here. So this is what you do when y'all get this. Where the hell did them things go? Unfortunately, they're at the bottom now. Do you see it says Tracy S. Gems? Happy to be here. Hey, Perilla. My video didn't record yesterday, so it is cool. We turned up today, and it's just God is good, and I think that everything happens for a reason. Tracy's audio. All right, so y'all see right here Tracy's audio.
Yeah.
When we get done with this class, this class is gonna go over the 56, the 56F, the 8832, the 8821, the 911, the power of attorney 2848, what to attach to each document. Is gonna have the language inside of it as well. It's interesting too, because I don't even see the tax document. Let me see if I see the tax documents in here.
And it's gonna show you how to do all, yeah, the tax documents there. We're gonna go over the tax documents too. Y'all wait till I get y'all with the sauce. So you just go to, when you download this file, what I want you to do is you listen to these two audios. Download these two audios. She's gonna go over the tax forms verbally. You need to have a notebook just like this, and you need to be writing everything that she's talking about down. You need to have two notebooks. When she's talking about these tax forms, you need to be writing everything that she's talking about, that 56. You need to be writing every single damn word down that she's talking about that 56. If she's talking about that 56F, you need to be writing everything down about that 56F. If she's talking about that power of attorney, you need to be writing down everything that's in regards to that power of attorney. If she's talking about that 8832 entity election, you need to be writing everything down about that election. If she goes off and she starts talking about the custodial express grantor inter vivos revocable trust and how to operate it and what governs it, you need to be writing down what governs it and how to operate it and what type of certificates and declarations and it needs to attach to that trust. You need to understand and indulge yourself into this information as if you about to die the next day. So if you really want this, then that's what's going to determine how you dissect the information and extract it to be creative in your own way. So you're gonna this may not download because I got so much going on, but we're gonna get these in here. I'm gonna get these gems in here. And when you get done with these two audios, you're gonna go up and then you're going to navigate yourself to this video. And everything in those audios are going to be reiterated on here. However, in this is a video, not an audio. So you're going to see the tax forms. She's going to read the language. She's going to go over the 231 power of attorney from the Department of Fiscal, and how we're gonna go, it's just gonna be a duplicate because I'm gonna go over it too. And then we're gonna go over that. You see, you get the 8832. You get the 56 pre-filled out with the language. You just put the information that you're supposed to put in and take them down to the IRS office and get these accounts stamped. And each of these forms, if you go out and get a credit card, your obligation is to retitle that account for that beneficiary of that trust because you're the trustee of the custodial trust. You're paying the bills and receiving the tax forms and making compensation as a trustee for the beneficiary. So you're going to do, if you go get a vehicle and you discharge it, you take over the account, you need to do these tax forms all over. So like one account, this is one account, okay? This is one of my accounts. It's stamped, you get it stamped by the IRS. Okay, this is my birth certificate. And this is just one account. You just all those forms for one account. So you need to understand if you really want to be a part of this or if you want to be a United States citizen, because once you start doing this, you don't go back and start doing any of that stuff that you did before. It's going to be a whole different ball game. Because you're going to have to, so you got a car note, you got an account, you got to retitle it back to the dealership. That's the instrumentality and the location of the debtor, not your address. I'm going to go into that. And then if you got a credit card, it's Capital One, you at their address, their headquarters, or wherever that goddamn bill is from, you 1099B it, barter and trade it. You don't do a 1099-C on open-end accounts or utility accounts. You will destroy the account and they will discharge the account and you won't have a credit card. If you want a credit card and you want to do business with the bank on an open credit line, you do a 1099B and you take control of the account. You don't just destroy it for you and the bank. That's not how you are a responsible banker. So you need to know what an acquisition is. You need to know what a 1099B is. You need to know what a 1099C is. You need to be very careful with a 1099A because it can get you in much trouble as it can do good for you, because you need to understand the duality in that form, which is abandonment of funds and acquisitions. So when you have a utility bill and you give your Social Security to get a commercial utilities for your principal's location who lives there, that's an acquisition. So you gave them permission to do an acquisition, but they're giving you a bill and it's a check. But if you don't know what it is, then you've abandoned those funds. So you can pay the utility company in full for 12 months with the 1099-A by making yourself the debtor and making them the creditor, because they're crediting it and they'll take it out of that account in that circumstance. But if you want to barter, you can barter and trade it, and you can put a 1099-B on it, and is because it's a negotiable instrument account, then you every month you can decide to tender those bills and reapply that interest. It just depends on how you want to operate. And I'm giving you options that you guys have choices on how you want to operate. You understand what I'm saying? So every account gets several forms. It doesn't matter. So in your house, you should have an office and you should have a fax machine. And everybody can't get there. And this goes back to where I said, if you're a single mother or a father or whatever you're doing, you're working 5 days a week, get out of that. Tell your boss, I've joined the church. I gave my life to God and I need Monday through Friday off, because I need to do what I need to do: post office, court filings, tax filings, IRS appointments, learning this material. And I need to work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday so I can accumulate my monthly living. And until you can get on your feet and transition out of that. If you're working with an employer, we have the 1099-B is what you give to your employer. If they tell you that they can't fill it out, you just tell them this is how it goes. I have a certain relationship with the IRS, and if I do anything other than this form, then it would be constituting, and it would cause more damage to me than it would if we were to proceed with this W-4 or W-2. So I'm gonna just be like, tell HR, do you remember how you filed that W-2? Make them answer their own questions, because it'll help you. And they'll be like, yeah, of course they know because they filed it, but you want to just play dumb. Yeah, you're gonna file this 1099, you're gonna file this W-8 bin just like you did that. It's simple as that. Here you go, file it. And get your because that's gonna make sure that you don't, so it's gonna exclude your FICA. It's gonna make sure that Social Security and that stuff is not taken out with that. And then with the state, you can do your waiver with the state, and you can send notice to the state so they can stop state taxes and federal tax. You can stop federal taxes from coming out of your checks. And then you're just gonna have to make sure that is one thing that I don't know about is I haven't received all these forms back or my CAF numbers back, so all this stuff is going to be applied on the 1040. And I'm going to show you that I know that to be a fact, but we just need to navigate the 1040 on each line, because most of us get intimidated by the 1040 and we don't want to go. We get intimidated, but I'm going to show you how to break down, just like I break down the articles in the UCC, and there's parts. That's exactly how these tax forms are, and they're in bold so you can see. It is basically, I'm just going to say article, but on the tax form it'll say article. This section, payment, and then it'll say article, distribution. So you just need to pay attention to the terminology, and then it'll be say line 1099, line W-2s, income, and then you'll start applying them appropriately. And then it's other people that really more advanced in that than me, that I could put y'all in the direction, like Scoob Nitty, to reach out to Scoob Nitty. And two things that I'm gonna tell you for sure that you need to do is get your birth certificates to the Puerto Rico and get your authenticated birth certificates to the Department of Treasury. But I have just stumbled on that information, which changed a lot of this information that I knew, even though it's right and we on the right track. It's just certain tweaks here and there that we need to do. Like, that's going to get us on the do not detain list. That's going to get us reading inside the system as immigrants, which we want. You know what I'm saying? Because in School Nitty, he charges $500. He knows somebody that goes back and forth to New York to the embassy. Reach out to him. He's really busy, and so I'm just somebody that's going to be able to fill majority of the gaps, get you guys to where you need to be. So when you come across somebody as advanced as him, he's going to be able to deal with you like, hey, I was a guy, Enoch. He brought me up to pace. I got everything done. Here's my children's birth certificates. Can you just take this $500 and deposit them? And in the back of your mind, you handling everything in your state, and he's going to deposit your certificates, and you can continue to learn and grow from there. But the first key is, because you can't get in trouble for doing these forms. You won't go to jail or have no frivolous files or anything like that. And make sure you make these appointments. We're going to go over this in a little bit, but first, just to but yeah, that's in the tax class, guys, and all of that. We're going to get back on topic. So bam. So the trust test. Okay, so the courts can administer over your estate of a trust because a trust is a United States person. Okay, for the purpose of the Internal Revenue Code, on any day that a trust meets both the court test and the control test, for the purpose of regulations in this chapter, the term domestic trust means a trust that is a United States person. Okay, so it tells you a court in the United States may supervise and administer over a trust if it's determined to pass the court test. It sounds good, but you don't want to pass the court test. That's how they make it seem. They make it seem like, oh, do you want to waive your rights? And then it'll make it seem like you're losing something, like you want to waive your rights to a lawyer. Like, and it'll make you scared, like, oh, I don't want to waive my rights. But they're trying to trick you into getting a lawyer. Oh, hell yeah, I want to waive my rights to a goddamn lawyer. Well, what do you mean? How, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm not waiving my rights, but I don't want no lawyer. Stop asking me these trick questions. You know what I'm saying? So they like pass and meet the criterias of a test. And most people, we be in school, which school is a programmer, we know if failing a test is the worst thing that you could do. So the programming in your mind will make you think like, oh, I gotta, it'll confuse you. You won't know, you'll think like passing the test is a good thing. And being, you know, you wouldn't understand this if somebody didn't break it down for you. So no, you don't want to pass the court test. You want to fail that motherfucker. You want to fail the test. You don't want to pass the control test. You want to fail it. You understand what I'm saying? Because, okay, so that's what you want to do. You don't want to be a domestic trust. The term foreign trust means any trust other than a domestic trust. Hear that? Okay. A foreign trust is considered to be present in the United States at the time for purposes for section whatever this is. And it's probably commerce. I know dealing with trust in my studies that you know, if you're a foreign trust, the only thing that they can regulate if you're not a United domestic trust, after you fail those tests and you qualify as a foreign trust, the next thing that they're going to try to do is trying to convince you that you're doing trade and business. So you want to refrain from doing trade and business. And there's very fine lines to determine whether you're doing trade or business versus private business and not trade. Okay, because it involves a capital gain. And it says that too. Look, it says which deals, and I knew that, but because I read a lot, which deals with capital gain, okay, of non-resident aliens that are present, okay, more than 180 days or more. Okay, applicable law. The terms of a trust instrument in applicable law must be applied to determine whether the court test and control test are met, which is a safe harbor. It sounds good, right? You would think, oh, I want safe harbor. No, you don't want safe harbor. You don't want to pass the safe harbor. A trust satisfies the court test if the trust instrument does not indicate that the trust be administered outside of the United States. So it passes the test, okay? It satisfies the test, which is bad, if your trust instrument does not say that your trust is governed under the general law merchant in the principles of equity, and your trust does not express that it is outside the district of the United States. You would pass the test and qualify as domestic. The trust must, in fact, be administered exclusively in the United States. So yes, it can be administered within the United States, but the instrument must clearly state that it's being administered outside, okay? Because these can simultaneously happen because of the way that the government is set up, okay? So domestic and foreign. So 4G is going to go over what like the foreign, the same thing up top, but just for the foreign trust. Okay, if a United States citizen creates a trust, okay, that's the trust provides income. Okay, that's okay. So even if the United States person, right, your birth certificate, the beneficiary, the settler grantor creates the trust, right? Let me see, trust created by B. Oh, no, excuse me. So the United States citizen is B, okay? The trust provides income for A and B for the rest of their life. So B is a United States citizen, okay? Remainder A and B descendants, okay? A is a non-resident alien. So the United States citizen created the trust on behalf of a non-resident alien and itself, which is a United States citizen. And B is a United States person, okay? If the trustee of the trust is a United States person, the trust instrument authorizes A to replace the trustee, your foreign person. This is your name decree. Your name decree will be appointed as the trustee. The power to place the trustee is a substantial decision. Because A is a non-resident alien, controls the substantial decisions of a trust, the test is not satisfied. And that's what we want. Does everybody follow that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, down with you.
Okay. Awesome. Did I lose anybody? Does anybody have any questions that pertain to this particular thing before we get into anything else? Anybody? No?
Bro.
Anybody got questions?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm with you.
Yeah, okay. Okay. All right.
Yo, my bad. I got one.
No, you
I
cool.
was just taking the notes on is there correspondence between private American and non-resident alien?
Well, that's just the terminology that the IRS use. They're not gonna say private American.
Okay,
You have to read between the lines.
for sure. Good looks.
Yeah. That's what divides public and private from mixing.
Got you. Got you.
You gotta read between the lines, unfortunately. That's what I'm here for, though, yo. And everybody else that's really genuinely helping y'all. All right, so we're gonna go to the name decree. All right. So can y'all see me?
Yeah, it's clear.
All right. Y'all see my body, right? Okay. I may go on the board for this one. 'Cause y'all may need some perspective. I mean, it's really easy to understand. Okay. What I'm about to bring to y'all attention. So anybody interested in the name decree? Has anybody went ahead and tried to do that? And now everybody that, since I've took you through the USCs, I took you through the UCCs, I took you through the UCC, I mean the CFRs, the UCCs, took you through the anointed federal constitution, I took you to your state constitution, I took you to your revised state the fake constitution. And I took you to your administrative rules. I showed you how to go read everything in the Roman numerals to bring you all the way to the bottom from Cornell law. I told you how about the asset, the registered organization, how to tie that to your entitlement, the record, the title, everything with the grants, releasing the grants. Oh, first time. Okay, that's fine. Well, that's cool. This is perfect. So everybody's getting to understanding how I'm bringing everything into a chronological order to give you a real vivid understanding of what's going on.
Yes, yeah.
So are we starting to see, based on the foreign trust test, that A needs to be, even though that the United States person starts a trust, they need to appoint the trustee to be a private American, that by Internal Revenue Code, in order to fail the trust test and the control test.
Yep,
We
that
want
makes
to,
sense
because
too.
we want to fail that. And the way that we fail that is because the exemplified name decree that's signed by the judge and gets 3 seals from the clerk. And when you obtain that, you don't go get a social security with that. You don't go get a birth certificate correction with that, because you're going to be right back emerged into the system. Okay, a peer trust is between two people. When you go into the probate court and you petition, they're going to give you a name decree. You want to get that sealed. Don't go by their rules and they're going to say, we're going to publicate it. We need an ID. You take your nationality ID and you tell them that you've been living in where your area is for 5 years. You can test to it. I'm going to tell you what documents to bring. Don't let them tell them that you want it sealed, because this is dealing with your sacred name, and you don't need your private information is not public information, even though that you guys file and used to file in public information, because the probate court is one of because they're equity, they're the courts of equity. So the bedrock of equity is to give public notice. So in everything that's dealt with in probate, land, titles, you got to give public notice. They really strict about giving public notice, so they do it themselves. You need to let them know that you do not want to. So we're going to get into what really constitutes and allows you to use the in your state. It don't matter if you got district court rules, federal rules of procedure. You're allowed to use Supreme Court rules in any state. So if you're in any state, in any court, in any county, the Supreme rules automatically are applicable to every single court that you ever walk in your life. So if they're telling you that you can't do something or you got to do something according to a statute, you go look at the alternative. Go see if the Supreme Court has an alternative document to seal that matter, or an alternative remedy that you don't want to do with that, because you can exercise those Supreme Court rules in that any court that you're in. Okay. So you just want to get it like this. You know what I'm saying? You want to petition to seal it. You know what I'm saying? I filed this in the probate court. I'm just waiting on my date. But I already know the power of the decrees, trust me. And then it may say name change. Please make it clear to them. They're going to be like, we don't do name corrections. We just do name change. Don't let that go over your head. That's just their commercial capacity, because we're doing equity. With this particular matter, we're going to do a correction. Okay.
Does it, I'm sorry, does it matter when you're married? So the name on the birth certificate is for women is maiden name. And then after you've gotten married, you take on your husband's name. So what do you do with the decree then? Do you keep the legal name that you have, that you like, what do you do with that?
I mean, it's not you. Really. You can keep the name that which name that you want, your husband's name or your name. When you go, if you do a name decree, you can keep that, but that's a private document. But your marriage certificate with both of your names on it, your maiden name and your marriage name, and his name that's joining, because this, marriage licenses are copywritten by the state. So technically the state is the title holder for that. You actually you didn't marry your husband. You married the state, and then the state married your husband, and y'all both married the state. So they sit between your marriage, and that's copywritten. So the formality and the blueprint and the analogy and literature of that mechanism and that vehicle, the marriage license, is a copyright.
So
it's not you. So once you take over your name, you get your birth certificates authenticated, you get your name decree, you get your stuff deposited to the treasury. You can take control of your whole marriage, because your marriage has a bond number, has an account number. You can retitle that. You and your husband both can retitle, because y'all both have equitable interest in that trade and that barter. Yeah. So, and then everything that's involved underneath that marriage is another account. The car, the house, and everything is you're assigning it to the state.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're assigning it to the state to distribute it, and if there was a discrepancy, they're the ones that are entitled to distribute your stuff. And if there's no wills or anything,
Oh, so like I'm in California, and California is a community property state. So like, is that where that starts coming down to? Like when people get divorced, the state judges whether who gets what assets in the end.
yeah, especially like,
Uh, oh my God.
especially if there's no will, especially if there's no trust. Like if you guys didn't build a trust before the marriage and put the marriage in the trust and get like, especially like, because you can get married without the state. You can actually get married in probate court. We've been getting married in the wrong courts.
I didn't know that.
That's
Oh.
great. Yes, you can
But
get
you
married.
can't, it's too late to switch that around though, right?
No, I mean, as long they can't do not, they cannot interfere in a contract. If you and your husband mutually agree, y'all can divorce the state. But it might look like you divorce your husband, but you really divorcing the state.
Oh, that's next level. Okay.
That's crazy. Yeah, it might look like you divorcing your husband, but y'all can reestablish the terms, like, and then redo it. You feel what I'm
I
saying?
don't want to derail the class, but that sounds like a whole thing. That sounds
That's
like
a
a whole,
whole thing. Yeah, that's a whole
yeah, because
thing.
that's what I wonder with the decree, because you're going down there for your basically your straw man, right? You're going
No,
down.
nope,
No.
nope. That's what I'm about to explain now. It's cool. It's okay that
Okay.
it's okay. Don't feel that you're wrong or right, because if you didn't have any type of expression or any type of attempt to try to understand and express it to me, I would never know. So trust me, even when don't seem that you right or you asking the wrong question, you're on the right track.
Okay.
You just may be dealing with the wrong person.
Okay.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm
I know what you're saying.
saying?
I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
Yeah, for real.
Thank
People that don't want you to win, low key. So you see how it says in the name, in the name of Enoch Dowdell. That's funny to me. It's in probate, you know. I'm gonna take y'all to probate and show y'all what's inside of probate. So you do that. And what I told them was that, I went straight to the Bible. I said, the reason for my petition is a sacred name, is special and private, and it is valuable to me. It is important to me because it fulfills God's law and as pursues to public law 97, which is the year of the Bible. And I went to Philippines and remind them that we are citizens of heaven. And then I went as far as to Matthew 6:34, where it says, explain to give your gifts. I had to put a little carrot in there like they taught us in English class, because I didn't put it. Give gifts in private with the Father. Remember, y'all, when we go over Bible study, it's a banking book. So when God says come pray to me in private, pray to me and come to me, he's talking about petition. So if you ever hear the word pray, just know that it means petition. Okay? When you're praying to God, you're petitioning. Okay? And he hears you. Okay? So Matthew 6, verse 6. Chapter 6, 34, bring your gifts to me. So how many times do we not bring our gifts to God? How many times do we bring our gifts to the dealership? We bring them to the public. God is telling us to bring them in private. How many times do we bring, by applying a credit card and gifting our interests away, we're like in disobedience, because it says in the Bible to bring your gifts to me in private. We've been giving all our gifts to the public. Okay. And then Matthew 6:64 says, God instructs men and women to pray to enter into the it says case, but it's supposed to say closet, or like, because God in the Bible it says closet, to pray to the Father. But I don't care, because equity corrects a mistake. We're allowed to make mistakes. That's what being like, a human, or being a regular person like us is like. And then this, you guys got all this, the name correction, you guys got the video, you guys got all these documents are provided for you guys. A living soul, right? Thank you, spirit. We are spirit. So you get a settlers. If your mother is alive, get her to, this is her language in here. And this is just your mother saying, you know, here I come, my mother, you know, formerly known as my maiden name, such and such. I am the infant who, as the age of the majority and sound competent mind, have acknowledged that I have made a mistake. And I'm here to come and to receive grace in the Lord and our Father and Savior, whatever, forgive my sins. On January 18th, 1991, I gave life to my offspring, known as the capital name, Enoch Hines Dowdell. And then on the hospital, blah, 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 you know, that is when locos parentis and parents parte jurisdiction took without the attorney presenting the example of legal proceedings taking place, like them making a security agreement with your mother. Now, if your mother, God forbid that your mother is passed, try to get this, and then get your mother to sign it. Just let her know, like, Mom, it's just a lot going on. I'm trying to take over my estate. I know I sound silly, but I love you. And if, I'm not going to take your signature and do anything strange with it. And if you got trust with your mother, just try your best to get your mother's signature, because she's the person that is the grantor settler of that application. And once you get her signature, you got a contract with your mother. They can't break that bond. They can't even break that bond with your mother automatically, because if your mother is deceased, you can automatically assume, like, hey, I came to the realization of, my mother made a mistake, and I feel like any person in their right mind, especially my mother in this case, her true intentions was to bestow the estate onto me as beneficiary, not to be the trustee. So, and then that's your guys are going to get that form. You just put that with your filings for inside the probate court. And then you're going to get inside that same course, you guys are going, if you can get your family tree and put it on the record. If you're German, Polish, Irish, Sicilian, you got a family tree, just do what I said. If rest your mother's soul, if do what I said and vouch for your mother, because your testimony is the only thing that is equivalent to proof and evidence. It doesn't matter about the documents that you file in the court. It's ultimately about the testimony that was given that day that solidifies the findings as evidence on the record. So it's not so much about your documentation. Remember that, guys. You need to understand the rules of evidence. So if I believe that you're about to hurt me, it doesn't matter if you were going to hurt me or not. My belief stands as truth in a court of law. But it's, because who gonna argue with me? Even if you didn't hurt me, if I believe that, who can argue with that? So if you believe that your mother bestowed this estate on you, who's gonna argue with your belief? They can't. And they're gonna say, no, they didn't, because I know your mother and I talked to her and she appointed you trustee. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna argue with you when you know who you are. So you get all these documents. This is your petition. That's your mother's settler's intent, and this is your petition. And I don't want to go read this because I really want to get through, because this is available to all of y'all through the name correction and the videos and the templates. You guys got everything, plus me vividly describing, explaining it to you guys way more in detail than anybody else is going to. Okay, now we're gonna go cover a little bit about special tender, because the birth certificates, we're going to go a little bit talk about the birth certificate, the difference between the legal title and the equitable title. And both of these are legal title technically, because they're legal and they were generated by government. But this is more of a equitable example, because right here is this is the only certificate that's acknowledging a live birth. And this is the only form that's acknowledging a child. So it's without contesting, it's proof and evidence in itself that this is referencing that somebody that was a living witness, somebody testified that they seen a living baby being born. So this long form constitutes your equitable bond. This is your estate. Okay, this is your estate, the long certificate. The short certificate is your bond. Okay, the reason why is because it's fiction. It says certificate of birth. It doesn't talk about nothing living. And where the child's name is, it doesn't say that this is a child. Nowhere on here does it talk about anything really. I mean, even though it says father and mother, it still doesn't matter. It's still the legal title portion, because this is the one that they typically use, that they, it's more, this is the one that they give you without asking. If you don't ask, this is the one that they give you. So what you want to do is you want to let them know. And remember, I read the authentication that they said that these records are not correct records. We're not contesting that these are correct. We're not contesting that these show validity in our office. These records don't identify you. They do identify that someone was born, but only you can identify and self-determine what that born being is, or, and what its interest is. So the person identified is the beneficial interest holder to these. You're going to be you got to play the game. Unfortunately, we know what it is. I'm telling you what it is, but you got to play the game. So you want to show competency that that these got different records, different file numbers, district numbers, different bond numbers. You understand what I'm saying? So they're inconsistent. They're not correct. And that's the reason why we take these to the probate court and put them together and show them the inconsistency and how it's causing injury to you, because it's showing that you're not active when in fact you're living. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to go all crazy with the probate court, because they're going to give you your name correction, because it's religious. You don't have to go in there and be like, yeah, I know the birth certificate is fake, and I just want to take over my estate. Don't do that to yourself. Shoot yourself in the foot. The judge wants to give it to you. She's going to just ask you like, hey, is that the name, and that's the right, upper lowercase? Yeah, it's going to upper lowercase. This is the format. That's the new correction. What brings you in today to want to do this? Are you trying to run away from the law? You already put that you didn't. The templates already say that you're not. It already contests that you're not doing this for illegitimate reasons or trying to hide from the law. It already says that you're doing it for religious reasons and correcting the record. So now you get a name decree from a judge that you had a trust relationship with. Y'all the only ones in the courtroom. She's a witness and you're a witness. Two people, witnesses. You leave the courtroom, you go to the clerk of courts, they give you a seal stamp name decree, and they give you 3 seals on it. I don't care, just like Amory said, if they kick down your door, if the feds kick down your door, how they gonna tell you who you are when a judge and told not only is the owner of the record, but she as you have an interest in the record, she also gave you a certified copy, exemplified order that's identifying you in there. No one can contest to that. So now you got the records for the person who's the beneficiary of the custodial trust that you're the trustee of. And now you have a name decree that matches with the name that you appointed as trustee. And that person don't have a social security number. When they run that name on that decree, it don't got a social. It don't got a birth certificate. So it's a private American. It fails the court test. And when you purchase anything, when you purchase these birth certificates, guys, these are surety bonds. They take our sureties and they bankroll them. And because our certificates have life, they can give their certificates, their notes, life off of our certificates. That's an unjust enrichment, because we didn't receive any benefit. They bankrolled our security in our sacred name. So that's a problem. So when you purchase anything, when you purchase these titles, the legal, the equitable, and the bond, you make sure that you purchase it with a money order. And the reason why we use a money order is because is because when you purchase something with cash, it's not going to have a check number. And when you purchase something with cash, it's going to say tendered in cash. And those serial numbers, those green serial numbers on those debt notes, they're debts. You can't have ownership of anything that's paid with a debt. And so you'll notice that on a receipt, you'll never see a receipt that says the money order number. I mean the serial numbers of a dollar. So you can trace back your dollar and claim your dollar with your title, because the receipt is a title. So with you pay something with cash and you throw your receipt away and it's $100 receipt or $1,000 receipt, somebody could pick that receipt up, and if it's applicable to their taxes and they coincidentally bought a boat for their company that you bought and they whatever, they can put it on their taxes, because it doesn't tie or commingle with anything like the lawful money, like the money order. The money order is right there. You see that? You see what I'm saying? And that's on a check. So what you did was you just solidified and you secured your purchase. Not only with a money order that was backed by gold, by the lawful money of the post office, but you also have a receipt with the person, that the issuer. You also have the transaction, the cashier number. You also have the Bureau of Vital Statistics, the numbers of what you purchased, what you lost. So now your certificates or anything that you purchase, can't nobody say that they are not lawfully yours. Because yeah, they might be his, yeah, they might be belonging, but you lawfully tendered a payment. So what these right here, you're entitled to these. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, now you're entitled to, your reimbursement on the taxes, on the tax side. Y'all following me with that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay. And then you just, column is where you make all your publications. So if you're on the news, so if you're having trouble finding your local news, this is a computerized, you put in your state, you tell them what state you're in, they'll find you somebody that do your publication. This one cost me, just for one publication, was $106. It is very costly because they go word by word, line by line. And what you do is you just put in your notice for your name decrees. You put in your notice for your claim of interest to your cess decay, your notice that I'm alive, I'm living, my public notice claim to life. You put that in the newspaper 4 times. You know what I'm saying? You can just do one until you just keep running it. If you can't afford it, just keep running it until you know what I'm saying, until your next pay or whatever. If you got the money, the $400, just do all 4 of them all at once consecutively. You good? No, you can run it. I mean, not really. You cool. I mean, no, it ain't, because I really got headphones for real. Okay, appreciate you. So is everybody following me before we move into the next thing? Does anybody have any questions pertaining to that? Now everybody is seeing how everything ties together from what I started in the beginning. That probably seemed like it wasn't going to tie together. Does everybody see how it's tying together?
Yes,
I got
sir.
one question.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I got one question.
Yeah,
So
no,
you
you
got to
could.
do the probate in the state you was born, or you could do
No,
it.
you could do it anywhere that you've been living for 5 years, or anywhere that you got property or trust set up.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you could use another birth certificate from out of town. You just gotta let them know that you've been living here, and you give them a piece of mail or something. But when you sealing it, they can't ask you anything until that gets approved or till they don't approve it. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, because like I didn't give them no mail or proof or anything because I'm asking for them to seal it. The only thing they asked for was an address, and I wrote it down and didn't bring no proof of mail, and they got a nationality ID card. I didn't give them no state ID. I don't give people. I still got the last state ID that I'm that boy about to get turned in. I don't give that to nobody. I don't really use that unless it's for public. Like that's why you do want to you eventually get yourself together, you want to get that ID card from the DMV without your social, because you still want limited liability companies. You still want to do commerce. You still want to incorporate your name. You still want to get, limited liability companies for businesses that have high risk. You still want DBAs for your children. You know what I'm saying? Because those are going to act like, just like the manners of the custodial trust, how you're using your social for the whole thing. The DBA, just because it's tied to your S corporation, you put a DBA in your child's name, you got right to do business in that name. So they be like, oh, you can't talk on behalf of this person. Well, I'm doing business in a fictitious name. And the EIN, instead of me, I know it in my head that I'm not going to give it to my S corporation. In court, I'm going to show the DBA like, yeah, I'm doing business as this person, but I'm going to give you this EIN and I'm going to give you my social. You ain't gonna know the difference. And when that name pop up, it's gonna be the same name that's on that DBA. Brother Jonah Bay actually got me hip to that years ago. He official with that. He was actually presenting that on YouTube years ago, probably before my daughter was even born. So that had to been about 9 years ago. He is one of the originals. And if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be a lot of these folks out here today, such as myself. I'd rather him. I really never did anything that he was talking about. I just did my DBA. I mean, so I can't say I'm one of the ones that follow him, but I definitely heard his videos and saw what he was doing, and what he was doing was working. So in the meantime, until you get your affairs together, yeah, go get your incorporations, your S corporations. Use busy.com, used to be Inc. File. They'll file all your forms, your tax forms, get your S corporation, your name, Enoch Dowdell Incorporated. Yes, put your DBAs underneath that, and you're assigning and doing contracts. I got my kids owning shares in my S corporation, and I have my trust, one of my trusts, my 98. I don't know if I made an accident, because I found out after I did this that only certain type of grantor trust can own stock. So I got to look into this, but I just been teaching and doing so much other stuff. But I'm not scared. It's always a way. Just know that you never stuck. It's always a way. Don't never get scared or discouraged when you doing stuff and navigate. And it's always a way to correct something. Okay. And so what my plan is to do, if my trust is valid and I could leave my trust owning this 33% of its stock in my corporation, what I'm going to do is have my trust give my company a loan with an agreement, and then default on my S corporation, and then reestablish my articles of incorporation with the state, and then turn my S corporation into an unincorporated association, because I'm going to have my trust consume my S corporation eventually. Are y'all following me? But that's just me. That's just me on the public side, and I encourage y'all to operate like that too. Put vehicles, commercial vehicles that, really for your business, daycares, you own daycares or whatever that y'all do, or whatever. Your church has vehicles, understand that you retitling everything, into different places. Okay, so I'm gonna share screen again, and we're gonna get it popping. All right. If we get some time, we'll get into so this is how you calculate your bonds, guys. So is that cool if we go over how to calculate? Do you guys ever went to treasury.com and calculated your bonds?
I got an account, but I ain't never calculated before, so that'd be
I
good.
ain't,
But
yeah, that's fine. I got bonds. I ain't calculating them though.
Do you know how to help somebody get back into their treasury direct, the ones that's been locked out?
If you've been locked out, and it depends on what you've been locked out about, because I told y'all 31 CFR, they can lock you out. That's not your right, and you're not entitled to that. That's the Bureau of Public Debt, and that's a privilege. And if you got locked out, if you did something strange or anything like that, if you got locked out, they can lock any incompetent person that has a block grant on them, until you gonna have to holler at Scoob Nitty and pay that $10,000 for him to unlock your account. Because if you locked your account, you're not entitled to that. That's not a benefit. That's a privilege. to operate on that, because the Treasury Department there's government contracts, federal contracts, sam.gov contracts, there's securities going in and out from federal institutions, banking institutions, S&P 500, corporations donating to them. You think they want to deal with somebody that they don't have to deal with? When they're constantly receiving bonds 24/7, they have to calculate these bonds, distribute these bonds, wire these bonds, move these bonds for they have to handle every dollar that's printed, every car note in the world, all them securities out there. Guess who got to handle that? The Treasury. So if you did anything strange, or you sent something to the wrong address, or you told them that you want some securities, or even if you put too many things, or even if it could be many issues. It depends on your issue and what you did. If you got your social security doesn't match your birth certificate and they want to give you problems, they can give you problems there's forms to prove your identity. There's a certificate of identification. You could try that. There's a form 5444. You can try that. You can call them and be polite to them and ask them, I made a mistake. I'm not a terrorist. I don't have any bad intentions. You can make up a sob-ass story and say, look, my child needs this, and I'm really in poverty. I'm having a hardship, and I feel that the only way for me to really find prosperity and the pursuit of happiness in my life is for me to buy securities. You know what I'm saying? Whatever if you don't think like creative like that, there is no one way to just open this up, because they already told you, if you're incompetent, or you're a minor, or you have a block grant on you, which we all do, they will lock your account, and they don't have to open shit. I promise you. That's what I didn't like Path to Freedom, her ass, because she didn't. Don't go open up a Treasury Deck account because they gonna lock it. But never told nobody what the truth was, that they can do that. That just because you don't got a Treasury Direct account don't mean you can't endorse your coupons. Just because you don't got a Treasury Direct account don't mean you can't take your coupons and your remittances to the remittance office and the IRS, and can't take them to the bank and get certified funds and take them those interest payments to the appropriate place to act in good faith. But you just ain't gonna be able to buy a purchase and transfer no actual securities or put your legacy account together. Because opening it's crazy. It's once you open up this Treasury account, what they ain't been telling you is how to get your legacy account. You got to do 4 rounds of Treasury documents. So one round is like 5 documents releasing the grants. One of those documents is releasing the grants. Then the second one is like a whole nother load for another phase. Then another third round is a whole nother phase. And then the 4th round is the whole nother phase. And that's going to take your regular individual Treasury Direct account and create you a legacy account and take off your straw man and put your express trust, like you see Malik Johnson Bay, my man Scoob Nitty, has his name on top of it. So it's levels to this shit. So if you locked your individual account, that's kind of a problem, because you haven't even because once you open it and start buying regular securities, you can't really start getting busy with it until you actually get your legacy account open. And they say, quote unquote, they'll tell you online that they discontinued the legacy account, but that's far from the truth. You have to do like 28 documents, those rounds in Don Kalan book. And I would encourage you to order his book, The Private American Book, because that's where Scoob Nitty had got all those forms. And I went on his old page and he was flicking them through just like a couple months ago. Like he been flying through the work. So
hey Brick bro. So all them forms, like the forms that you talk about the Treasury Direct and everything, with the Don Kalan book. So all that is to be done after you solidify all the actions of sending the 56 forms and the power of attorney forms and stuff.
They ain't got shit to do with this. That that custodial trust, your name decree, and setting up your custodial trust and banking and taking your coupons to your trust account, that's just that's just all the way left from what is Treasury talk. This is the Bureau of Public Debt. This is not a benefit.
Okay.
This is a privilege. This is not the same shit. This is the primary market. This is the primary market. This is not your constitutional right. This is not your God-given right. This is a privilege right here. So if you don't know what you're doing with this, not only will you end up in jail for facts, you'll end up in jail. Anything dealing with this, you put in the wrong number or anything, that's securities fraud. You accidentally do something strange with these. There's all different type of categories of bills and notes and treasury bonds and T-bills, and you do some shit that you ain't supposed to be doing, you and that broker going to jail. So this is like, I'll be kind of satisfied when people get locked out. Because until they hear this information that they need to hear. And yeah, you're gonna get your account open with this. You really gonna get it open with the information that I'm telling you. If you got a locked treasury account, you definitely, because I'm gonna teach you how to navigate and do equity. And they might say no. So then you're gonna have to get that block grant lifted off you. Or tell you one thing that the treasury can't if you get your name decree and you go get file for an incompetent person, and you name your person incompetent, but the beneficiary, then that will get you back into your Treasury Direct account, because they have to honor the beneficiary of the securities. But if you're the trustee for the benefit of that person, then you're not deemed an incompetent person. They'll let you release the block grant for that person, but they have to protect the beneficiaries, because it's a public debt. They're acting in the public's best interest. They don't care about you being a private American. They don't care that you feel that the birth certificate that you're entitled because you feel that you're entitled. Nope, they will lock your ass out in a heartbeat. It's just the way it is. I hate to even tell it like that. I love to get good news. So what you do is you just like this. You put in this is my birth certificate number. If you put in your birth certificate, and this is only prima facie evidence, y'all. This is very difficult to take and prove this, like go to court and be like, yeah, I got the, unless, it's very difficult, but I still do it anyway, because I just be on some ignorant stuff when it comes to them, like, because they be doing some ignorant stuff, so I do ignorant stuff to the courts. Especially the lower courts. I'd be honorable in district courts and higher courts, but they just dirty in lower courts. So I'll take these bonds and I'll throw them boys in court and put the codes on there for the 28 and 31 and tell them that, bonds are not to be collateralized. You know what I'm saying? So I'll do some sick shit like that. I know they're going to ignore me. They're going to ignore y'all. They ignore us. It's only, usually I push it on the record. All right, so now when you print these, now look, I put my birth certificate and then I put my name decree. Y'all see that number right there? That's my name decree. It's funny that it's only a $500 value. They don't collect no interest, but it don't mature until 30-something years. Can y'all see that? No, y'all can't see that. So yeah, so like bam. So once y'all get it like that, y'all go to view. You feel me?
So I have a question about the serial number for the birth certificate, for example. It has a higher value, but can you see it on Treasury Direct after you've authenticated it, or before? Or
you're gonna see all the bonds. You're gonna see. That's what I did. Like, yeah. See, when you authenticate it, you're gonna get a number. Let me show you. When you authenticate it, you're gonna get a number at the bottom, a whole nother bond number. And if you put that bond number in, that's going to be another bond. You understand?
Oh,
yeah.
So the one that's not yet authenticated, you could still check on Treasury Direct, and then after it's authenticated, you can still check the new bond number. So every layer you can check your bond numbers.
Yes, wow. Yes. You can pull the file number off the loan certificate, the serial number at the bottom that's red, that got the letters and the numbers, and the file numbers, all different attachments. And then when you go on your long form and you flip it on the back, you take those bond numbers, that file number, you put those numbers in, all bonds. When you get it authenticated on the state level, when they bring it back, that's a bond number. And you'll see, it's crazy. When you get it authenticated on the DOG, it's going to come back with another bond number. And you put that in, and that's a bond number. That's the bond number that allows you to pull interest and issue your register mail number to have value. So if you create a document and you want to put value on a document, you put your register mail number, which is your US register mail number -0001 through 999, meaning that your register mail number, your US register mail number, anywhere from 0 to 99. If I take a trust instrument and I create a trust instrument and I issue that trust instrument out with that number, I can write a value on my trust instrument or my asset because I have the original bond deposited as surety and I know the value of it. So I can draw that, I can sell you a promissory note.
Oh, wow. And then you took that to the treasury, or you deposited that with like Fidelity or something like that?
No, it's certain ways to do it. Like it's levels to it. So like
Okay.
it's like, so you can deposit these in the United States Embassy. I have not done that, but I'm going to do that. That's why I'm telling you to follow Scoob. You know who Scoob Nitty is?
Yeah. He's real stuff.
Yeah.
I like Scoob.
Yeah,
He's real
so
patient too. Yeah.
yeah, great guy. So I don't know him personally, but I'm gonna get with him. So he charged $10,000 for the whole pack. He charged $500 to run your stuff to the embassy. So I see him working heavy, and he been real inspiring into me. I just ran into him, but coincidentally, everybody's hating on people like us because we giving y'all the whole shebang. And I'm really younger than him. I'm only 33. He probably like got 20 years on me. You know what I'm saying? So it's no surprise at the level he at. And I'm not surprised if I would be where he at even in the next 3 years, because I'm on it. And I'm always going to bring that to y'all for low. He just charges a different price. And I'm not mad at that, because as I begin to fill these treasury forms out, it's tedious. And I could imagine having to do that for 10 people, all them documents, and it's just like people are impatient, and I just commend him for that. So I'm just happy that I'm coincidentally happen to be giving a very similar service to him, but I feel like I'm able to take a weight off of him for people that's in a different caliber, because some people are all at different levels. I want to be able to get y'all with all the information that's available to understand it, so y'all can navigate the waters, and maybe the next 3 months from now, y'all can have all y'all things done, and you won't have to pay $10,000, and it could take a lot of weight off of him. And you could say, Scoob, I did everything. I met a brother named Enoch. I got my name decree. I got my authentication. I got my treasury account. I just need you to help me with the forms, and I just need you to help me with depositing my birth certificate. Now, on the other hand, there's another location, which is the Puerto Rican Treasury. And you can also take your bonds to the intermediary banks, and you can get those wired to your treasury account. See, the thing is that it's levels to it. You know what I'm saying? Because whatever it's like your regular direct treasury account, your individual one, you can't deposit those yourself or start working yourself, like medallion stamping them and just you trying to send them to the treasury. Jeanette Yellen and a lot of other publications already said, if you want a paper EE bond, or you got a paper, the information you want to send it electronically, they tell you what forms and they give you the routing number. If you have an account number, you should be smart enough to know to take it to the broker or Fidelity or whatever that you want, and meet a broker and even talk over it more with the broker about the bond and your understanding, and have, what their expertise, and have they ever done this before. Try to interview these brokers. Don't just feel like that they're over you. You're the one interviewing, because you're the one hiring. You know what I'm saying? So you can transfer those to your individual account, but it's just a different ball game. So you can, when you discharge and you do a special deposit, a stamp endorsing stamp, a stamp endorsing send, and you rescission in the contracts, and you sending your money orders, and you discharging your car notes, or you discharging whatever that you're discharging, and you want to deposit that note, you can deposit that note into your individual account. Now that take 45 days to be able to put that on the ACE card or put that into another checking account for you, but that's not the big league. The big leagues is when you set up the trust and you remove that individual name, those securities are still going to sit there in that account. But the idea is to get what Scoob is doing is taking it to a next level and switching the express trust and removing the individual person as like and putting them as still as the beneficiary, but the trust is administering the Treasury Direct account now. So now you have a direct license through the Treasury Department, and now you can medallion stamp or communicate directly to the Treasury. But you can't do that with an individual account. You can't do that while you got block grants on you. You're gonna have to work with a broker to get those marketable securities back into the primary market or redemption or exchange for a new issue so that they could put it in that Treasury Direct account. So it's just level to this shit. And you know what I'm saying? And that's and when you're doing that stuff, you really want to have when you setting up that big boss shit, that new school got, you want to get with him and deposit that shit to the embassy because it's going to give you a better license, an international license, and it's going to put you on it. It's going to put you in a place where they're not going to be able to hit you with no securities fraud. You're going to be dealing with them directly because they ain't going to be able to run you through the system because you're going to be on a diplomatic status. But until then, you still can work your custodial trust. You still can endorse your coupons. You still can file and sue. You still can sell your notes and then rescind. They selling. You're not directly selling them. They're gonna purchase them without you knowing. You still can be, go in and play dumb and sign these contracts and give your interest up, but re-sign the contract because of newly discovered evidence that you didn't pay the appropriate way or you never paid at all. You gave the wrong form of payment and you want to rescission their interest because they didn't expose you to the fact that they purchased your note and that it became a book entry and that you're actually the owner of it and then that they were the custodian of the record, but they playing like they own the account. And so it's a big problem with that. So then you can start doing that's why it's important to understand the 1099-C, to understand the 1099-A and the 1099-B before you get into the IOD, because the IOD is if you're not in position to do the OID and you do the OID, you can go to jail because as when you're on the other side and they're buying your security and you're giving when you're signing for it and giving life to it, they're supposed to do the 1099 OID. You know what I'm saying? So they're supposed to distribute it to you so you could take it, put it on your 1040, or you could take it to H&R Block and liquidate it and get the payment from the 1099. But most people that you do business with are not going to be honest and give you your 1099 or your 1099 INTs. You got to know how to enforce it to make them distribute those type of forms to you. But because if you try to do it yourself, you can end up in trouble. So you could print these out yourself. Did I lose anybody? Anybody got any questions on that same subject before I try to move forward on that?
No, I'm like processing.
Yeah, you got y'all about to.
That's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah, y'all good. It's levels to this shit. So like y'all gonna win. God protected us. For real. He put us in position to like
Trying to process this whole is lit information though.
Yeah, it's cool though because you gonna have a video for the rest of your life. And your kids gonna have.
Hey boss, if I have a Treasury Direct account and I already have my kids attached to it, when I get the legacy account, are they still attached to it also? They attached to that legacy account?
Yeah, because when you sit that express trust on top of it and they remove your individual name, that's still the individual account, just your express trust is controlling it now. So on behalf of that old name. So
okay.
Yeah, so that person still has linked minor accounts. So every account that individual account is a link to, when you retitle that account, it's still gonna be linked to your minor accounts, and it's gonna have more authority for you to do more with a minor accounts. Because there's rules and regulations to make transfer to minors. And it's different amount types. It's different. Like you can't send a lot of them. You can't purchase. You could purchase them. It's just a lot of rules with that. I would encourage y'all. Just get this book. All those forms go here. Right there. All those forms that in that in the Treasury Direct, go here. There's the on the forms, they also tell you the PO box, but if you send them here, it'll be much faster, is what I was told by multiple people. And when y'all do y'all, I ain't gonna go off topic because this, I'll wait till I get back on the tax side. But yeah, get that book. Me and Don Kalam got into it. He didn't want me to show y'all his book and what's inside of it, because when he wrote this, he was in desperate and he was giving all the game. But now that he like got up on his pedestal, he don't write books the same no more. He don't give game like he used to. This is in the beginning. I was there in the beginning. I was there with a lot of them. Derek Grace, Brother Ben X, RZA, before they Jacob Taylor, who was doing the insurance and in-home banking, who ripped off Brother Ben X. I was kicking it. I was chilling with all them. Brother Ron Way, billionaire from Philadelphia. That's where I learned all my business credit and business stuff. I was one of them in the midst of that early. So yeah, like, you feel me? You just calculate everything, guys. I ordered my book. Yeah, it's cool. Y'all gonna need that book. All right, so we about to go to the tax forms. We're gonna do the tax class. Y'all ready for the tax? Oh, I'm about to crack y'all heads one time. I'm about to y'all be like, how the back to back jewels on this motherfucker? Like, how is this brother doing this? All right, y'all. This is President Donald Trump. Anybody need to pitch shit, smoke a blunt, do anything? Hey, let me know. No discretion. It's all let me go. I'm gonna go through there. Anybody got any questions before we move on?
I have plans with my husband tonight, but I'm like telling him I need at least another hour or so. So I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything.
You not. I mean, you are, because we're gonna be here until about 11 or 1 or 2. If you can't do that, that's fine. You're good. I have it recording. I did this and I did not record it yesterday. Do y'all know I'm doing the same exact thing from yesterday? I was
Well,
doing
how do I get access? Do we need to pay for access to the recording?
No, you don't. Why would I do that to you?
Oh, blessings,
I don't need
blessings.
to
Oh
do
my God,
anything.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Y'all good. God is good, man. Y'all in good hands. I did not come
He
here to
sure
rob y'all
is.
or sell y'all anything else. All of you guys are gonna get into the tax class, into the Telegram with the remaining group from yesterday. They waiting on y'all and they're waiting on this video. And I can't get started until I get y'all 24 into the Telegram. So we got a lot of exciting things for y'all tonight. So y'all gonna be straight. And I'm actually recording, so I'm excited. Like, y'all don't know how sick I was from 5 p.m. yesterday till 4 o'clock this morning. Hey, bye everybody. And my heart sunk to my stomach. But you know what? God is work. God, I love the Lord so much, and everything that dwells in me is from the Father. So I'm like, you know what? It happened for a reason. You got to go back and do it better. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just here, happy I could be here for y'all, man. I'm happy that y'all could be here for me too. Appreciate everything that we're going through. Y'all,
Appreciate you, big bro.
yeah, we really about to turn up. Wait till I show y'all how to do the UCC that nobody been telling y'all how to do. I feel like beating people up for that one. And I ain't gonna do all that. So we're gonna do the Trump letter. All right, this is like an executive order that was given for, look, Donald Trump signed. Oh shit, hold on. All right now. All right now. Y'all see the screen or see me? Y'all good? All right. So look, Donald Trump look, sign this right here, right? This is gonna be crazy. Have anybody ever read this one before?
No,
Yeah, I have. I got it out the package.
You
That I
went
got
over it?
from.
Oh yeah, you was here last night, right?
Yeah.
That meet. Oh no, that's Damien.
No. This tech.
Tay,
Yeah.
you was here last night?
No, not last night. No, I was in the ones before last night. I didn't even know you had one last
The
night.
Q&A. Oh yeah, okay. So look, this is a letter where Donald Trump is addressing the federal public person, and then he's telling us about the prepaid non-obligatory commercial debt obligation. And this document is wild. It empowers you so much, man. It just solidifies everything that we talked about with the IRS, the control test, the birth certificate, everything. So all right, so I'm gonna try to run through this. I'm trying to not hold everybody, try to make it, but whatever. In regards, it says, this is what this letter is in regards to. So it says U.S. Federal Public Person Roger Allen Moore. You notice that it's in all capital letters, Nam DeGuerre. But Trump is referring to in regards to U.S. Federal Public Person. So if your name is your capital name, just imagine that right here. This is not about Roger Allen Moore. This is about you too. So this will be Enoch Hines Dowdale in all capital letters. That is your U.S. federal public person. You feel me? So, and then look, he's referring to it as a taxpayer identification number, a descendant's social security number, right? This is crazy. So that's what this is the subject, the descendant, the federal person, and the social security, okay? And it says, note, see United States Department of Treasury / Internal Revenue Service Form 2848, Power of Attorney and Declaration of Representative, and 56, Notice of Fiduciary Agent. Seeing December 1st, 2000, y'all see the year. United States Postal Service certified mail. All right, so if you really want to, you can go look at this certified mail and go see if this document is real. And I think I'm about to do that. I also wanted to authenticate this document at the Secretary of State, but I was telling people what I didn't think they would, because normally when an executive order or something is written, it would have a reference number or a file number, but this document is naked. So it's almost like, is it real? But it's real. It's real because if you know the law, and like I've been breaking, that's why before I brought y'all down to, oh, you gotta unplug it. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You good. So I thought this was I'm just saying there's nothing to indicate or track this but this certified mail number. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about after I get done with this class, I'm about to track this number. Really, that might help me get this motherfucker authenticated. All right, so it says can y'all see the document? I'll make it bigger.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we can
clear.
see it.
Definitely can.
Okay. And when I turn my face, can y'all still hear me? Yo, no, I ain't talking to you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I was doing a test. All right. All right, thank you, man. All right, so to whom United States business entity this may concern, right? Who commercially operate on United States public market and accepts and or exchanges in United States currency while providing goods and services to U.S. consumers and customers in everyday commerce, right? The above mentioned U.S. federal public person, your social security and your tax identification number, has a prepaid obligation. Hold on, I'm gonna let that sink in. All right, has a prepaid non-obligatory commercial debt obligation with the United States in relation to 12 USC Code 95A. Now, when you read Title 12 USC Code 95A, it's very similar language to the commercial 15 USC, which the Congress discovered, and they said that we understand that this is an elaborate mechanism that it's been, defrauding consumers, and we want to promote a fair banking system, and we want the faith of the American people to know that they can trust on the banking institution. But all that is just in 12 USC Code 95A is just the same language, but it's for the bank. It's for Title 12, not commerce. So we get we get the validation in 15 USC, and we get the same validation in banking rules. So it just lets you know that you're a private banker, which you truly are. Okay, so we have, I'm gonna say it again, the U.S. federal public person has a prepaid non-obligation commercial debt obligation arrangement with the United States. Regulations of transactions in foreign exchange and gold and silver, property transfers, vested interest, enforcement, and penalties, and other public policies of U.S. debt. Okay? Going on to say, this shit is mind-blowing when I found this out. Don't take the code off yet. I don't care about that. Your business entity is federally bounded. What? What? They talking to all the businesses. Your business entity is federally bounded to the United States, and the U.S. public debt obligation by way of your Internal Revenue Service employee identification number. Our person has a tax identification number. They don't have a taxpayer identification number. They have an employer identification number, but they try to always treat our Social Security at a job or any transaction as if our Social Security is an employee identification number when it's fucking not. It's a non-obligatory taxpayer identification number. IRS being under the U.S. Department of Treasury and the Federal Reserve Bank account. Your business is hereby ordered to itemize whatever or however many commercial products and or services in which the above federal public person wishes to commercially inquire. So this becomes the problem when you use this shit for personal use, because the federal public person has a commercial non-debt obligation. So when you go underneath consumer laws and you say that you're using this for private use, and you become brainwashed to believe that you're proud of that as a consumer, you are misguided. And because you cannot, now you're held personally liable because you did not commercially inquire anything, because they're calling it a consumer transaction. And in order for a consumer transaction to transpire, you would have to use the goods and services for personal and household uses, which is not a violation, but it's a misconception of the way that we're doing business. Y'all following me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so it says wishes to commercially inquire and adjust the bottom line cost amount to zero and release the item. Release the goods and services to him. Provide him with a receipt. Provide him with his title. Why? To the above federal public person by way of his duly authorized representative. Give it to his representative, his trustee, and retain the record of the transaction to settle with your federal tax obligation with the Internal Revenue Service, as an entire overall transaction is only a commercial accounting matter. And this is where the GAAP, the general rules of accounting and those principles, because he's telling you, this is only in a commercial accounting matter and no more. Zero and itemize and give the item to him by way of his representative, because you guys have the debt obligation, like I told you in the beginning. This is what Donald Trump is saying. Why they got this man in court right now trying to cook my man. And man, You don't know how good he was to us. You wouldn't even be able to see a prophet if he was in front of your face because all the misleading. We won't talk about a white man or a black man or you know what I'm saying, such and such, or just all this racist shit will make you lose out on what's really going on. Are they about to cook? They trying to cook our president right now. We can't allow that. That's why I hope he wins this presidential. I'm not saying that the presidents will do everything, but for him to say some shit like this and and the things that he done did, despite all the little ignorant public things, and who to say if he even did it, because there's so much green screens and there's so much Hollywood and fake ass media and news. Who to say that they broadcasting what if that's really that man? You know what I'm saying? With so many leather skin masks and all this shit they got going on. What if this shit really ain't going on and it's just all a fake ass Hollywood show? But despite anything of what we think, we got the literature that benefits us right in front of us. Fuck all the other shit. We got the gold in front of us. We got the rules and the regulations, and we equipped it with all the tools that we need to go back and claim what is rightfully ours, discreetly, privately. Y'all good? Anybody got any questions? Anything?
I'm listening, bro. I'm listening. You run it.
I'm just blown away.
I know, man. Y'all, you don't know how blown away I was fucking going when I found this this document was introduced to me. I was like, am I reading what the fuck I'm reading, or am I tripping? I had to walk away and go read it again. I done read this document, so I carry this document around with me all the time. What the fuck?
Like I would love to have this like you said, like authenticated or something, and like submit it with my securities to you know to some of the companies.
It's like credential form.
Or just authenticating this document is legitimate enough to just slap this on the court record. If you can trace that mail number down and it's real and it really was like, if you could see the transactions going from the Department of Justice or the Secretary of State for where Donald Trump is, the presidential office, and if you could see it going to some type of address and it solidifies that it was going there, and then you ask the Secretary of State to authenticate it, and they actually put a seal and say that this is one of our records and within our executive department that was actually put out by Donald Trump, and then you slap this on the record, I mean, this probably will make people shit themselves.
Yeah, I can see a lot of banks being upset about this.
You can't find this document. Man, when they shot this document is so hard to find, man. Like that's why you see this person holding it. This with his thumb right here. This is the only document that I could find. It came out in 2022. I mean 2019, but man, I try to find this. I punch in the date. I punch in everything, keywords. It's like they eradicated this from the public.
Hey, can't you use it? Wouldn't this be something good to use, like a substance with of the declaration or something like that?
Yeah, like you feel, or just I mean, this is a declaration in itself.
Right.
Yeah, like I mean, if you could like, yeah, there's some videos of TikTok on it. They say, you see,
like a debt manifesto.
Yeah, right. I didn't think of do the FOIL on this though. But the thing is, like, they're gonna ask what record. See, normally records got like a number or an executive order number. This, like, what am I gonna say? The Trump letter. Like, you feel me? It's like they intentionally didn't attach anything to it. Normally, you have like an executive order, or you have like a file number. Like, ain't nothing on here to track this document. Nothing. So it's like, that's why I'm giving it to y'all. That's why, like, we need to work on this as a family, like, for real. And somebody, because I'm doing so much, it's like, and bringing this to y'all, like, for more than 40 people, thousands of people's attention, all these gems and jewels, and maintaining 3 cases that I got, and doing all my authentications and filing all my taxes. And it's like, I need to get this to y'all to see what y'all can do with it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody could take it to another level way quicker than I can. So let me see, my sister's still here. Everybody still tapped in. Everybody good? Amanda, you good? Alvin, what's going on? Coach, Damien, man, I got 2 Damiens in here. Yeah.
Man, we still good. We still rolling with you, brother.
Hey,
Yo,
where my
yo.
girl at? I'm looking for my girl. Is it Jerika? Hey, Gorilla, I see you hanging in there. LeBron, where my sister at? But I hope my sister. Oh man, where my sister at? My sister still in here that's supposed to give us that free mail. I got a sister in here that's supposed to give y'all a number to make y'all free priority mail. She might have left the building though. Here, I might have to leave though. Oh, okay. It's cool. Y'all got the recording. Y'all ain't got nothing to worry about. Elm, I see you back in the building. Sorry about the reiterating over the certain things that we're going over. We're gonna get a little bit deeper, and I'm gonna do the tax class a little bit different. So if you didn't feel like you got a lot from the tax class, we really gonna go over that in depth, like a little bit more. But it's nice to see you back, man. It didn't record, so I got it recording right now. So it should be recording. Yeah, it says recording on progress. Okay. So, all right. So now listen. It says right here, this is the last thing. Okay, so to retain the record of the transaction and settle the federal tax obligation with the Internal Revenue Service as an entire overall transaction is just commercial of what the bankrupt United States owes its true creditors, which is the American people, in direct relation to borrow gold and national bankrupt emergency 1993. That's Joint House Resolution that they repealed, and then they gave you full faith and credit through House Resolution 807. We're going to go into that when we go into the tax forms and the inter vivos trust, because it's going to be relevant. It's going to be relevant to you. So it says all commercial public debt obligations while transacting business within the United States commercial market belongs to the United States, as the United States is the true obligor in each and every U.S. commercial transaction. So this is why you want commercial transactions and not private transactions. It's on the behalf of your principal, at least. The private transactions that you do don't require, those are like, you really want to know the difference between public and private. Any willful dishonor and or non-settlement of United States commercial public debt obligation matters by any duly bound commercial business entity within the United States will result in federal prosecution to the fullest extent. Signed by President Donald Trump. All right. I'm going to open up a new window real quick. So, I just want to go over Joint House Resolution real quick. Okay. This is not even so how y'all like that one? That's some fire right there for y'all. You know what I'm saying? So y'all get, I'm just gonna show y'all what y'all gonna get. You're gonna get this here. This is how, you know what I'm saying? Just showing you a template. It's just like a paper template. The bond, you know what I'm saying? Like the contract to pay a particular certain amount of money. Then you got the coupon, what to do with the coupon, how to endorse it. And plus y'all gonna have a lot of other people endorse their bills and coupons so many different ways. So I just want y'all to have all the gems so you can put it together, and you can decide how you want to endorse your bills. You know what I'm saying? But because it's a bearer coupon and it has the principal's name on it, if it's payable to whoever company is payable, you pay to the order of that company. But because it's a bearer security and your principal's name is on the bill, you're paying to the order of the bearer because it's a bearer security and you're bearing that security. So you're paying to the person that's bearing that security, but it's to the name that's on that bearer security. So that's why you pay to the bearer, and then you're gonna put your signature at the bottom. You're gonna write, everybody should know that you gotta write out the amount, $300. You gotta write 300 or $365, $365, and then you gotta put that on there, and then you negative. So 300, and 300 plus 300 is 600. So you take a 300 positive bill, pay, put $300 on it. Y'all went to school, so y'all know that that don't add up to zero. So in order to really balance it and apply the real interest to the balance, you would have to use private credit. So the private ledger is the left side of it, which is it goes into the negative. So you're going to use a negative, and you just write those in the box and then write it out in words. Pay to the bearer, special tender for deposit, acceptance. You know what I'm saying? You can even go as far as when you start depositing those coupons and you want to get those to your individual treasury account, you can go ahead and use your CFR stamp if you have the CFR stamp. And if you don't, you can just remit your coupons the appropriate way. And if you need to get a hold of the office, there was somebody last night who dropped some jewels for the right terminology to use is the receivables department, or somebody who has a remittance department or things like that, who handles us registered securities. And then they'll take care of you with that. You know what I'm saying? If you have any issues with your bills. So I mean, y'all can get everything. I mean, I done did so much groundwork for y'all. It's unreal. So we went over that. Bam. So before I go into the taxes, I just want y'all to understand that when somebody transfers something, like when somebody's transferring, dealing with your property, and they're transferring your trust property without having the appropriate, they're not allowed to do that. So this is one of the forms that you could request from them. Any public official should have this form. It's called a, why is that? Okay, this is a standard form B. Okay, this is a declaration of appointment. So these need to be in to the Secretary of State. Now I'm gonna show y'all the code that talks about that. All right. And then you got the Form 61. SF. I think. So bam. So right here, when these need to be turned in to the Secretary of State when somebody is administering your estate. And they're supposed to have an appointment of affidavit to administer your estate. So it's an oath of office. Every single sheriff, registrar, everybody is supposed to have this in at the Secretary of State. The affidavit as a purchase and the sale office. They're purchasing, selling, and transferring your stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're supposed to have these on file. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States from against all enemies, foreign, domestic. So that's why you don't want to be a combatant, an enemy, a domestic, because that's what they trying to act like they treating you. But you're not. I bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I take the obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of invasion, and that I will and will faithfully discharge the duties, they know what time it is, of the office on which I am to enter, so help me God. So when we go right here, we'll see Title 26, okay? So right here, it's a fiduciary notice. Upon notice to the Secretary of State, any person acting for another person in fiduciary capacity shall assume the power, the rights and the duties and the privilege in respect. But this is the key. Well, see, they go off and drift off, and you get to reading this. But the most important part is upon notice. When the fuck did they give y'all notice? When did they give the church? When did they give you notice that they was administering your estate? When did they give the secretary notice that they? So this is important. Why we sending a package to the Secretary of State? Never exactly that what we're doing, because we are any person acting as a fiduciary for another person. We're doing that when we're doing that to the person. So we got to get ours in too. You understand? We need to get our forms in too and give them notice that we acting, because if our forms are in and they ain't got no forms in, whose forms you think gonna stand up?
And else probably will hold more power even if they did, because we the title holders.
Yeah. Even if we don't got theirs, they still supposed to have theirs in to be in, because is any person acting for another person as in a fiduciary capacity. That's enough information right there for me. Where the fuck is the notice at that point? Because y'all definitely acting. Like, what is y'all doing? So notice under this section shall be given in accordance with the regulations prescribed by the Secretary of State. So they probably making exceptions where they come in and do some bullshit notice that they don't want to claim that they being a fiduciary, so they come in with a weak ass power of attorney or a security agreement that we done signed saying that we allowed to administer, and they acting like an executive power. These banks and these agencies are acting like an executive power because we signing over our estate to their ass. We don't know that's what we doing. Y'all get this, y'all get all this, y'all get the Paramount life claim, y'all get all this. I'm prepared, y'all don't even gotta write nothing. You know, I'm giving y'all all the things that I know that doesn't have to be unique. But your trust has to be unique. Your trust can't be the same as everybody else. So then I'm about to take you to another code. You know what I'm saying? Right here. All right. So when they dealing with a trust, this is what they violating too. Okay. Taxes. So now we already know it's in Title 26 that when dealing with taxes, that was Title 26 where they got to notify the Secretary of State. Still, but it's in regard, it was under Title 26. You feel me? Phenomenal, definitely. Appreciate you. So Title 26, 2002, liability of payment. So this is how they put the liability on us, all right? The tax imposed by this chapter shall be paid by the executor. So the person that's executing whatever is transferred. So when you go register your car, they impose the taxes on you because you're the one administering as an executor and making the registration to the DMV. So they impose the tax on you. But did the DMV tell you or disclose to you that they were purchasing your ownership? Did they tell you that they were going to put your your certificate what's that called, your MCO on the back burner and print you out something that's similar to it, and then like take ownership of your vehicle and give you let you use it? You know what I'm saying? Did they tell you that you were that a registration was a transfer of ownership? Because if you didn't, that was a mistake. So in reality, they initiated the transfer by a false pretense. Because if you ever knew if any of that thing was going on, you would have never even made that registration or transfer. So in reality, by persuasion and under duress, they were the executors that transferred that information underneath a false pretense and made you believe that you were getting the credit, or that you were transferring your social security and birth certificate in exchange for some shit that didn't even exist. So you gave ownership of your assets in exchange for a tax liability that's going to be imposed on the person that's executing the transfer. But then they ain't got no 61B and 61 on file, and then but they put, that's how they imposing the tax on us, because they saying that we initiated the transfer. But we would have never initiated anything or dealt with any of y'all if we would have known that that was the case. You understand what I'm saying? Like, who the fuck, what the fuck? How you gonna tax me on some shit that I bought outright? That goes right back to purchasing things with money orders. Okay, so now we're gonna go into a little bit of equity. Okay. All right. Has anybody ever seen these ledgers before? You probably seen these in Amory's class. If you ever took any of his classes. You guys ever seen these ledgers before?
No, I never did.
No.
I've never seen
I
them.
have my G.
Okay.
I've never seen it either.
All right. So this one is Amory's ledger. This one comes from the Rourke files. From, if you know, I clearly credit. And I use both of these ledgers because on this particular one, there's some missing information underneath this private ledger. You see how it says balance sheet of the US of, you're gonna get this picture too. You're gonna get everything. You guys are gonna get all this. You see the balance sheet of that, it says balance sheet. You see that this is a public ledger. But you see that it's under, it says municipal article 1 and 2.
Yes.
Trading with the enemies, TWEA. Okay, Emergency Bacon Resolution Act. 1947 was codified. So around 1947 is when they made the USC. Prior to that, they weren't in existence in the public. If they were used in commerce, we didn't know about them yet. That's because we still had a de jure. We had them, but they were like different. They weren't codified and construed into the Constitution. They were separate. So as we look on the asset side, okay? And the assets are credit. And I want y'all to somebody was in my class talking about it. A debt ain't a credit. Now I want y'all to understand that a credit is a debit. A debit is not a debt. Y'all follow me?
Yeah, I get
Okay.
Yeah.
So it says, you see how it says debt on the right side, DEPT.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say DEPIT, debit, because debit means credit. So that's why it's a debit and a credit on the ledger, on the banking ledger. But so debt is like an illusion. It's like it's something fictitious that was drawing out the reality of a debit and a credit, because a debit and a credit is the same thing. But in order for it to be a difference, they had to extract the terminology and the belief and the illusion of debt, because that's why you got to read the theory of credit, because the whole idea of credit and debt is a theory, because ultimate credit is word of mouth. Hey man, shit, I'm gonna give you $10 when I come back. You know what I'm saying? That's like the way that the theory of credit originally evolved before it started coming and forming into contractual obligations and agreements, and then people start really keeping tabs, and then a credit went from someone giving a credit or a debit to somebody to them having to book it into their entry as a debt. So you have to understand that a credits and debits are the same, but a debt actually means like a negative. Okay, so under the debt and liabilities, we got district citizen. Little box. So the district citizen, U.S. citizen. Now I'm going to look. I want y'all to pay close attention. The district citizen, the debt portion, damages and monetary damages out of the banking industry and out of the trading with the enemies is under Article 2. and it's codifying in the codes. That's why when you use the codes, they got to create a bond, and when you use equity, they do unsecured bonds. Means that the unsecured bond means that they gave you something to sign while you was at court. They didn't lock you up, and they gave you an unsecured bond. That means that they didn't collateralize your bond, because you were able to stand on your ground and let them know for whatever reasons that it was unlawful, or that you was the grantor beneficiary of the implied surety, and you were able to express suretyship enough for them not to proceed with bankrolling your bonds. So they will give you what is called an unsecured bond. That which is the opposite of a secure bond, which they make you pay to receive a bail. So that is all underneath Rule 47, and it's underneath the banking rules. And I'm going to show you how to Google Rule 47, because if you just go look up Rule 47 by yourself and you don't know to put goddess rule, then you're not going to see what they're saying. So it says obligors, to express implied unilateral adhesive agreements, commerce, artificial person, absentee. Remember, absentee is somebody that's declared that they're not in their estate. Pagan, heathen, lunatic, voluntary surety, statutes, and codes. But within that same place, which is consumer law, credits, right? Consumer credit transactions. I'm the creditor, I'm the consumer, all that good, great stuff. It's still underneath the public ledger. It's still underneath Article 2 and trading with the enemies in the Emergency Banking Act. So you really got to understand that. So it's under a contemplation of legal, under the emergency municipal military. You own nothing, but you have a mortgage. You own nothing, but you have an asset, a lease. You own nothing, but you're discarded to be in the territories of, you own nothing and have assets, but they're privileges when they gave you credit. Okay, that's extremely funny to me once you really understand and free your mind out of that. Consumer, this is all Title 15, the Graham-Leach Bailey, the consumer by validation of a debt, and all that beginner shit. You know what I'm saying? So once you get out of this space, then you want to move over to the private ledger and start understanding what the fuck is going on over here. That's crazy, man. I can hear consumer laws right now doing some Instagram shit. Oh God, forgive me. De jure. So these assets, these are real assets. See, there's assets and liabilities underneath this ledger, but they're truly liability. Now there's assets on this private ledger, but they're truly true assets and liabilities. Remember, a liability is an asset and an asset is a liability. But these are true assets. Okay, and these are governed underneath. This brings in the custodial trust, your name decree. This is why I went through everything I went through and brought y'all to here before I even brought this ledger to your attention. Okay, so you need to know that this is the de jure side, this is the private American, this is dealing with the cess decay under Article 3. Article 3, Section 2, I already showed you guys about equity, law. Every action shall, equity and law, so they are together. You just have to, I'm giving you the eye to show you how to see both. Every document and every statement and everything the bank send you, there's always going to be your remedy in that document. You have to be the one to put the glasses on and be Neo in the Matrix to see through the agent and dig out what's applicable to you and decipher what's not applicable to you when they're talking to that person and when they're talking to you, and what and how you can, go about this situation in the best interest of your person. So that's very critical to understand. So you got the assets and the equitable side. So this is the private citizen side. You understand? This is the Sesticate Trust. This is This is in chamber seal ex parte. You understand? Here, these are orders that you're taking from probate and putting them into any court, and you're using equity maxims to go ahead and let them know that a trust exists. You understand what I'm saying? Or you're coming as the executor. You know what I'm saying? Pure substance. No laws, no statutes. That's why I'm teaching y'all statutes and laws so you can navigate your way. That's why I have an issue with people that present y'all and teach y'all about suretyship, subrogation, and trust law and American jurisprudence and corpus juris secundum, and bringing you to these different elements and different waters. And they're great if you do what the teacher tells you to do and you do it right, but we're really regurgitating because nobody's equipping us with the foundational reason of how to read the UCC, how to read the Constitution, and pick out the equity and pick out the law so we can puzzle something together when we're in a court of equity. So if we want to go underneath a consumer law, which we can, I'm not dissing consumer law, but when you're navigating in that emergency banking environment, you need to know who you are while you're in the matrix until you pick up that phone and disappear back into your private environment. But while you go out and you put on them glasses and you go out into the matrix, you got to be very careful of who you're touching and how you're talking to them, because Neo, they will kill you for things they do not understand. Okay? So on the liability side, that's going to be what your houses, your things that are in trust, your mortgages, your notes that are underneath equitable title, because you're going to come in as the trustee, a non-commercial and non-statutory, and you're going to request a chancellery common law, because mortgages and houses were deemed underneath lawful money, and before the banking resolution, that would have to go underneath equity. Okay, this side is your constitution protection. You're protecting your body, your person, your papers, your right to be left alone. Whatever's dealing with your cesticate. But if you're dealing with your assets, or assets, or your asset, because assets are liabilities. They might say liabilities, but these are assets. Because you're liable to keep the taxes on your estate, your houses, your account. So that's why we call them liabilities, because they require you to keep an accounting, a tracing on them. And if you have an asset, you're not required to keep accounting of your body technically, but we keep accounting to God. But your car, once you have it, you don't account your car. You go out and you adore your car and you drive your car. You understand? You don't, and you do your liabilities, your accounting on your accounts, which are assets, but they're your liabilities because they're your responsibilities. So if someone infringes on your liabilities while you're accounting for them, like your house or whatever, that's coming underneath the Judiciary Act, and the Supreme Court has the original jurisdiction underneath the Chancellery. So so the reason why I use two ledgers, because you'll notice on this ledger, we'll get the Scottish Rule 47. You see the Scottish Rule 47, ladies and gentlemen?
Definitely.
So what we do is we go to the internet and we put in the Scottish Rule 47. Okay? And let me show y'all something too. Oh no, that's not it. It's not. Okay. I just want you, I'm just gonna bring this up to, can you, oh, yeah, okay, y'all can see that. Okay. Now you see Rule 47, guys? This says reference to state court and state laws. Y'all see that? Everybody follow me? Is anybody have any questions about the ledgers that I brought to y'all attention? Everybody good? Does anybody have any questions about Amir's ledger?
No, you expressed that in the perfect way.
No.
Okay. All right. The reason why I have a problem with this particular ledger, because on this side, they give you the rule for 47. They give you the rule for the banking, but what the fuck, why do we, I mean, it's still good, but we need the other side. Don't y'all think we need the other rule for this? What's the rule for this side, right? Don't y'all think we need the rule for this side too?
Yeah.
I'm telling you this information, but where y'all gonna go to go look this shit up, right? Don't y'all need some type of resource to go find out where this stuff is?
Definitely.
That's my problem with this document. That's why I provide two ledgers. What rule is that, guys?
Rule 48.2.
That's the Scottish rule of equity.
I once heard equity has no jurisdiction. Is that true?
Equity has no, yeah, you got to create it.
Okay.
You are the court of equity. The probate is the true court of equity.
Okay.
Remember what I said, if you play back on this recording, and I told you, if you got a court order for a beneficiary or a rulership over an incompetent person, and you're appointed trustee by a probate court, not even the Supreme Court can overrule or tap into that trust if it's dealing with the beneficiary. You understand what I'm saying?
Perfectly.
So anything that's created in probate court, it can't be superseded by any other court, even though the Supreme Court is the highest court. But in order for you to turn the Supreme Court into a court of equity, in order for you to turn the state court into a court of equity, you need an order from the probate.
Okay.
So they got y'all going in doing, I mean, it's working. It's definitely working. But how you really gonna get what's yours is when the probate court, which is the estate court, land court, trust court, land plots, incompetent wards of the state, guardians and custodians. Once you get and those are sealed, they're private documents. A lot of those are sealed, some of them are publicated. You get an adoption, you adopt a child through there. Ain't nobody, you can't do nothing with them. They seal the birth certificate in probate. You ever heard of somebody getting adopted and their birth certificate is sealed?
No.
Man, talk to anybody that's adopted and ask them if they can see their birth certificate. It's sealed. That's how powerful that probate court is. You can't, it's hard to open those sealed documents. Almost impossible. You mean to tell me that you're going to generate a court order and an account out of a sealed account? So even if they got your court number to your name, they can't even go look into your case. But they get an order in front of them that a judge signed, and it's exemplified and signed by the clerk of courts. A real order. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is that how some of these people are actually getting out of jail?
I don't know. That's a really good question. And that's it. Maybe that is how. They won't tell me nothing because I'm somebody that come run and tell all of y'all everything. That's why I don't have any friends and people don't like me. Because everything I have to do, I have to kind of either get the class with somebody else. When I figure out the information, I just dump it to y'all. And people done came to me like, you need to slow your roll. God God just told you to be secretive and I'm like, man, all these people claiming that they believe in God and doing God's work, man, they really don't want to tell y'all, they don't want to tell y'all everything. I don't know if they don't, I don't even think I don't know why. But if I knew, that's one thing that I'm moving to next. One thing that I don't know nothing about is adverse possession. And what I do know about criminal rules is that it's dealing with the GSA bonds, and it's dealing with the taxes, and it's dealing with the OID, and it's also dealing with property. Yeah, so you know what? I think that probate has a lot to do with that because it is they say that they're claiming ownership of the body, and the body is a land. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it
You
makes
know your
sense.
body is considered the land in mineral count. You know, you're the minerals, you're made of the dust and the dirt. Like, so you literally have magnesium, iron, phosphate, salt, whatever, all these different elements in your body. And when you go into the dirt, into the ground, those are the same elements inside of your body. So you are the land. You understand what I'm saying? We all of that. We land, air, and yes, we land, air, and water. Yes. Facts, bro. That is
I've read that we're walking mortgages, basically.
walking mortgages.
We're mortgages, or
Yeah, we're like
I'd read.
walking. Right, we're like walking fixtures. We need to get up. We need to get up. Right, we shouldn't be more walking pledges. Yeah, because a mortgage is a death pledge. So yeah, we like bundled. We like one bundled ass up security, a walking bankroll. It's unreal what they do to us. Yeah, I love etymology too. I always go to etymology to pull that root word. Then I go to Latin. You guys want to really understand Latin. All these words that they use are Latin words. They're accounting words, they're Latin words, they're banking words, and they're mainly etymology because that's going to the real root of what it is and how it was used and what type of environments that what type of geographical locations and different nationalities and ethnicities use that particular word and within what language that word was referenced to. Yeah, it's crazy. So the rule 48, guys, look what it says. When I did my name decree and I sealed my case underneath the federal rules, this all clicked to me. And I realized that you could take, excuse me, supreme rules. When I did my name decree and I realized that I had to do ex parte and seal it underneath supreme rules, that's when I woke up and understood that rule 48 was equity. That had a majority of a lot of equity involved in the way that we pursue the courts. So listen, it says these rules adopted September 2017 will be in effect. It says the rules govern all proceedings after the effective date. Don't worry about this except because this only is in regards to certiorars, which are like writs, a particular writ. So this is not y'all case in this matter. So what I'm highlighting in blue, we just gonna not worry about that. So the rule, the rule above it, the rule governs all proceedings in the effective date. In any case in which a petitioner, now I want y'all to really understand because in any case, it didn't say in which the defendant, y'all got to really understand that because the defendant don't have these privileges. You want to be the petitioner. So that's why I really want y'all game tight. I really realize that you don't want to be the defendant. You want to be the suer. You want to be the person suing. Believe that. You don't want to be the defendant. I've been like, trust me, I know from all my practices, you want to be on the better end of the stick. Even though it comes with more responsibility than the defendant, because the petitioner and the appellant, they move the court. And I'm gonna draw something up on the board a little bit. See, like about that. You know what I'm saying? So in any case where the petitioner, because the petitioner sets the jurisdiction, the petitioner comes in and says this court has jurisdiction under blah, 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 blah. So the petitioner, so it don't even matter. The judges are automatically, the courts are designed. If anyone can add me to the Telegram. Yeah, don't worry, bro. You're going to get in there. I don't want none of y'all stressing. That's what I don't want. A lot of people have you stressing and biting your nails, and I just want y'all to know that y'all securities are safe. Y'all securities are good. Y'all, take y'all time. And when we get into the Bible, when we talk a little bit about the Bible, we'll get into that. Okay. Or the appellant has filed a brief on the merits. Okay. As long as you got good merits, you got good standing, and you got good principles. Okay. prior to this effective date, these revised rules, remember, revised rules, statutes, all remaining briefs in this case may comply with the October 2007 version of the rules of the Supreme Court of the United States. So see that? Rather than using revised rules. So now do you see why that you can come in as a private American? Do you see why you can take over your cess decay? Do you see why you could take your orders from the probate court and use substance? Because they told you in 48 that a petitioner who files the briefs on the merit prior to this effective date of these rules, all remaining briefs in that case may comply with Supreme Court rules of the United States, not district rules, not county rules, not federal rules of procedure, not revised codes. They already told you. Equity. You can come in and do equity. You can set the jurisdiction with 48. And you can come in underneath the Judiciary Act of 1787, and you can go ahead and kick their ass, 1789, excuse me, with the Judiciary Act. Come in with your Bible and come in with your maxims and kick some ass. Now, Rule 47, right? Mind you, this, look right here, guys. Normally it says code, like statutes. Look, it says Supreme Court rules. That's why I showed y'all the importance of clicking on this Roman numeral right here where my little mouse is wiggling on the left-hand side, to use that Roman numeral and go look up what everybody has. Everybody want to play Jesus Christ. They never, ain't nobody up, read, go read, go read, go read, go read. But they never, ever, ever, ever showed you that all the laws are down here. So all you got to do is Supreme Court stuff is all here. You understand what I'm saying? See, you actually got to go to another book because they don't provide everything, but they provide case law. And that's what Supreme Court goes off of. You understand? Those are called precedences and decrees that they go off of. And underneath equity, they're bound to go off of those latest case laws. And that's probably why when I clicked into the Supreme Court, there's no codes and statutes. It's only case law. So right there, Judiciary and boom, case law. U.S. codes. This is a military. Even the Constitution embodies the military, but the Constitution also embodies the Supreme Court. So y'all got to look at the Constitution like a treasure chest, like Drake's Uncharted Adventure. It's one big ass tombstone that has all the different treaties and laws and rules and regulations and tools and nationalities, and everything is in it. So believe it or not, a U.S. code is a constitutional statute. A Supreme Court case is also constitutional rulings. Federal rules of regulation are promulgated only by the authority of the Constitution. None of these laws can be in conflict with anything that embodies the Constitution. Okay? None of that. You got your administrative law. This is business law, pretty much. It's gonna look like business law, but it's like agency. It's agency law. You know, constitutional law. You know what I'm saying? That's probably bring up a different element. But y'all go ahead and dive into that. I done dived into all of that. That's how I even got to where I am today. But y'all get it though? The Rule 47 and Rule 48 and how that reflects to the ledger. Don't worry, you got the recording and you guys got everything. You guys need, okay. The term state court when used in these rules include, now they talking about the District of Columbia. They talking about the corporation. They talking about 28 USC 3002. The state has nothing to do with our Constitution. I mean, it does, but They showing you the division. You feel me? The court of, that's why when you walk into these courts and you don't understand how to go into the probate court and you don't understand how to create your trust, then you walking right into these courts, these same courts, right? Even the Supreme Court. Even this, but you notice that it says it don't says the Supreme Court of the United States. You know what I'm saying? You better leave.
This is the key to get upstairs.
To get in the door.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you, man. You coming back? Oh man, all right. Supreme Court of the Commonwealth of so you feel me? I ain't about to go all into this, but y'all know it's the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Boom. Now this is all the territories of the District of Columbia and the instrumentalities and the location of the debtor. This ain't got nothing to do with us, man. But unfortunately, we navigating and they got attachments to us within this rule. And that's why we need to understand all these fundamental things that I have brought to y'all attention today. It's very vital. It's very vital. So like I said, if you want this, you got to go hard because this ain't something like, this ain't a quick fix. Even if you wanted it to be. Look, guys, you go to probate. Adversial. This is when two people are having issues with each other on a trust level. You feel me? Instead of having complications in the public, you know what I'm saying? A petition or appropriation, you feel me? Affidavit or request of service for publication, you know what I'm saying? Affidavit as known as HARES and request for service of publication. You feel me? Land. They're not supposed to be having no, like land is supposed to be in probate. Applications to private sale. You see what I'm saying? That's why you need land trust, land deeds. This is where when you get your shit secure, this is where you come in and file your estate. Fiduciary complaint. You feel me? Somebody breached trust. Oh yeah, we going here. Then we going to take this order out of this probate and go enforce it inside any other court that we want to. Look at that entry confirming sale of an order deed. They don't do this with us. We doing they got us doing other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Look at this adoption. You know what I'm saying? You can adopt requirements of you can adopt an adult. Look, requirements of court and agency adoption. This is what they doing, custodial trust on us. You know what I'm saying? They're acting as custodian, but they're getting away with it in the other courts. You know what I'm saying? Petition to recognize foreign adoption. It's all type of crazy shit in here. And this is the, like, I call this the real court of equity. I've never heard nobody say that because I never heard nobody expose y'all to this. And I think that they told y'all about the name decree. If you heard it from someone other than me, then they gave you a breadcrumb, but they didn't tell you, they didn't lead you. They really didn't tell you, like, that's why that name decree is serious. Because once you get that, it unlocks everything. Because now you can go back in that probate court and be that name for every single issue here. So you can't go do none of this if you don't got a name correction. You go in there with your public name, you're gonna get treated like nothing. You feel me? That's why you go get that name decree, and then you go ahead and start petitioning to adult guardian. You feel me? Your person don't come up, you put it in the newspaper and you take guardianship over your estate. You feel me? Report distribution of a minor or an adult claims. Successors, custodians. You see what I'm saying? You got to go in there and go and clean house, guardian bond. You see what I'm saying? Like, and this a lot of stuff. I just figured this out. I figured this out like after it, like, trust me, like I'm like, oh my God, it clicked. Name correction. You know what I'm saying? In every probate, y'all all got probate courts. Look, trust forms. Look at that trust filing guide. Everybody, see, this is why you want to know why I have an issue with people, and I don't have an issue with people because in Ohio, we are a little different because we're not like Pennsylvania or other states that has been implemented before us. See, we're like a new state. So we were like, we didn't have, back in the day, they registered deeds and they registered birth certificates in the same place where the deeds was. But if you don't live in one of those states that's old, like one of the 13 colonies, like New Hampshire or New York, you're not going to be able to record your goddamn trust or your birth certificate inside the goddamn deed of record. So anybody ever went and realized, like, I tried to do it. Like, they like, what the fuck is you, like, what is you doing? I'm like, I'm trying to get my shit in there. You know what I'm saying? They like, nah, buddy. Now I figured it out. This is where you put your trust. So when your trust get a docket number, and it's you take y'all custodial trust and get a docket number, it's over with. Who gonna deny your trust? Ain't nobody gonna deny it because they can't. You understand what I'm saying? This is where all testamentary trust. You feel me? Like this is, I'm giving y'all a game that you are y'all mind y'all. I'm giving y'all a game that is going y'all. This is beyond anything y'all ever gonna hear. It's a lot of good stuff out there, but I don't think a lot of people that's not gonna show y'all that. And y'all probably done came to the probate court and looked at it and probably never really know, because a lot of times everything that got the gold in it, we walk past it 100 times. 100 times, and then we come back like, oh my God, oh my, and you be like, I've been walking past this shit the whole time. And it's like, it's for real. So I'm sorry that y'all learning this late. I'm sorry that I learned this shit late. You know what I'm saying? But they're not gonna tell you that the probate is the first court of equity. Okay. So we're gonna do these tax forms now. And then we're gonna jump to how to file the UCC the appropriate way. All right. Y'all good? Any questions? Everybody okay? I'm concerned. It's very.
No, I'm still here. I keep pushing it back with the time, but I'm still here because this is essential.
This is crazy. I'm far from finished. I wish I could. I don't wish. I mean, it is what it is. I don't whatever. But this is for real. This is for this stuff is heavy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want y'all clenching on, and I don't want y'all like I don't want people trying to play God to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want it hurts me. Like I be in tears. Y'all don't even know like this how sensitive my spirit is to this shit. Like I be wanting to choke a lot of people that got this information. I don't know if they know what I know, or I don't know if they hide it from y'all, and I just be want to choke them low key. And they just be like, I don't want to be violent neither, but I just don't like it. So the only thing that I can do is give back to a few, I'm here and here's. The only thing that I could do is just give back to, to y'all, and just try to do God's work the best that I can. You know what I'm saying? So that's just as simple as that. No problem. So y'all gonna get this file. Y'all gonna I'm gonna pull this out of here because it's organized. Oh no, what the hell did I just do? All the way back down. I'm gonna pull the tax forms out of here because it's just organized. I just like it. That's why I even download this myself sometimes. Yeah, it's priceless, and it was only 100. It was all the classes and all this was $100, and this class Zoom was $65. I bet you people. That's cool because that's how that's how we got the right people in. That's why God don't make no mistakes, man. Believe that. Okay. All right, so we about to go in. We really about to turn up a little bit more. Oh shoot. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. The Vienna Convention. We got the Hughes Convention. We got the Hughes Convention on applicability of trust. We got the Trump order. He wrote another order too. Let me see if that's which one it is. Yeah, that's the Trump order. Let's see what this is. We got the DL. Got a lot. I'm getting excited because we about to go into a lot of juicy information. I should go. I'm gonna go back and categorize this, but just know, like if something don't like, Y'all got to just read the Trust Indenture Act, and then the Trustee Act. I'm not gonna pull that out because of regulatory. I don't know what that is. So we got the custody. I went over that last night. I'm gonna show y'all the trust. That's the trust IRC notice of fiduciary relationship. Is it? Oh, what Trump letter? And I get excited about this. Then we got these texts. We're gonna go over all these texts. Show y'all power real quick. Y'all all got. Yeah. All right, there's more stuff in here too. You know something. This before we get started. Y'all ever heard of Nebjo? Anybody?
No, never.
No, not me.
He created this class, and it's 6 videos, and it's a lot of work. But if y'all brave enough to go in here, I have not finished this, and this is probably why I don't know much about the securities. But I mean Treasury Directs. But this man has all these videos. These videos are gonna take you a long Nebjo right here. You ain't gonna find him. I don't know what happened to him. He just like fell off the face of the earth. Crazy. But take this class. This is the security and fidelity. Okay. He gonna break down the Treasury Direct account like y'all ain't never heard of it. He gonna put fidelity with it. Some of it's gonna be vocal. Like right. Oh, this is a video, but you gotta download. Excuse me. No, this is audio. It's audios and video. But if you want to know about like fidelity, I still gotta go and write my notes on this and study on this too, because this shit was some heavy fidelity account and all that. But this man right here is an alien. Like y'all think I'm dropping hella game on y'all, but he's a specialized person in this right here. And what he's gonna talk about, you're gonna thank yourself for the discipline if you can make it through some of this. I had made it some of through, but some of the shit went over my head because Nebjo. I don't know what happened to him, Miss Wade. He just disappeared one day. I hope he okay. Hope he ain't like I don't even want to say anything like, but I hope he okay. That's all I can say. My boy missing that action. Just Instagram just disappeared. I'm like, what happened? Right. Like, hopefully he's still alive. Y'all probably gonna find me missing one day. I don't know. I'm in a crazy ass state though. I don't think they want to. I mean, things happen, shit. I'm dead. It is what it is. I'm ready. I get to stabbing agents and all that good stuff. I don't know what it would be like to get abducted by like somebody and like I grew up selling drugs, so it'd be like somebody hopping out of a marked car. I'd be tripping. I live in Lorraine, but I'm from Cleveland. I met my beautiful wife out there. Oh, you live on Detroit? Oh, you in Cleveland? Cleveland? I'm right down the street from you. Look at that. Oh, you in Vegas. Oh, were you at school out there? School out there? Scuba Steve. That's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna be out there in Nevada soon. Just taking care of some business. I don't know. I'm cool. I'm good. Comfortable in my body. You move from Ohio to. Oh, okay. I feel it. I ain't never moving from Ohio. I mean, if I do, I'm still always gonna be here. I'm never, ever, ever, ever. Not until I get not until I get control of this state and control of this city and start freeing a lot of people from here. So I'm like, if you can't get it in your hometown, then how you gonna get, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody, to each his own. Shout out to everybody. I ain't gonna do that. Everybody know about the rights of indigenous people. Are you trying to hear that? All right. Everybody okay? Y'all need to get a drink of water or anything? Everybody
No,
good?
I'm
Yeah,
good.
probably.
You you can. Y'all need to step away. I actually need to go get me something to drink. Y'all cool with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, just
Yeah.
stretch your legs. I ain't gonna be too long because I'm about to get it in. And before we actually, oh, I know what I forgot to go over. Let me write it down. All right, I'm just about to go grab my drink and I'll be right back. I ain't gonna take you long. Y'all good? Y'all ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I forgot to uh actually show y'all something really quick. I gotta find it real quick because I actually, before we get into these taxes, and then I want to tell y'all my experience in the office with the agents, like I did. And then we got to do the tax forms. That's right. I'm gonna do the UCC after that. All right. So y'all gonna receive all these documents you see me flicking. Y'all gonna get all of these. So like all of these prayers to close. This is good for child support, the paramount claim. And that's big. I'm really trying to find this one thing. It's about to show y'all about endorsements. Like the the Treasury Department don't have no rule on when it comes to like name beneficial owners, like with a signature, like endorsing. You see, look at that. I show y'all how to make pay stubs too. That's funny. We ain't even got, man, y'all don't know, man. I gotta do like a business class for like the CPNs and stuff for y'all. Show y'all how to use Proton Mail and just set everything up the right way. I mean, y'all be paying yourself. Crazy. Be getting approved and under CPNs. That shit, wow. Oh man, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to look for this. It's real important, man. Where is it? Oh yeah, that's that one thing. Oh well, we're gonna go over the taxes for now. I don't want to hold y'all much. I'm still gonna finish no matter if y'all leave. See, I got templates for y'all too, like for the foreclosure templates. I got templates for enforcing a contract for y'all. Y'all just gotta fill in. You make sure you attach your summons to your complaints. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Your compensation, declaratory release, and stuff like that for y'all. You're just gonna have to. I made them so plain like that because it's really supposed to look like fit you, not look like somebody else's stuff. So,
I have a question.
yeah, please.
Once all this is completed, like give me 1 second. Sorry, my son was next to me snoring. But I had a property that I sold, and I found out that it was actually a corporation who purchased it. I've wondered, like, would I be able to go back and reclaim the property?
Oh, that sounds crazy. Not technically.
Huh?
No, I said no. No. I don't. Not really. I mean, that's a complex situation, really, because there's a lot of stuff that just happened right there.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have a question. This, but like, yeah, you owned it outright. You had it in the land trust.
No, see, that's the thing. I didn't put it in a land trust, but like when I started to learn more about all of this, because again, I absolutely don't know nothing. But one thing that I learned is that when you contract, it has to be of like mind. So it can't be a living, breathing being with contracting with a corporation.
They contracted with your person. They didn't contract.
Right. So then I wouldn't be able to go back and actually get it, but I would be able to go back and get the securities, right? Because it wasn't
Not really.
truly
I don't know. It's no mortgage on it, paid and cleared. You rolled over the mortgage to them.
yeah.
Like it was tied to the bank and they took responsibility of it.
No, it wasn't rolled over to them. They put it back to what is it, escrow, and was that escrow?
It's a bank. You was financing through a bank.
Yeah.
No,
But see, the bank that I started with is not the bank that I ended up with. It's like they sold it to somebody else and I ended up
they
paying
did.
somebody.
They definitely did almost immediately.
Yeah.
They sold it.
So
No, I mean you already sold it. So how you gonna have it? What do you like? It's gonna be that's gonna be hard. And then, man, it's like even with those type of cases, you gotta have real bonds with mortgages. Like when you go for a mortgage and you say you try to do whatever you're trying to do with that mortgage, and then you fail and they default or give you a judgment not in your favor or dismiss your case, and you try to appeal it, you gotta have a bond. And you're not getting foreclosed on, so you're gonna be like if you're a petitioner like this, you're gonna really have to prove I mean, you're gonna have to really like, what would your story be? I don't even have a story for you because you already you got played, but you had an opportunity to sue the people that played you, but you already sold your interest. Like, I don't know, it's
Mhm.
kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I mean, because it'll be different, like, because when you first sign your mortgage, they purchased your note and they created a deed in your name, which is like a shadow chain, it's like a colorable, marketable title,
Mhm.
and that's how they keep record of whoever has it. But the note is separate. You know, the note that they trade in is what they gave to the other person. But the mortgage was the pledge, which is technically, like, just figuratively speaking, the whole thing in one, like the package, the pledge all in one, which is comprised of the deed, the note, the promise, the security agreement, and everything attached to create the security. Now, when they purchase that without your permission and you knowing, you put your down, what you can get your down, you probably can get your down payment back from the bank, your deposit from the bank, like out of that house for them. That might be you might really be able to do that, but you ain't gonna be able to do nothing to the person, to the corporation or the person that you sold it to, that you assigned it to technically, because you never went for your equity initially.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So they took your note, then they sold your note. You would have had to go after that person and see if they even had the note for real. That would have been the first one. And then the person that sold your note to them would have been like an accomplice in that too. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a lot. It's just a lot. Like you don't even- you the only one really that hold the note. You know what I'm saying? It's like they ain't never
Mhm.
gonna admit that they hold the note. It's just like, but that's typically when they suing you. But see, you wanted to look into you claiming your equity and suing them. But it said it's like, I don't know. It's just like you was better off not selling it to somebody, and you was better off just going ahead and just taking, like, trying to get your equity out of it, trying to get your note, trying to get your home, or do a forensic audit on it. But now you're not even in a position to do a forensic audit on that.
Okay. Because I still gotta get notifications as if the property is still mine.
Let's
Like
say, but
I
like,
get emails all the time, and I'll get like an email saying that the equity has went up on my property, and I'm just like, okay, but that's crazy.
maybe I don't know. But you might have to look into that. That's not. I really don't know much about mortgages. I never purchased no home, but I do know their notes. And if you have equity tied to that, you should be able to get that out. But I don't. I
Right.
wouldn't know how the hell to go about that after you sold it. I don't know. Like, I don't.
Because I still have all the paperwork. Like I from when I first bought it to when I sold it, like I have everything.
So really, whatever your house was worth. Whatever your house was worth, including your down payment included, is because your down payment wouldn't take away from the worth; it would actually add to the value of the house. So say like it was a $200,000 house, and you put 30 or 15,000, $30,000 down, and then that would be that you would need those deposits back for those payments that you made that you should have never even made because it was paid for the day that you signed it, and then
Hmm.
you entitled to that equity because it's like it's just this is land, so it's so hard possession of land. But they never made no claims. The only thing with them is that they misleaded you in purchasing your note and made you believe that they gave you some financing to finance your home. But see,
Hmm.
and then, but like the thing is, like, you was entitled to the whole note. So if you sign underneath that mortgage for like $200,000 house, underneath of application for notes, it should be that whole transaction for you and your equity should have been a $200,000 note and whatever you put down with it would be your entitlement to your equity. But now that corporation that purchased it is say they want their equity too. So imagine everybody tracing their equity. So it does seem like to me, honestly, the way that I understand equity and the way that I understand notes and the way that I understand shadow titles with property, it's like it's a lot of y'all that got it's you and the person that you sold it to got equity in it, and it's crazy that you actually got put in the middle of a fraud. Like I don't know what it is. Like you really didn't sell your house.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I got out of it. So I'm just like, I still technically own my house, and if I claim it, if I can figure out how to properly tie it back to myself and tie me to the land, then I can reclaim my property. So I've been kind of stuck on that. And I don't really know who to talk to because again, like
Somebody
this, I'm
occupied
new
in that
all this.
living. Somebody's occupying and living in there.
So they have somebody written it, but when I looked at my paperwork, when I started to learn about this, I looked at my paperwork and it's different names that sign the paperwork. So it's not even like the corporation signed anything. They have like their agents sign for them. So it's different people acting as the corporation, of course, who signed the paperwork. But
That's crazy.
my house was, what is it? My house was 390. Was it
Have
390?
I mean, I honestly, the person that I'm gonna try to advise you to, but I heard somebody say they paid $400 for his consultation and didn't get shit out of it. But Amory, like at law, he traces quote unquote traces mortgages. I'm not sure what you willing to
Oh
put.
no, I bought some stuff from him,
Yeah,
like, and it didn't include everything. And I reached out, and he never reached back out or said anything. And I'm just like, okay, well, that's just my lesson learned. Like,
that's so
I
crazy, man. I don't know.
yeah,
What's that?
and
What's
like
that?
he's the only one. Like, I really don't know. Like, I noticed like people know a lot of people who's learning this or teaching it. I truly don't know anyone. Like I'm new to your platform. I forgot how I even found your page. But I'm new to your platform. And the only one aside from you and Amir is clearly credit.
Yeah, he's a beast
So,
too. But
literally it's y'all three, but I don't follow Amir. Like I stopped following him because I feel like he it's open ended with him. Like he's saying a lot of stuff, but I don't know. My spirit never could really get with him, just being brutally honest.
no, I feel it, and it be like that sometimes. Some people, I don't know, but yeah, this is just this is like this is a little different than the foreclosure. It's like honestly, I think really, you got all your paperwork that you said.
I have everything.
So I mean, have you ever thought about getting a forensic audit on your transaction?
Didn't even know that I could do that. Like
Yeah, what?
I
Look
don't
at
do
this.
nothing.
Let me show y'all something.
I'm gonna mute myself until we start talking again because my baby's still snoring next to me.
Let me see who I said in the world. I should have seen. You right. Like this, what you want to look for. You want to, and then they shutting these people down because of what they do. But I would start with like a forensic audit on the account. I mean, you might be able to get some of you might be able to get some of the chattels securities out of it. Now, as far as getting it now with the company, see, you got two things. You like it in the middle right now. It's crazy because you got issues with the people that bought your note, and then they put a book entry with your deposit. Like that's the principal, and then like they already pulled a principal amount out like, everything was paid for from the beginning. So this is just complications and not non-disclosure. With them, but they didn't foreclose on you, so they didn't make any claims to the land. That was the problem.
Yes, it was never foreclosed on. So like it was paid and it's considered paid in full on my end.
Right, right, because you got somebody to take it over.
Mm-hmm.
Right. See, I don't know. I ain't never heard no shit like that. I hope you know what though.
And I feel like I could go after that bank as well. Like I not even feel like I know I can. I just don't know how.
Like,
Yeah,
I know I could go after that bank
it's a
that
lot of
was,
that actually went yes for selling your for purchasing your note without your knowledge and then selling the note.
right.
Let me tell you something, like them courts is wild, especially with them foreclosures and properties, because they actually make a lot of money off of them
You know,
judges.
I learned that they how they do it when they run it the way that they do it, they actually remove us off the land, and they put it through the state assessor or something like that.
I don't know. Like
Um,
a lot of stuff is new to me with mortgages, but I just understand notes and securities. I understand how they moving them bitches around. I just never been in those transactions. So I never
mhm.
seen how the paperwork look. I never, you feel me? I never seen them like literally experience the note, like the mortgage company getting switched and them sending me a letter saying that the mortgage was switched or bought. Like I would,
I
but
don't
I
even
would
think they
don't.
even sent me a letter saying that it was switched. They just sent me a letter saying like, "Hey, you know, this is where you're
That's a
gonna,
problem too. That's a problem.
yeah, this is where you making your payments now." And me, you just, I'm like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? I ain't never missed a payment, no nothing.
Well, you
Yeah,
technically
it's
can.
crazy. I guess that's an assignment though, for real, for me.
I see that. I mean, whatever I get, I could try to help. But I'm gonna try to reach out to you. If I mean, that's it. That's a lot of wisdom with them homes, man. One person I know that may be able to help you. That I know he a good dude. Maybe you could ask him is Moorish Lighthouse. You know what I'm talking about? Who's doing the adverse possessions on property?
No, I only know you.
You know,
And again, I just came across you.
yeah, I would really.
Um, and I'm just gonna say clearly credit, which is Rick, because I don't follow him here. So I absolutely positive don't know anyone else. Like, and
But
I
I would.
just recently go
Oh no,
ahead.
go ahead. No, you cool.
Oh no,
So
I was gonna say I just recently followed another guy. I forgot his name though. But he talks a lot about lawful money. So he does like a lot with the stamps and everything.
it's mortgages ain't about they don't give a fuck about that. I'm gonna tell you that now. Like mortgages, that shit ain't too much of that. Like if you getting foreclosed on, that's where the tender come in and letting them know about your interest and shit like that. But like really, them like that shit is like a serious deal. Cause I mean, you plan that's a big business. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the biggest business. That's probably close to next to prisons, even bigger probably, because one of
Yeah.
the exclusive numbers of you saying is a almost $300,000 house. You know, telling you got a probably like $3 billion note, and then
Yeah, so the house was almost 400. It was in the high threes. But they bought it from me for really they really ain't bought nothing for real, but they gave me 100,000 more when they cashed out. However, you know the broker and the what is it? The realtor took a portion of that, and I kind of want to go after her too, but that's another story.
they all
Um, yeah, because honestly, I came to a point where I was just like I didn't want to sell my property, but then I was told because I had already signed the paperwork that if I backed out that they could sue me,
oh,
the realtor and a company.
yeah,
So I'm just like sue me, like that's crazy, that's wild, because I don't want to sell my property.
yeah, that's wild. They be threatening you, man. That's like a threat.
Right. So I ended up just going along with it. But
A lot of
if I
people.
try to take that to a court, that's hearsay because there's nothing in writing that could prove that that conversation was had.
I mean,
So
it's a lot of moving factors. Yeah, proving that in court would be the rules of evidence. It would be testimony given. It would be testimonies and cross examinations with that type of stuff. And then not only that, it's like the notes
but you
and
know
questions.
what? And I'd be able to testify that, right? Because it'll be my word against she was the only person there. She wouldn't even be able to bring in an attorney to speak on her behalf, right? Because what one of the maxims, what is it? I learned that equity doesn't aid volunteers.
That's like that, but that exactly because you never restricted your signature in the beginning. That's what that's
Um,
for. So you gave equity does not perfect an unperfected gift. You
you right, you right.
gave a gift. That's
You
kind of crazy.
right.
No, but it's cool though. I hate that you're even going through this, hear this serious about it. Like sometimes you just gotta take a loss. But I'm telling you, if you gear up with this information, I'm telling you and dig in more, because I'm telling you everything I'm telling you will be get you prepared for something big like that. Because I'm telling you, with them mortgages and them houses, they will eat your ass alive. The easiest way to do it is like why it's in an adverse possession, why they foreclosing on you, or you petition and get their ass right back, like you like days after you sign that mortgage, or like less than 45 days that you sign that mortgage, then you can get their ass. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on what side you want to play, but that's not your situation in this case. So it's just a lot of moving factors, you know what I'm saying? Because it's just like you ain't even gonna, it's like one side you trying to defend yourself. So I could see them saying, coming in like, well, you know, she doing like all this equity stuff, but in the same time, she was the same person that participated in the commercial transaction to relieve herself and get it to somebody else. You know what
You
I'm
know
saying?
what my plan would be, honestly, if they wanted to sit there and pay that, honestly, I would just let them keep the property, but what I would go for is my securities. And I've like just sitting back listening to you, like I like how you strategically rebuttal. Like you don't try
Yeah,
to, like you said, don't put yourself in a position as a defendant. So I wouldn't even go in there with the ideology that is mine, and y'all need to give it back. I
yeah.
would more so be on the spectrum of,
Of the
okay,
notes. Of the
right,
notes.
I didn't receive my securities, like the transaction was not proper. Um, and I wasn't given full disclosure of everything that was actually owed to me in that. In so many words, it would be a lot different, a lot cleaner once I learned. But
Right, right,
that's
right.
honestly the angle to take. And then I just take whatever they give, which I'm pretty sure is gonna be a hell of a lot, and go give me some land. They can have the house.
And then and dealing with that, yeah, I mean, if you want to liquidate the chattels, I think, it just shit is just wow. That's something that's way above my like experience. I ain't even gonna say understanding, but I haven't even experienced nothing like that. So I wouldn't know. I don't want to give you any bad advice. But I just one thing that I could yeah, 72 hours. Like if you would have hit that shit in the beginning, you would have been better off. But like even me just not knowing, never having a mortgage, I probably would have been able to coach you through, and you probably would have had it's just a lot of rules. You would have had to go by rules of federal rules. Like with them mortgages, it's really not no joke. I'm just not even gonna lie to you.
You know
'Cause
what I ended up buying? I got this book called it. This book is worth almost $46,000 right now.
whoa,
It's crazy. It's O'Connor's Federal Civil Forms.
Oh wow, you said O'Connor's. That ain't he a judicial officer?
Yeah, so I got the Federal Civil Forms, and it gives you like the arguments and everything, and I have like the whole entire layout of how to pretty much it's a book full of templates, and it tells you how to apply them and what to apply them to, and it gives you like various arguments to input in there. It's like a copy and paste like the attorneys do pretty much.
Right, right. You said how much?
Yeah,
How much is that book now?
that book is like almost worth $46,000 right now.
Oh my God. You gonna sell it?
No, I'm not selling nothing. You don't sell gold. This is going to my library.
Y'all
No,
ready?
but if you ever need anything,
No, you good.
whatever, I'll sit it all.
God positioned you with that book because it's gonna do something special for you down the road. Believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, I haven't even come to that. I don't really like to come and needy. I know God is gonna situate everybody because our hearts we get what our hearts desire.
Mm-hmm.
So don't worry, everything will be in position.
Thank you.
My
I
desire, I
appreciate
don't know, I'm satisfied now. I'm content with where I'm at. So yeah, she said, how much for a scanned copy? That's what you should be doing, selling them.
No, yeah, I wouldn't even sell y'all. No, I'll just give it to you. Like,
I mean, at
just
the
like
end
you
of
said,
the
that's
day,
where my heart is. My heart is the money and everything is cool, but my heart has always been set on the freedoms of it all. From the first moment I knew that I did not have true ownership of my son. That's what puts the fire in me.
yeah, that's
Everything else, that's just it is what it is. I mean, that's my God given rights, right? But I just want my freedoms. I just want
no.
my freedoms and for my son to be a free man.
We got them. We got freedoms. We just want to position them in a safe place.
Right.
Yeah, we just want to secure them. We just want to re-secure them. That's all it is. Y'all
Yeah,
ready to
but no,
drop
I'll
it?
give a scan copy. I wouldn't charge you. I wouldn't charge you for it at all. It don't
Oh
take
yeah.
nothing for me to scan it to my phone. I just take a picture and I could text it right to you.
I don't know. I actually, you know what? I don't know about Path to Freedom, but if I let y'all in my, I'm gonna bring old stuff from my, ask Enoch. Enoch is in here. Hey, Enoch, tell them about my brother Joshua and my other brother Bahati, who put the forensic audits of they forensic audits inside the chat. I have a friend here named Enoch who's in my Telegram group. We have real forensic audits of them QSIPs, man. They're in the billions. I don't know what Path to Freedom does, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I fell out with her, but I gotta give credit as credit where due. I would never take away from anybody's good work, and she has a lot of good work. And if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have learned a couple of things up my avenue to like really understand. So, me and her be beef, and I know she got a lot of stuff going on, but it's all love in a certain. But it ain't, it ain't like that. But she has some good knowledge. I ain't gonna fake the like. So if anybody really ever experienced her, I mean, I'm sure that y'all probably have learned something or two. And I know that she just didn't tell everybody everything. So. But y'all can get together. Miss Wade, she said she'll conversate with you about, that scanned copy. I'm not really into that right now. But I appreciate that offer that she offered. But I have I got some other stuff going on where I'm not thinking about no mortgage or nothing like that. And I got a lot of weapons, so everything that I'm handling right now. And when I do get into that, I'm going to the Moorish Lighthouse, brother. He the coldest with that shit. And Jamal Bay and him is the coldest with that mortgages and stuff. So look, guys, I'm just gonna read past you gotta pay attention to. The lives and comments. Yeah, you gotta read the comments and really pay close attention. They don't just give you everything. So when you creating your custodial trust, guys, the mission is gonna be like this is a foreign grantor trust, grantor custodial living trust is an indigenous aboriginal express trust, unincorporated, associated, founded on this day of creation and or manifestation of its articles the such and such estate trust, foreign express grantor custodial living trust was formed in whenever it was formed in the Aboriginal region of wherever Aboriginal region of Republic you are in, and the trust primary objective is for the custodial living trust to function as a multi-purpose unincorporated association. And this is where it goes back to that trust test where it says it has to make sure that it's not operating in the United States. And it was created to be cestui use in the same manner to the same extent as the individual sui jure grantor might or could do. The general law merchant embraced under the general commercial common law, the original and unique system of the commercial law in America states that which there is no commerce regulation of express trust except in connection derived from the corporate stock and physical franchise under Article 1(8), Section 8, Clause 1 and 2 of the Constitution. It has been long held that the trustee of the express trust have greater latitude than the ordinary trustees, simply because such trust created by individuals sui jure may do whatever individuals sui jure may do. It has been held that the express trust is a contractual relationship based on the trust form and that any law or procedure in its operation denying or obstructing contract rights, impairing the contractual obligation, and is therefore a violation of Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution, because the express trust was created by the exercise of the natural right to contract, as the court has made it clear that the express trust is not a subject to legislative control when the trust is engaged in trade or commerce on behalf of the trust. It shall be acting under general common law, as the trust is within the jurisdiction over which the literal and absolute protection of the Bill of Rights lie and extend, which is now adopted under this trust as a primary duty and mission as living bylaws. That's the way my trust, the beginning of my trust. If you want a copy of that, that's the only thing that I will give you a copy of. I will not give you anything else in my trust. I will show you how to point you in the right direction, and then y'all could just get, because this is what This is what I wrote down what Tracy talked about. So everybody should be it because it's just general. So I'll put that in the chat for y'all, like in the Telegram group for y'all. But I put out my trust because there's certain things on international law that governs my trust, and it should govern yours as well, such as the diplomatic convention, the Vienna Diplomatic Convention on Trust and diplomatic affairs in regards to consent. And then we got the Northwest Ordinance. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to find that today. I'm gonna try my best. There's just it's just so much information. It's just unreal. But I'm sorry, everybody okay? Does everybody do y'all need a break or anything? I'm saying we got 20 people now.
I actually have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I am interested in all of this stuff. It's so overwhelming, but I'm being patient. I'm just taking it all in. But I have a special needs adult child,
Oh, hey.
and she's 32, and I'm just now, yesterday, years old, realizing that she needs a special needs trust. I'm also looking into getting our birth certificates authenticated as well. But I'm not sure if she will lose her government benefits if I take this route of our freedom, which I really want to take this route. But the question I have about her special needs trust is I don't know what to put in it, the specifics. Should her birth certificate go in that, or should it go in the one that I build, as a revocable trust? So I guess my question is, how do I make her special needs trust? I'm very limited on funds, so I'm trying to do it myself. I went through Law Depot for her power of attorney, but they don't have a special needs trust. So I'm going through it's another one, something online, and they ask you a series of questions, and I guess at the end it prints out a trust. I don't know if that's the route that I should take.
When you say special needs trust, who did you talk to before when you first found this out, and before you even said and knew what a special needs trust is? Who told you about that you need a special needs trust because of your daughter? Who told you that?
A business person, a colleague of mine, she told me that because I have a guardianship. And what aroused me was when I moved from Illinois, where we are from, to Texas. Illinois, I had a court date, and I had to show them my guardianship for Brianna. And then they labeled it, they gave me a 2-year out date. That date was like 2 weeks ago, and we did Zoom court here in Texas. So then after court, I get an email, and the email was as I'm reading it, it was as if she was property, and I had to pay a fee to leave Illinois, pay a fee for them to gain her in Texas. And it just blew my mind, like they're treating my child like a property. Oh my God. And so it opened doors to where I am now. Right. And I'm only like 3 weeks into these type of studies. So I'm so fresh, wet behind the ears. And with that being said, I spoke to my business colleague, and she was like, yeah, you only have guardianship over her. So if she medically got in trouble, she couldn't speak for herself, I couldn't say anything, and I guess the courts or whatever would, just let the doctors do anything. So I'm like, what do I do to gain total control for my daughter and her well-being?
Did you hear me go over the probate portion?
No, I am just now sitting. I've been on this call like 20 minutes since you started.
Are you serious? You just now getting in here?
No, I've been in, but I'm just now getting to my desk where I can take notes. So I'm going to go back over it.
Well, let me talk to you first. I ain't gonna do
Okay.
you like that.
Okay.
A lot of information involved. So, so I know. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm about to get started. Let me attend to her real quick. So it says a special needs trust is a legal financial entity that allows a person with disability or functions needs to receive financial support with the affecting means tested government benefits. Now, this is what I really want you to understand that like this type of trust is a statutory trust. This trust that your friend wants you to get is a statutory trust because you in fear right now that you need to lose your fear
Okay.
for real because
Okay.
they're gonna scare you into something that you know what I'm saying. You're gonna feel like that you can't protect your daughter when that's far from the truth. Or like
Okay.
the state just gonna take advantage of her, because what's gonna happen because of the knowledge that I'm about to bring to your attention, they know this knowledge and they want you to be in a position to not be aware of it too. So because them are the only how they gonna be like, oh, all you got is guardianship, all you got is custodialship. Well, those are the type of trust that they're gonna use to if something were to happen to you to put her in a nursing home or put her in
Yes.
a unit. So they're gonna have guardianship. So stop letting
Okay.
these people. Some of these people, they really that goes back to intent. People got good intention, but sometimes they good intention they don't realize how detrimental it is to somebody's psychological well-being and their health, and they think that
Yes.
they're comforting somebody, but they truly not comforting them. So I just
That
want
is
you to
exactly.
understand that when they say government benefits, Medicare and Medicaid or Social Security, they're referring to it as if they're giving you something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want you to understand by the grace of God and by your daughter being born into this environment and for her flesh and blood, that she is the equity that gives life to their instruments. If it
Understood.
wasn't for her living and breathing, it's not because of the Social Security building that she's in position to have a financial benefit. You need to understand that God has blessed us with life so that we can give life to dead corporations that quote unquote try to make us believe that they provided us a value, when in reality, if it wasn't for the values and the gift of God of our creation, then their instruments wouldn't have no life to distribute
Right.
a quote unquote benefit. So with that type of understanding, you need to know and understand the probate. You need to understand that what a private trust is. See, they want to give these fancy terms and call them special needs trust in regards to disability and financial. Because once you make that, if you go to a rocket lawyer or anything like that, it's going to be
That's
wrote.
what it is.
Yeah,
Rocket
it's
Lord.
gonna, it's gonna be wrote up in a statutory, and governed by the state of Ohio, or
Okay.
what state are you from?
We are from Illinois, but
Yeah.
we're
So,
residing in Texas right now.
so like you in a great state right now. Texas is a great state. There's a lot of beautiful people out there that understand what's
Yeah, I
going
love
on with this situation. And
it.
I think me personally, I think that you need to create a custodial trust for
Okay.
I mean, I hate to say the term. I'm not saying that, nothing bad, but just use the word incompetent or incapacitated person because she's
Okay.
still living and you have to make decisions for her. So
Yeah.
you feel what I'm saying? So that's going to give you the ability to continue to utilize her. So not only utilize her Social Security benefit, but you also going to make her the beneficiary, which she truly is, of her
Yeah.
estate. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So what you can do, you can continue with the authentication if you want to, but that's not really going to do. That's for something else. But you can do that too.
Yes.
You can
I know it's for
continue.
something else, but I just want to.
It is.
I'm
You
on
can.
a mission to free all my offspring.
It's so many steps to this type of stuff. But me personally,
Yeah.
I think that you need to draw up your own, because I'm gonna go over the custodial trust now. You just need to not make it statutory. You need to make it
Okay.
a private, unassociated, you know what I'm saying, custodial express revocable trust. Granted, we'll talk a little bit more. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get you situated because this is somebody who really needs something, and I feel that this is important. So what you're gonna do is draw it up. I'm gonna go over. We'll talk in private about it because it's not
Okay.
no
Bless you.
no trust. You know what I'm saying? But they're very
I
easy.
was actually enjoying that because my son is autistic.
That's
Awesome. Okay.
you
See,
know.
all of this is needed.
Yeah, you want to become the custodial, you want to be the custodian of this person in need. So what because their tax exemption number for that trust what that they're going to ask is going to be their social security number.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're going to do is you're going to set up a trust account at Federal Navy Federal or something of that nature, like a credit union, and then
Okay.
they're going to ask you what type of trust is this. So you go ahead and let them know that this is a revocable trust, this is a grantor's trust, and it's a custodial trust. And who
Okay.
the beneficiary, when they ask you for a certificate of trust, you give them a certificate of trust naming your daughter as the beneficiary.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Get it.
And once you create that bank account, you get proof of that bank account. You get proof that her social security is being directed towards that trust account. And then you take the beginning of your trust where you are the grantor of the trust and you're appointing yourself as custodial trustee over the estate in naming her the beneficiary. You're going to take those pages, the bank is going to ask you for those pages to open up that trust account, and then once you get that open, you want to take that to the probate, and you want to go to probate and file that trust into probate.
Okay.
And then once you file that trust into that probate and ask them if they could seal it, tell them that this is a private and confidential matter. This is in regards to you, and you are not only the biological mother for this person, but you also are the acting custodian of this trust, because a trust doesn't need a paper. You can form your trust by word of mouth. Because I'm gonna give you, we do it all the time when we go, hey, can you watch my kids? Or hey, can you just, can you do this for me real quick? Or can you take this car to my brother? We're doing trust all the time, but we never really know it. You understand what I'm saying? So when they ask you, was this trust created? Don't get stumbled up on that, because this trust technically created the day that your daughter was born.
Okay.
The relationship, but this is the first time that you actually put it into writing.
Yeah.
You feel me? You trust me. I know what I'm talking about. If you look into trust law, they're going to tell you that a trust, the establishment of a trust is once something is transferred, or once it's an oral agreement between parties to establish a trust can be done by your mouth.
Okay. Verbal contract.
Facts.
Okay. I appreciate you. Blessings.
But I'm not finished.
Okay. Okay. Great.
See, you see how it says oral trust? Trust by parole? You see how I say oral?
Yeah.
Right there? Okay. And this trust is between you and God. This is not no statutory trust. Okay. They can't do it. Not, you feel me? They could build the estate and all that stuff, but they ain't none of that. She ain't gonna lose none of that shit. If anything, she gonna get more of it once you start getting into it the right way. No telling what type, like she should probably. So what you're gonna do is, after you file that trust and they appoint, that you actually get a decree, or once you file that trust in there and they allow you to do that in the probate court, you're gonna take that document and take that claim and then go to make a claim for an adult that's incapable of taking care of themselves. They might say filing a claim to administer an estate for an incompetent person, or like a incapacitated person, right? Then you're gonna go in there and take that trust, and you're gonna express that, and then you're gonna get that solidified. Where it's gonna create another trust. but with the courts. So you got your paper trust that you created, your custodial revocable trust created and naming her as the beneficiary and you as trustee. Then you file that as and give public notice of that trust. And then you gonna use those same records, publications, those filings to go claim her estate because and then you're gonna put her birth certificate in that probate.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's a at rem item. And when you put that birth certificate on the record and it's showing that you the mother, it's gonna show your competency that you acting in trust. And when they give you when that judge grants you because you're her mother.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be she gonna be happy. That judge gonna be happy to give you what you're already yours. You understand what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So,
I
but
get it.
the most important part is that you get those because now they can't stop anything because you got a court validating the fact that it don't matter what all trust handles financial issues. All trust can deal with accounts. All trust can have bank accounts. You understand what I'm saying? So don't let them hit you with that fancy, you need a special trust to allocate the social security. Get the fuck out of here. That's for somebody to try to get into your break into your estate. You gotta solidify your own estate. So once you get that stamped up and you get those two the record, your shit recorded in the probate, and you get your shit and you record and they appoint you, like they just agree with you that you are who you are and nobody's taking up because nobody's taking up this responsibility. So you have taken the initiative to take this responsibility. So once you get that acknowledgement from probate, you ask the courts to seal that from the clerks, get a signed order, certified copy, and then nobody can do nothing at all. That's it. And what you would have to do after that is, as far as you like if you were thinking about further, if you were going to pass away, you're going to make a will. You understand what I'm saying? And within that will, then that's when you're going to make your distribution or make appointees. Like if I were to pass away within my will, I would like my sister to continue to take care of this trust. I would, you know what I'm saying? And the will is going to protect the life of that trust if you pass before your daughter.
Okay. Awesome information. Now, I was told that what makes it another word for a special needs trust is called a third party trust, not a first party. The first party trust, if with the first party trust, she will be liable to pay back any Social Security payments towards her if she got a big sum of money. Say if she got my inheritance from me passing, she would have to zero that all the way down before she can get Social Security again or some crazy stuff like that. So they say to make it a third party as if the person funding the trust in her benefit is someone other than herself, or not sure, or me, but they said to make it a third party trust.
Are you afraid that like something that you got going on, or like do you know that she's gonna be allocated some funds?
No, I don't. But however, just the splitting of my death benefits or anything, or if I win the lottery or anything. I mean, I don't.
That's where the will and maybe another trust you can create another trust that's gonna hold that death asset, so it's in a trust. So if you know that you got a life insurance policy, that life insurance policy needs to be retitled to a trust, so it's distributed to a trust, and the will is gonna appoint somebody to handle those finances and what to do with those finances so that they won't co-equal with one another. Do you understand
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, that's what trust is for.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going to tap in, though. Don't worry, because you still got to develop your trust.
Yes.
Class, I'm sorry. I'm glad that
Yeah, my apologies. I'm way off topic, I guess. My
no, you
apologies.
not. Don't do that to yourself. This ain't that type of party. All right, we just gonna continue with the Jews. We took care of what you did. And I think everybody, I think everybody was patient enough. They know what's going on. Ain't got nothing but good, godly people in here.
All right. That's
Ain't got
what's
nothing
up.
to worry about. All right, so we're gonna get it cracking and we're gonna holler with each other. All right,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, to get them, that trust is serious. That probate court is serious. Trust me, get her protected and locked in with that probate. They can't do nothing.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, trust me. When you read and go back and do this video and we're gonna chop it up.
Okay.
We gotta formulate your trust. Even make a custodial trust. So let me go ahead and what? No, this ain't the right one. Oh, here we are. All right, guys. So the custodial trust, guys, is governed by a lot of things. I mean, I don't even think I got the right. I'm gonna just probably have to go over the test form because I'm really trying to get. I normally get this class by itself. Let me see, what is this publication? Yeah. So I just want to go over this with y'all. This is the type of thing that they use. These are the regulations, okay? This is the type of trust that they use. Since we was talking about the topic that we did these are by FINRA. These is I forgot. I forgot the acronyms for these, but I said them before, okay? But right here it is. The Uniform Gift Minor Act. This is how they able to take over our estates and do what they do with our estates, okay? No, with these Uniform Transfer Minor Acts. And this is how they are able to act in our behalf. So you might want to read these members, firms, and responsibilities regarding accounts. These are the type of accounts, these are the type of accounts that I'm trying to get you to create for her, for your baby. See, a custodial account, okay? Because she's still a minor. It might seem like she not, but she is still a minor. And that's exactly how they do it. They operate with those type of trusts. I'm missing stuff, man. So let me see. We got the Vienna Convention, the Northwest Ordinance. There's a lot of stuff missing, man. Let me see it. I'm so tired, guys. I'm about to fall out. All right. So when I gotta go over the trust. Okay. I gotta go over the trust. I just can't skip that. I tried to, but I just can't. So I want y'all to understand this order. This order is right here. This is actually an executive order. This is from Donald Trump. This is something that you want to implement. This is the reason why we can operate and trust how we can operate. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm just going to read this, but you guys get this in your packages. By authority vested by the President of the Constitution, the laws of the United States of America in order to guide the executive branch, okay? In order to guide the executive branch. Remember, the executive branch, that's the Secretary of Health, that's releasing the grants to the goddamn state, that's doing the separation of powers and violating the Constitution, and Trump is talking about the Constitution, but this is the order to guide the executive branch, okay? And formulating and implementing policies with implications for religious liberty of persons, organizations in America, and to further compliance with the Constitution. Okay, so thank you for that. Oh, no problem. I mean, can't just do such. You just gotta, there's rules to certain shit. With applicable statutes and presidential directives, it is hereby ordered of the following. I'm just gonna read this first one, but you guys get this order if you just, you guys gonna get everything that we went over, everything. It shall be the policy of the executive branch to vigorously enforce federal laws, robust protections of religious freedoms. Okay, the foundation envisioned a nation in which religious voice and views were integral and vibrant public square, in which religious people and institutions were free to practice their faith without the fear of discrimination or retaliation by federal government, federal agencies. You feel me? That's why y'all always talk about the Lord. Always to their ass. They ain't never gonna want to hear about Jesus. I don't care if you don't believe in Jesus or not. You don't even believe in Jesus. Why you got Jesus be? No, the United States Constitution enshrines and protects the fundamental rights of religion. Okay, liberties as Americans' first freedom. Federal laws protects the freedom of American and their organizations. Those are the 508 nonprofit organizations. You can actually work underneath those too. Those are trusts, believe it or not. Man, Amazon is wild. To exercise religion and participate fully in civil life without undue interference by the federal government. So they talking to these agencies. You might have to slap them with this executive order one time. You know what I'm saying? It's respecting religious and political speech. You feel me? Science and protection with respect to privative care mandate. Look at that. See, there go the Secretary of State. And I'm glad I'm about to read this right here because this look juicy. This look juicy. Hold on. Let me read this. Oh no, I thought that was. Oh yeah, it is the Secretary of Human Services. Let me read this. All executive departments and agencies shall, to the greatest extent practicable and to the extent permitted by law, respect and protect the freedom of persons, organizations to engage in religious political speech. And practically, the Secretary of the Treasury shall, to the extent permitted by the law, that the Department of Treasury does not take any adverse action against any individual, house, or of worship. Wow. They're talking about the IRS and talking about them taxes and stuff. They say Treasury. I like that. Or other religious organizations and the bias that which individuals or organizations speak or spoken about moral or political use from religious. It's funny to me that they say that. I ain't even gonna go off topic. Religious perspective where speech of similar characters has consisted with law, not or ordinarily been treated as participation and intervention in political campaigns. Let me see. I just want to read the parts where they talk about the Department of Treasury. I'm trying to always. I see that. I say, okay. As used in this section, the term adverse action means an imposition of tax. I knew it was going to talk about tax and tax penalties and delays and denials, tax exemption status. And remember, I told y'all 508c1as, you just don't got to do nothing with the 508c1as that wants grant government funding. Those are the ones that must do the paperwork. But here it looks like, even though it says 508c13, 501c3, this still means 508c13. They want to trick you and make you think that it's not, but it is, because it's a church that doesn't loses its religious and political powers because it didn't receive any grants from the federal government. But if you do, then you lose that 508c1a is literally a 501c3, like for real, a real one with restrictions. Okay. The disallowance of tax deductions for contributions made to entities exempt from the taxation under Section 301 of Title 26 of the U.S. Code, and other actions that make unavailable or deny any tax deductions, exemptions, and credits and benefits. I just want to read this. I'm about to read this to myself. That's not to y'all. The Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Labor and the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall consider issuing amendments, regulations consistent with the applicable law to address conscience. Oh, okay. See, that's what I said, guys. Like, look at that. So, like, even the president is making the Treasury Department. Like, why? What is the Treasury and money and finances? That's what we need to find out, because I really don't understand how they're relevant to religion. But I mean, what is that? We talking about money? I mean, is money part of religion? Is taxes a religious matter? Because if so, it's about to get really real. You know what I'm saying? Especially with me. Shit, let me find out that these monetary instruments are tied to religion. I think they are. They gotta be. That's crazy. We about to get into the Bible in a little bit. Secretary of Health and Human Services, right? Address conscious. So for the Secretary of Health, now conscious and religion, I could see why. Remember, I told you we need to holler at them. Them the ones that got the influence on the birth certificate. Them in the Treasury Department, but they don't call them the Treasury Department. They call it, oh, excuse me, it's Homeland Security and the IRS. I mean, the Social Security Administration is the ones that is dealing with the birth certificate. But they also been ordained by this executive order to issue amended regulations consisting with applicable laws addressing conscience-based objection. So is maybe the way that they deal with your birth certificate is a conscience-based objection. Maybe the imposition of taxes is against is a conscious objection. This is critical, guys. Like these executive orders, man, are so powerful for us. They're really powerful for us. So just read into that more. Like, so everybody familiar with Public Law 97, the year of the Bible? Ladies and gentlemen?
No.
No? Anybody? Do I got some yeses? Is anybody familiar? Look at this, guys and girls. One page. Now, this is one of the legislations that is not commercial law. This is not commercial law. You will not find a CFR, a fake statute. You will not find a USC. This is a joint resolution. And the only thing that's on it, because this is private law, this is real public law. This is a true legislation because it was given to the people and no one else. So it was not donated to the CFR. It was to interpret it is interpretation. It was not given to the legislation any more than just this document to do any interpretations on the word of God. So you will never find anything else but this one damn sheet. And you get to determine what this means. Okay? It's Public Law 97, where the Bible, the Word of God, has made a unique contribution in shaping the United States and its distinct, blessed nation of people. This is where they do acknowledge us as people. Whereas deeply held religious convictions, this back up that order, that's why the executive order and this right here, you get to slapping in with this shit, is for real. Religious convictions springing from the Holy Scriptures led to the early settlement of our nation, whereas biblical teachings inspire concepts of civil government that are contained in our Declaration of Independence. This is where some of our rights are contained, not the Constitution. So the Constitution protects these rights that are given by the Declaration of Independence or declared by the Declaration of Independence are embodied inside of the Constitution. And it already says it, and the Constitution of the United States, where many of our great national leaders, among the president of Washington, Jackson, that's one of my favorite presidents, I love him, Lincoln and Wilson, paid tribute to the surpassing influence of the Bible. And our country's development, as the words of President Jackson, yes, the hero, the bank killer, that the Bible is the rock on which the republic rests. You hear that? Not the democracy. It is where the rock that our republic rests. Let that sink in. We are a republic form of government. Shout out to Aaron Russo, rest in peace. Whereas the history of our nation clearly illustrates the value of voluntary applying the teaching of voluntary. You see that? Okay, of the scriptures. So in the lives of individual families and societies where this nation now faces great challenge that will test this nation as it never been tested before, which is happening. And whereas the renewing our knowledge of the faith of and faith in God through holy scriptures can strengthen us as a nation and a people, now therefore to be. The year of the Bible is the law. The Bible is the law. So just know that. It's for which the republic sits. Okay? Full faith and credit, guys. House resolution is one of my favorites. One of my favorites. All right, set purpose of money to provide. I mean, we can grow food. We don't need money. They won't let us grow food. We can go to the river and we can filter water. I think we just want sex and weed. I think we want X pills. I think we want to get high. I think people love cigarettes more. I think people like, like really aroused by sex and have misinappropriation of like fantasies and things like that behind closed doors. I think people are not honest with themselves and a lack of character. I think people are afraid to be strict and love the Lord. I believe that a lot of men want to stick their dinglings and a lot of women got their little cooters wrapped up around the wrong things. I believe that people say one thing and live another way. I believe people need some real serious help, but that's just general. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think a lot of people really need help before they even mental help, before they even start getting into this type of stuff. Because I think a lot of people are not honest with themselves. It's true. I'm not perfect. I got sins. Shit. But I mean, it is what it is, I'm not gonna bash on nobody. I love everybody, even my enemies. I love the devil. I'm praying for him. All right, so this act it gives us our power, and this is full faith and credit. It's not. It's not true. It's a duality. I mean, honestly, nothing is really true, and nothing really matters after you really pass away. I mean, I don't know. It's almost like we live in a matrix for real. It's crazy. I'm sorry. I don't want to get off topic. I just want to provide these gems and then live my private life. So, all right. So, this act may be cited as a full faith and credit. Okay, payment of principal and interest on public debt is Social Security Trust Fund. Do you hear that, ma'am? You said your daughter's on Social Security benefit. Do you understand that Social Security is a trust fund for people in need? So when they trying to take her stuff, when the Treasury Department gave us full faith and credit, they cannot be trying to charge her because you got to understand that the Treasury Department, the Social Security, let me not say this the wrong way. So let me grab my book and really give y'all this the right way. You got to understand this. Stop right here. Okay. Y'all got to understand that. Okay, so United States Treasury securities are purchased by the Social Security Administration. That's what y'all got to understand that. Okay, so the Social Security is a private entity. They invest the labor that people work for, it gets deposited to the Social Security Administration. The people that don't qualify for benefits, after the Social Security Administration distributes all the benefits to the people that are righteously owed the benefits, whether it's a veteran, a person incapacitated that's in need of Social Security disability, or whatever that it is, after they pay that out, there's surplus funds available, and they cannot pay those out. They have to hold those until they have qualified recipients that will allow those grants to be released.
Wow.
And they don't release them. So the private administration of the Social Security Trust Fund, they go to the primary, they're one of the, they can go to the primary treasury account and they purchase securities and they buy into the debt of the United States. That's what you guys got to understand. Okay? So there's a surplus. They're taking the surplus funds left over that can't be lawfully or legally distributed, and they're purchasing debts. Technically, they're purchasing securities, so they're purchasing debts of the United States. So what happens is ultimately the Social Security Trust Fund is technically given the Treasury Department like loaning the United States government money. It's weird. It's really weird. But just know that the Social Security and Administration Trust Fund has a very close relationship with buying Treasury bonds and securities from the Treasury Department. That's what we really need to understand. That they are a very significant influencer, like of owner. They are a majority owner of the national debt. This is why they're so territorial over you owe me money. They think that they're a debt collector. They think that they're gonna get there because they can't come after the government, other people. They can't go after, they're not gonna go after the United States. They're gonna buy the United States debt, and then they're gonna come after the people that quote unquote represent the United States. They ain't gonna go after the United States for owning the debt. They're gonna go after our labor. They're gonna say, oh, we paid you too much Social Security. You got a loan, you got a grant, we're gonna tap in and take your shit back. When you actually the one that gave life to that. You know what I'm saying? We're taxpayers that really paid into that, and it's unfortunate, but taxpayer money is what's paying out the disability. But not just that neither. It's also our applications too. It's like, that's our shit. All of it. That's all of it is our, like, so no, like I would be like, you feel me? Because like they want to make you believe that you got compensation, and that goes into that we need to understand that no, we're not receiving income. If there's no, if I can't, if somebody tell me, yeah, I'm about to, so when they give you us money, it's a debt. They gave you an illusion. I'm gonna tell you what you're supposed to do with your money. You're supposed to hold it. Those are Federal Reserve notes. They have interest on them. But we don't know, when we use them the wrong way, there's no interest on them. Those when they print a dollar bill is supposed to circulate and build interest from the economy for like 2 to 3 years. That note is supposed to be lawfully redeemed, but instead it keep going through the CN system, and the interest is never collected when that note is matured. So we got notes out here, that dollars that matured, but we never redeemed them. There's a whole bunch of fucking floating notes out here, but nobody never saved them, reported them to the IRS, because we're supposed to keep the revenue. We're supposed to only put out what we need to run our business. We're not supposed to be buying weed, buying toys for our kids. That's why they promote Christmas and holidays. They want you to go out there and spend them notes the wrong way. You are supposed to revenue those notes and buy only what you need for your business and keep the receipts. And then you report your total revenue and your receipts, your deductions, and you get your refund back. When you get your refund back, that refund is tax-free, and it's appropriated to so now you can use those funds the way that you want to use those funds. But we're not patient enough. We're not doing the thing. We're not handling business right. We want to go get bottles and all this different shit. Like it is a for real a mental asylum. It's not by coincidence that Title 24 says hospitals and psychiatric unit. And they put us in those different type of environments. We like it isn't like it's sad. It's like beyond sad. And I'm not perfect, and I'm not saying that I haven't been an accomplice to this bullshit. I have, but I'm taking responsibility. So yes, those note when they distribute Federal Reserve notes, we supposed to get those back there within a year or two, because when that note has interest on it. So if you got a dollar bill, the IRS probably owes you like $3 or $4 for that dollar. But we can't redeem them for lawful money because Joint House Resolution 92 was repealed. So we got House Resolution right here to redeem our interest and right here, issue new obligations. But we too antsy. And we got to put that money back out there for a personal use. We got to put a down payment on a personal car and then go crash the bitch up. Then we held liable. Like we are incompetent. We need to have some foundation and really fess up that yes, we've been irresponsible and we made mistakes. We want to fix it. But those are Series A's, Series C, Series B. That's why there's an alphabet. That's why the alphabet says Series A. That's why sometimes there's an A on your bill. That's a Series B, a Series A, a Series C, a Series D. They tell you in the Treasury Department what years they was issued, how much they are worth, and when they mature. Those are floating reserve notes. And they're also seeing notes. So if you take them and you put them back if you accumulate them, if you going for your labor, if you working for somebody and they be like, man, I ain't got nothing to pay you with, bro. Well, shit, I got this piece of paper right here. You can take this piece of paper. Nah, you can't redeem it for your value, bro. But you could take this right here and go get you a whip, bro. Go get you some liquor, bro. Go get some weed. Go smoke some bag and go and take that, bro. Our job is supposed to take that Federal Reserve note and retain it and hold it. And only do what we need to do to function on a commercial level. If you really that disciplined, then you're going to be able to account for everything. You're going to be the best bookkeeper, and the IRS going to love the shit out of you. You're making more work for them when you taking your notes and throwing all your notes and never keeping your receipts and then claiming a refund, so they withhold everything. Cause they ain't got nothing to audit. You ain't turning in no series. You ain't got no receipts. You ain't got no revenue where they can go look at your account. You ain't got nothing. Just an empty bank account at the end of the year, but made $100,000 with no accounting. That's incompetency. And before I knew that, I'm mad at myself for shit like that. I get mad at my woman for spending money. Hate that shit. Man, spending all the fucking money up. Everything that go out is a donation. If I feel like I ain't got, if somebody asks me, I need some money, donation. That shit's going out as a donation. I'm not just giving you anything of this shit. Contract donation. Whoop, here you go. I need mine at the end of the year. Ain't nothing going out unaccounted for underneath this administration. So we got the Vienna Convention. I'm really just trying to find the articles for the Vienna Convention, ladies and gentlemen. Also gotta go, man. These are the first fundamental steps to actually, preparing for the big league. You know what I'm saying? We got to just practice these small steps, these small accounts. All right, so this is what is the diplomatic? I'm sorry for the silence. Everybody good? Has anybody got a question? Anything? Love, peace, and love, guys. I love you guys. Appreciate y'all patience and all that. Oh, man. I need to get this together. Appreciate you too. Hey, Lord have mercy, God, please help me. Man. All right, so we're just gonna start with the International Hughes Convention. All right, so so when it comes to your international your trust, we gonna let me see. Hague. I could never say Hague right. Hague Convention. International Hague. Mm. Okay. So let me see. Here it is right here. All right, guys, this is where you get your authority on the international level to operate outside the United States, because we're on international law. Okay, the convention on law applicable to trust and their recognition. Y'all hear that? It's the same people that did your Declaration of Human Rights. They also made a convention. Y'all need to check out the Geneva Convention too. Okay, so bam, we're gonna go in here and see what they talking about. It's other articles. I know it's other articles in here too that we need. But look at this. Okay, a trust created in accordance with the law specified by preceding chapter shall be recognized as a trust. Such recognition shall imply as a minimum that the trust properly constitutes a separate fund. This is what I'm talking about, y'all. When you set up these trusts and set up your will, you're gonna be able to protect her assets and y'all. This is international law. That's why you don't want that. You kind of want it administered around administered in the state, administered in the United States, but you don't want it to have jurisdiction. You don't want the United States to have jurisdiction of it, so that the state court, it could still go to the state court, and the state court can do a ruling on laws that's applicable to what your trust is referring to, and because your trust is going to set the jurisdiction, and if it's already set in the trust, so when it goes to the court within the state, which it has to go to somebody's court, the judge don't have to take statutory administration ruling over it, and they can rule the way that the trust is organized. That's important to understand. That the trust properly constitute a separate fund, that the trustee may be sued in his capacity as trustee. You see that? So they're suing the trustee, but not like they can't really touch the trust. And that he may appear or act in the capacity, before a notary or any person acting on an official capacity in so far as the law applicable to trust requires or provides such recognition shall apply in this in particularly, that the person's creditors of a trust shall have no recourse against a trust asset. Did y'all just hear that? Y'all hear that? You mean the International Hughes Convention? Article what? That personal creditors of the trustee shall have no recourse against the trust assets. That the trust assets shall not shall not form part of the trustee's estate. Upon his insolvency, where he can't pay, or bankruptcy, that the trust asset shall not form a part of matrimonial property. I'm not sure what the fuck that is, but I can kind of get an idea of the trustee or his spouse, nor part of the trust estate upon his death, marriage. Okay, I appreciate that. I thought it was up that way, but I didn't even give it no brain thought. I'm just trying to get through. I'm tired. I'm really tired. Y'all don't even know that the trust assets may be recovered when the trustee, in breach of trust, has mingled trust assets, and that's what we need to avoid, with his own property, or has alienated the trust asset. However, the right and obligation of the third party holder of the asset, the beneficiary, shall remain subject to the law determined by the choice of the rules in the forum. It just gets better and better. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. Like, the Lord has like shielded us in so many layers of protection. We just don't even realize it. Like, this is international law. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, on recognition of a trust, the convention on you know what I'm saying? The Hughes Convention, that's international treaty. Remember, now Constitution doesn't supersede international treaty. I want y'all to know that trust cannot get robbed at any time. No, they can't. And especially if the beneficiary is appropriately established. Water and oil don't mix. So that you can say that again. Amen. Let the church say amen. You feel me? Water and oil don't mix. So now we got the Vienna Convention. We're gonna get into the Vienna Convention and why that. So the Vienna Convention is about diplomatic relations. So there was issues with diplomacy and country versus other countries and states versus states. But because we're on international law and Ohio is a contiguous state to such as Pennsylvania, contiguous meaning that they are touching, however, they are different countries. You know what I'm saying? So the Vienna Convention, just like the Hughes Convention, let me help y'all understand why this is relevant. If somebody abducts their own child and goes to another state, they use the International Child Abduction, which is a Hughes international treaty, so that they can bring that child back into the state. So this is why the Hughes Convention treaties are applicable, because that's how they collect child support, through an international treaty that was agreed on for, I guess, the abandoned parent and all that good stuff, but that's another story. We talking about using these international treaties to protect our trust, because the Hughes Convention probably has everything that you could imagine that's dealing with every individual subject on law. The conventions have already covered it. And mind you, 1961. So we're going to go to Article 2 and just read a little bit, okay? A member of a service state, a member of service staff are members of staffs of the mission, right? So that's like a trustee, okay? In the domestic service of a mission. A private servant is a person who is a domestic service of a member of the mission and who is not an employee of the sending state. This get a little complicated with this stuff right here. See, now we're gonna have to understand what a sending. I got this in my trust right here, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get it. Lord, I'm not even reading the right one. Yeah, I'm reading. I knew something was a little strange. All right, Article 2. Because man, it's very complicated to talk about sending and receiving state. But basically, when it comes to sending and receiving state, will that be a diplomat? Possibly, I don't know. I mean, all of this is in reference to diplomacy. You know what I'm saying? All of this, because this is Vienna Convention on diplomatic relations. I mean, we are diplomats. We are ambassadors. I mean, go to Philippines, what, you know what I'm saying? And go read that. You know what I'm saying? We ambassadors and diplomats for our Lord and Savior. Who gonna tell it? We might not be a diplomat to them, but we not excluded from, we just like we not excluded from the Human Rights of Declaration of Human Rights. We not excluded from the Vienna Convention, especially if we operating in a trust. There's international rules, especially if your birth certificate is deposited at the United Nations, right? Especially all these international treaties become very relevant when you feel me, United Nations. Why you think they allowing us to deposit our shit at the embassy? Yeah, because it's for real. Y'all notice they got the flat earth right here, right? We don't live on the globe. Just want y'all to know that. You know, they took us out of our foundation and gave us a spinning ball, but God is a steel God. God is a foundational God, forever non-movable. For it is him that not see the bright light that I put it with the clouds. Okay? We are not moving. We are as stationary as it can get. The establishment of diplomatic relations between states. Look at that. So when you fail the court test and you got your trust and it's foreign, you're a state. You understand? You got your own damn laws. You are justified as an individual state. You feel me? Okay. And on permanent diplomatic mission taking place by mutual consent. Now, diplomatic is very important to understand that when there's involved with diplomatic relations in countries versus countries and state versus state, look at the diplomatic convention is telling you there must be some type of mutual consent for the sending state and the receiving state. Y'all both protected. We need mutuality. We don't, you feel me? So the international level is a whole nother law. You understand what I'm saying? That the state, the lower people don't know about these type of laws, but they're very powerful. Okay. The functions of a diplomatic mission consist inter alia in representing a sending state, in a receiving state. So basically, we ambassadors for Christ and we residents of heaven. So we, as a sending state, we came down into the receiving state. You understand? Which is foreign. The receiving state is foreign to us because we come from the sending state, which is heaven. God created us. So we came into that state by the grace of God into the receiving state. Mind you, we in receivership. We'll get into that with the taxes. Protecting in the receiver state the interest of this. Do you hear that? Protecting in the receiving state. So remember I told you, we come from heaven. We come from our Father into a state, into a foreign territory, a receiving state. And the diplomatic convention says for B that they're protecting the receiving state, right? They're protecting the receiving state, the interest of the receiving state. So there's a mutuality here. We have to respect each other's territories and of its nationals, both of them, the sending and the receiving state must have a mutual consent in regards to their nationals and within the limits permitted by international law. We need to understand that the negotiation with government of the receiving state, asserting by all lawful means conditions and developments in the receiving state and reporting thereto the government of the sending state. And our government of the sending state is our Lord and Savior who created us. That's who we report to. We don't report to but this is how we operate because we live in people. But this is a regulation for countries. but we can develop our own countries. We can develop our own states. We can be diplomats and ambassadors for Christ, which makes these rules applicable to us because we are operating in international diplomatic issues. Especially, you know, especially when you really traveling out to go see other churches and stuff. You would really be operating in this type of law. Asserting by lawful means conditions and developments in the receiving state and reporting therein too. Promptly, friendly relationships between the sending and the receiving state. So they're promoting friendliness, relationship between the sending state and the receiving state, and developing their economic and cultural scientific relations. Nothing in this present convention shall construe as to preventing the performance counsellor, those are like ministries, performance of counsellors functions by diplomatic mission. So you mean to tell me you weren't sent here by the Lord into a receiving state to fulfill a diplomatic mission? You're not about to tell me that that's not why you were sent here, because that's why you here, for a diplomatic mission. The sending state must make certain that the agreement of the receiving state has been given for the person to its propose to the person it proposes to accredit it as a head of the mission of the state. The receiving state is not obliged, like they don't have parlay, to give reasons to the sending state for refusal of the agreement. Okay? Because they're promoting consent. That's what this convention is about. Respect and consent. And they already had it, the same convention already talked about trust and their recognition. We're talking international laws and things that govern our relationships with these trusts. It's serious. And now we want to go to, which was the Northwest Ordinance of 17. This document also protects our international rights because this was created before the Constitution. This wasn't inspired, it's outlined by Thomas Jefferson, the ordinance. You understand what I'm saying? This, if I'm not mistaken, this came before the Constitution. West River. My family is affiliated with this document. If you see, it says Ohio River. I don't know if y'all know, but I told y'all that my family is Seneca. So you'll see here that the Northwest Ordinance is affiliated with a lot of the treaties and relationships and inspirations from the Iroquois Confederacy, which my peoples from my family tree and my tribes inspired these type of documents to be written up by people like Thomas Jefferson and stuff like that. And they have some really good information inside of here that y'all really want to use for your trust, because this document is ordained. You see, it says ordinance. That means, like, hold on a second. Y'all know what ordained mean. I'm not about to Google it. Fuck it. I feel like people that Google that be trying to, like, I'll be laughing at people because they get stuck and they don't know what to think. Like, let me Google it real quick. I don't want to look like that, but I know what I'm talking about. It's funny. Let me Google it real quick. Now listen. Right here, section 1 off top. Okay? Is ordained for government of territories, United States, and Northern River of Ohio. My people was actually affiliated with this document. I can prove that. Okay, section 1. Be it ordained by the United States and the Congress assembled. that the said territory for the purpose of temporary government, temporary government, they lie, be one district, subject, however, to be divided into two districts, as future circumstances may, in this opinion of Congress, may it expedient, okay? So mind you, they keep saying ordained. Come on now, that's deep when something is ordained. That's so what the oh, I'm supposed to read the second one to y'all. I'm sorry. Yes, section 2. By the authority aforesaid that the estate, both resident, look at that. Hold on. It's ordained. By authority aforesaid that the estates, guys, estate, the cesticates, the birth certificates, the property, the land, the bodies, both residents. This is in 1787. This back in the day. So this is United States citizen now, residents and non-residents. You see how they made that a very clear distinction between residents and non-residents, just like the IRS with estates dealing with trust, and they both residents. And you see that proprietors. They're talking about people that have investors, that have proprietary in the said territory. Okay, dying in intestate. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what that must be something weird. Territory, I don't know what that is, guys. We learned that looks crazy. If y'all seeing what I'm seeing, if I'm not seeing the same thing, somebody correct me. Shall descend to and be distributed among their children. It was ordained for estates, both non-residents and residents. Okay? That should be given to their children. We protecting our children's estates. It's ordained. Y'all understand that? And the descendants of the deceased child is equal part. And yes, basically, yes, it's the trust. It's crazy. They did with all these new codes and stuff that came after this, they blocked our grant, they blocked our gifts. They intercepted our shit. Yeah, you gotta have a will. You're right, man. You even supposed to have a will, even when wills are not just for death. Wills are for births too. You're supposed to have a will, a living will, when a baby is born. So wills are not. That's why I call it a testamentary will, because that's referring to the death. But we haven't never been trained that the royals are going to use a will, because it is their will to publicate the newborn offspring has been born. It is the mother's will to bestow this settlement on the child. That's why wills ain't just used for death. Wills are used for life too, oral trust only goes so far because they done did so much to our government. Yeah, oral trust would have been good in 1787. Riding on, yeah, get this horse and these buggies of my peoples. Gonna be good. Yeah, go on, buddy, gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? They handle the business real good. But nowadays, you got all these statutory laws that done gridlocked our interests. All these emergency banking and it just attached so much to us. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. We just need to fix our estates. I mean, it's just as simple as that. It's really not complicated. Okay. It says where their children shall no children or descendant their equal part to the next of the kin in equal decree, and among collateral the children of the deceased brother or sister of and man, I cannot get this word. In interstate, I don't know, shall have in equal part among them their deceased parents share, and there shall in no case be with the estate. Thank you, Perilla. Distinction between kindred of the whole and half blood. Wow. Saving in all cases to the widow of the intestate. That's I gotta check. I gotta practice that word. But I'm having complications reading this. But I have read this probably before. But you like if you read this, you will get the idea that this is talking about trust. You know what I'm saying? And right here, by delivery. You know what I'm saying? These is key words, shall be appointed for that purpose, person, property, may be transferred, delivery. These are all trust words. You know what I'm saying? So French and Canadian inhabitants. Most people probably would say that we are not part of this, but if you're an American, if you're an American, then you know that this is about you too. See, I needed to check this out. Let me see the prevention of crime. Well, government. Like there was one. Now look at this. This is Article 1. Oh, actually, I didn't even read the articles. I read sections. I got to read the articles to y'all. No person demeaning himself in a peaceable and ordinary manner, which we're doing. That's why we need to be peaceable and have an ordinary manner about ourselves, right? Shall ever be molested on the account of his mode of worship or religious sentiments in said territories. So that's going to back you up right there too. The inhabitants of said territory shall always be entitled to the benefit of writs, of habeas corpus, and of trials by jury. So this is not trials by this is even in the Constitution. This is the original. This is before I think this is before the Constitution, if I'm not mistaken. This is like the original Constitution because they're talking heavy shit right here. Like even in here, they're talking about we got not jury trials. They talking equity. They talking the real due process, civilian due process. They talking about trial by jury. You understand? So just read this, guys. I don't want to hold y'all too long. It's 11 o'clock. Oh my God. So this is why the custodial, dang, man, I still got to do this. Where's that trust at? Come on, Jesus. Okay. At the 9/11, 58, 21. So what was that? The 28? What that was 28. Yeah. Grab 21 for everybody okay? Oh, I lost the person. I lost the person. I get so sad when I lose a person.
Yeah, I'm still here rocking with you, big bro.
I appreciate y'all. All right, so what is it? Oh yeah, gotta go to the content. Let me grab a 2848 real quick. Okay. Okay. So bam. So all these, remember, so we good on everything that I went over about from the beginning to the end. Did I lose anybody? Did everything connect for y'all? And it's showing the conformity in what we talking about? From the Scottish rule, from the ledger, from 1500s when Henry, they made the poor man certificate, then the Cesta V came, the claim of the life came, the 1700s came, the 1800s came, you know what I'm saying? And then you know what I'm saying? Y'all understand Article 1 and 2 is the Emergency Banking Act and trading with the enemies. And then when we exercising our Judiciary Act of 1789, we're going to be using the Supreme Court rules. We're going to go into probate, do our name declaration, our name correction. We understand that the money orders are when we flip the switch from law to equity, we given that tender of that money order and that receipt and that that right there is giving us our ability underneath the 7th Amendment to go ahead and make our claim to equity. We are like, and then the Minnesota rule that I went over, and then Public Law 108, 458, where it was talking about in Section 72, when we went down that the grants are allocated by an executive department to the state, which is a violation of the separation of powers. We understand it's a registered organization. We understand how the person identified in the record is in the title is the person that's entitled to the commercial benefit. We understand what Donald Trump was talking about. You guys, it's connected. Yeah, good. Okay, good. Yeah. Praise God. Amen. Yes. Y'all gonna be on the road to where y'all need to be. God is good. You know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we about to do the taxes. And y'all got everything. And y'all got everything all the time. And y'all got everything. Y'all got the shirt. Let me just go through this before I go through the tax class. If you got these products, ladies and gentlemen, y'all got the ambassador thing. Y'all got the W-8 bin for your employers. You got the Social Security notice and the W-4 that those are voluntary. You got the termination if you need to terminate from an old job and you need to put that with the W-bin, terminate that and then put the W-bin. We got the treasury forms. You got to claim your bond for the birth certificate. Also, if you go in there, I think that's both of them. I think I put both of them in there. Yep, I got the claim. I got to put the new claim of securities in there. Don't worry, I put everything. Everything's in the gumroad too. Y'all got a library full of books, hundreds of books, almost probably 700 books. You got my audio recording right here, which is me and my transcript of an audio of me and the judge of when I'm saying that I'm coming in as an ambassador for Jesus Christ. You're going to hear how the judge, what it's like engaging with these people and knowing who you are and how they still talk over you and shit like that. So y'all can be prepared for that. You know what I'm saying? And then I gotta actually go over the tax forms too. I actually gotta go over these tax forms and those tax forms and what they expect when you get into the IRS office. Okay. Boom. I got the Passing the Buck 1 and 2. Those are very expensive books. You get those absolutely free practically. Okay. I'm only gonna say this here, but this is Fix Your Public Pool. This is consumer stuff. I can't put credit on these files. They will tear that. They don't want anything dealing with credit repair. But if you need credit repair, you have it. You have a lot of I don't do consumer law, but if you want to fix your credit and your business credit and get business credit, that opportunity is there too. We got the child support termination pack. You're going to be straight. The surety ship is in here, the tender for special deposit, the templates is in here, and all of that. Tweak them. Holla at me if you need help with that. Okay. We got, oh yeah. So I'll get in mediate on this before y'all go to bed. I'm sorry. You going to sleep? Anybody got any questions or need to go? You got any questions before you go? Don't worry, I'm gonna drop it. It's getting recorded. It's getting recorded, I promise you. Okay, all of you are going to get this. I promise you. I promise you. Okay, Secretary of Defense. Oh, secret defense for termination. This if you don't want I'm not leaving. Just a tip for okay. If this is a document that I used, I sent it to a sheriff that was trying to serve me, and I said, "Why are you trying to contact me? And why are you trying to serve me?" And you guys already removed property and came in and served. They're trying to serve me again. You feel me? Because I did so much paperwork in the court that they try to say that they didn't serve me, and they try to get them to come back and serve me after they removed my property. So then I hit them with the violations. I never heard a fucking word from them again. But I had to get their name and number, so I had to call up. So I scared them off before I even got the information that I wanted because they're about to get subpoenaed. 7 educational videos. These are foundational videos, but you guys are good. You guys are not going to need these 7 educational videos. I went over everything that these videos cover and more. Okay, this is going to be deleted because that's the Q&A. The Q&A is going to stay in there. That's my first one. Okay. important definitions of equity definitions. Y'all print that out and study that. This is how to win a government contract and get yourself situated in the public world on the government contract and your limited liabilities and S corporations. This is the executor and executor letter. It shows you how to properly communicate with the attorney general because they're the executor. They're the custodial record holder over over records in the estate and alien custodial property. So they're the executor over dead estate. So you need to learn how to, formulate executor letters when it's dealing with the attorney general. We got the ATM workshop, just something I put in there that everybody, you want to start a little ATM business or get your little limited liability company, you can crack in that. I'm gonna drop that in the chat because some people had complications with downloading that. This wholesale one-on-one is a course I got from Ashley. You guys probably know who Ashley is. She's flipping pallets and stuff like that. If you want to go where liquidation warehouses and things like that, and just learn how to find different stuff. I gotta actually find the paperwork and load it up in here. But I put as much as I could from her course in there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and this is both of them. The warehouse master class got the bill of exchange. The bill of exchange videos are in here. The notices of interest are in here. Stage 1, stage and 2, they apply the interest to the bills for their billing cycles. And the videos are in here. The first 2 videos are the old videos. And when you scroll down, there's 5 videos. Watch them in chronological order. If you just need to brush up on your bill of exchange. This is the power of food and nutrition. You guys are going to get the public law, the CFRs, the criminal rules of procedures that they violate, these federal violations when they're not giving you your full benefits and your SNAP benefits. You're going to use this information, this one template document, to draw up another document to enforce. After you appeal and go into your hearing, you're going to tell them and tell them after you understand income and the difference between income. You don't make income. That's a capital gain, and that's a business and transaction. You don't have any income. You don't have any value for your labor. You're practically working for free. You're a volunteer. So go ahead and run me up my shit. You got works video. If you really prestige and you really want to know trust and you really want to get your hands dirty and you really got hours or weeks or days, because it will take you hours and weeks and days to finish these. These are all the work files. This is Amory's teacher. This is who started him on his journey. This is those books right here. You already know. If y'all know, you know. You know what I'm saying? These are them books right here. Put a low. You feel me? I got some other gifts that's about to blow y'all mind. Actually, I'm about to give you this gift. Hey, is my sister in here with the free mail, priority mail? Who's gonna are you here still? I think it's Kiki. You in the building? You in the building? All right, these is just some stuff to start Airbnbs to really it talks about trust and status correction, but I don't like the way it talks about it. But you got the authentication the right way. We already talked about the authentication. I think this is just beginner information, but I just gave y'all everything. This is the formulate your 508c1a, your ministry church. The templates and everything is in here. You file with the Secretary of State. Don't get no EIN and go get an EIN by yourself and call it for banking purposes. Okay, don't let them get your EIN for you with your social security number. Don't do that. Just tell them when they ask you what your purpose is at the Secretary of State, when you forming it, what's your purpose? Just tell them I'm an ambassador for God and I want to walk the earth and teach the teachings of the Lord. That's it. Now you got a 508c1a. You don't need to do no tax forms or nothing. Just alert the IRS of what you are and what you're doing. The security and fidelities class is I can drop a few free. I got it. Don't worry. I just making sure. I got something. Don't worry. Just making sure she ain't. What if you dealing with a magistrate judge? What you mean? I don't know. That's not clear. That's a real broad question. All right, Kingdom Hearts Library. You got the drive. You know what I'm saying? Boom. This is the apartment approval, guys. This is how your CPNs, how to validate your CPNs. This is trade lines. I mean, you name it, it's some crazy shit in here, but I was going to teach this class, but I don't have to teach this class because somebody else teach this class, but trust me, I did everything up in this shit and it worked. I got my CPNs. They legit. I know how to try merge them with Credit Karma and make whole different ass people. That's ghost. So it's real. Like I said, y'all seen that pay stub on accident. Y'all wasn't supposed to see that, but I don't do fraud. I don't do no fraud or nothing. So don't believe that. I don't do no fraud or nothing irresponsible or anything like that. So we got the garnishment prevention, the name decree class, guys. Look, see at the bottom. Don't skip all these goodies. Y'all got some goodies. And then we got the surety ship master class, and that's on a lot of these classes are probably they're all intuitive, like they all related to each other, and some of them sometimes. So we got the power of attorney. We need to understand that when we dealing with these accounts, we want to retitle these accounts. So when you walk in and you go to the dealership or anything like that, and you go ahead and you get a car note, that company is the location of a debtor. Why? Because when you go into USC 9, Article 9, and you look for location of a debtor, it's going to be the instrumentality of the United States. And we all know that in 28 USC 302:15, that it's a corporation. And not only is it as a corporation, it's an instrumentality. And I read you the order for Donald Trump where he said all business entities exchanging or doing government or doing goods and services are entitled to provide a receipt, zero out and itemize and give the item to the federal public person by way of his duly authorized representative. So that means that they want to use your address and get your address because they want to put the debtor's location at your address. We need to understand that the zip codes are something that the IRS can go in, and when they look up your address, they're going to see that account lives at your address, that the location of the debtor is at your address, but that's far from the truth. The debtor was a new debtor was erected within that dealership, and we need to understand that. If we went to Capital One and we were online, even though we were at home doing that, whatever that bill says when it comes to you, and it says that address, that is the address where that debtor was erected. And the location of that debtor is that address. It's not your house. So that's what retitling is. You need to retitle your address and put the true location of the debtor, which is the taxpayer. Okay, guys, this is why we're retitling every single account. Okay. Now, if you pay close attention, now it says name and address, but here it says representative. That's very important and very critical to understand that they're acknowledging the taxpayer. And remember, Donald Trump already acknowledged the federal taxpayer that has a non-obligatory taxpayer identification number. This doesn't say EIN. They know. They didn't make these documents by accident. Okay, so you will put your first, last, your trustee or executor, whatever that if you're dealing with a dead estate or if you're dealing with a living estate, that's what determines that. Okay, and then you're making the IRS a power of attorney. You understand what I'm saying? Now, don't look at this like, oh, I'm about to give the IRS rulings over me, and they're gonna have power of attorney. Why not? They already got power of attorney, and they already make an assumption that you're the goddamn taxpayer and they're taking all your goddamn money. So why not correct the record and situate them in a position where they can do the right thing? I had somebody on my wall talking about, oh, it looks like, why would I even hear? I be wanna fight. That's that Cleveland in me, boy. We gotta stop resorting to violence. But I had to learn. So, okay. So the reason why we doing it, when it says description of matter, okay, income, employment, payroll, taxes, see gifts and estate, see it's saying gifts and estate. Y'all see that? We're gifting our stuff away. Okay, whistleblower. These are the forms that it cover. FOI. They know, the IRS knows everything. They want y'all, them the big dogs, them the dogs on the leash. They waiting to bite somebody. Get them, sick them. Now, you feel me? Them your dogs. You got to look at the IRS. Them your dogs. They gonna be dragging you. They gonna be trying to eat people. You know what I'm saying? That's who you sick these motherfuckers on. The pen is mightier than the sword. Amen. Amen. It is. I promise to God. Okay, gifts, income, returns, and estate. We're going to be doing 1040s. We're going to be doing 1040Vs on the negotiable instruments that are not restricted. You understand what I'm saying? and we're gonna so we can finish. The voucher is gonna, the $21 money order may be paying for like $400 worth of stuff, but the voucher is gonna cover that. The 1099 in your schedules. Then boom, you put that in. Now I'm gonna blow it up. Y'all ain't gonna be able to see this. Yeah, can y'all see? Everybody good? Can y'all see? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. All right. Am I moving too fast?
No, you good.
All right. Additional acts and authorization. You feel me? Additional acts and authorization. This is important. Okay. So they're going to be disclosing to a third party. You're a third party. Access to the IRS records. You feel me? Such as those master files, such as those BMF files. That's what we are, BMF files. You'll hear more about that and learn more about that. You can just Google it and see what's the IRS BMF file. Just Google it and look, anything that I'm saying out of my mouth, Google anything and everything. Don't take my word for nothing. And pretend that everything that I'm bringing to your attention is false. Intermediate service, intermediate service. So they're going to deal with the banks. They're going to deal with the checks. And I'm going to show you that. They're going to deal with the drafts and the bills, okay? We did that. Substitute, that's subrogation. Remember that anytime it's substitute is subjugation or issue of a new issuance, exchange or issue of a new issuance, or add a representative, okay? To sign a return, okay? Full dominion, okay, guys? I don't think I can't highlight these because you can edit these on, so this says full dominion over the legal estate assets together with all rights to future payment of cess decay, use, retitle account, and assess, this is responsibility that you're giving them, assess in relations to foundational documents like applications and everything that you put your signature on for it to be initiated to whatever issue that it is, of title, in name of trustee of the inter vivos trust, withdraw all assets paid, remaining unpaid from general deposit, and reposit credit on the same subject matter. Okay, other acts, okay, on the same subject matter, assets as trust deposit, on special deposit, num pro tunc, which means from the beginning until further notice. The cess decay trust use, assign all public debts obligations to the Secretary of Treasury. You see that? Restate the terms and the conditions. The language is already there. If you don't want to do the typed up, you print it out and type it up yourself and add your substance to it. Okay? And boom, you sign it. Everything is here for you, trustee. You know what I'm saying? You just fill it in and do your thing with that. And then the power of attorney. Oh no, we ain't got to the 911. We'll get to the 911 in a minute. This is the entity classification. This is the document that's going to separate you from your domestic estate, the birth certificate, and the social security. And I'm going to explain that how. Now you see, we check this box. It says relief. It says relief for late change of the entity classification election sought under the revised code in these procedures of revenue procedures, 2010, whatever that is. But the real reason we're going to do is, I'm gonna tell you, it's Daniel 9:9. If you go to the Bible and you read Daniel 9:9, you can. That's the reason why that's the reason for our relief. Anybody who loved the Bible or whatever and just love the Word of God and just want to just see what Daniel 9:9 is, go do that. Okay. Election information. These several forms need to be done for every entity. John Doe, identification number, the company. Because that company is a disregarded entity, separate from its owner, and its location of the debtor is at the dealership. So send them the bills. No, just fine. Initial classification for newly formed entity. Okay. So this, what the newly formed entity is the trust. You know what I'm saying? The inter vivos relationship. Okay. And then it says, no, this is all done by Tracy. Tracy is what really is the backbone of this material. Okay. So I'm reiterating and regurgitating what she's saying, but just giving you a little bit more punch because, you know, it's a lot of times where she just moving forward, you know what I'm saying? And she's not going to reiterate over a whole bunch of things. So you're going to find yourself pausing it. So I just want to make sure this is clear. Has eligible entity previously filed an entity election that had an effective date within the last 60 days? No, because most of us have never even knew nothing about this shit. Okay, so bam, I'm gonna skip 3 because it's already done for you. If the eligible entity has only one owner, which is you, provide the information. Okay, so the name of the owner is Chris, or whatever your name is, such and such, such and such. Express Live and Trust. Okay, because you're using your social, so you want that owner to pop up, even though like the name on the birth certificate to pop up, because the identification number, the owner's identification number is the trust number. All right. Now I'm gonna let you know I got children. So for people that got children, if the eligible entity is owned by one or more affiliate corporation, watch, my corporation is owner of my child's corporation. Okay. That's why it says one or more, mom, dad, or both. Affiliated corporations, they're not talking about you. They're talking about that person that files a consolidated return. Why? Because you think you're filing your child, but you're not. Your person is filing their child. That's their child. Your birth certificate is the father and the mother of your children's birth certificate. So provide the names of the employer identification. So if you have children, you're doing your children will go up here. Their trust identification number will go here, and you are the parent corporation that goes here. If you're doing this for your child, okay? Now, this is the election information. This is a domestic eligible entity with a single owner electing to be disregarded as a separate owner. This is the form when you get your 98 EIN or you form any trust, you can declare that trust to be foreign. Because remember, you can just do it. You just can't. So that would be right here, a foreign eligible. We're doing domestic here because the birth certificate is domestic. That entity is domestic. We're going to continue to use a 1040 for them. You understand? So when we get compensation for our trust person, our trustee can do or whatever if you can do your 1041 with a trust, but because you want to use your taxpayers' commercial benefit. Don't give that up. Don't get people that saying get rid of your social. Those are idiots. Don't get rid of your social. A foreign eligible entity with a single owner. So you feel me? When you do that 98, it's a foreign eligible entity with a single owner, which is you, electing to be disregarded as a separate entity. And you'll receive that paper back. And then we just put North America, a Mexium, and we put trustee and we put the contact number. And that's it for that form. Am I losing anybody?
No, we still here.
Any questions at this point?
Hold on.
Any questions? Okay, I'm gonna continue. So the reason why we put monetary instrument on these forms, on these 1040s, I mean these 1099s, is because Tracy's son got into a car accident. And when her son got into a car accident and she got back the insurance return policy, and she did an insurance check for her son, she did an audit on the account. And when she did the audit on the account, it came back that the lawyer for the insurance company had put this code inside for her son for them to do and bankroll a transaction and pay out the recipients and get their money. And she realized that at that point that the lawyers are putting monetary instrument because the CFR is a billing code. So in order for them to have the insurance pay out, they needed something that constituted something that was the initial value that gave life to the policy. And it was it was declared as a monetary instrument by that lawyer. So then at that point, we found out that this is why we use the description of the property, because the birth certificate is a monetary instrument. The Social Security is a monetary instrument, without a doubt. So when you go to B on 1099online.com, you're going to put B, okay? Because B is going to put, I forgot what it is, but when you go to B, it's going to show you the category and you read it and you're going to see it's applicable. And when you go on 1099online, see how it says broker, proceeds from a broker and barter exchange transaction? Nobody can buy nothing and nobody can sell nothing. That is an illusion, and that is commerce, and that's like, it's not real. The real thing that is going on is brokering, bartering, and exchanging of transactions. That's the only thing that's really going on. So to me personally, a 1099-B needs to be on every single goddamn account that you have. Really. Because you're not really, there's really anything other than, I mean, we feel like Tracy has taught, and we feel like this is the safest form. You feel me? This is the safest form without having that frivolous filing. And the 1099-C, of course, but the 1099-A is an acquisition. You gotta understand that a little bit more in depth, because it's dealing with a bond. When an acquisition happens, a bond is created. So that's why you can get in trouble with that type of stuff if you do that inappropriately. So your name is going to go here. When you go to 1099online.com, it's going to give you an option to choose your entity as disregarded. That's how you're going to know it's real the more that you get into this. You're going to put your social security, and if you know the tax ID, the identification number for the entity that you're going after, you put that recipient's tax identification number. And we don't know the amount. We never know the amount until we get a full audit. So the only thing that you can do is $500,000. Do $500,000. Okay, no more, because we don't know. And or either you could put NA, but it should be no minimum than $500,000, because they're making a tremendously amount of money, a lot amount of money on these transactions. Okay, for the account number. Where's the account? See, it says CUSIP number. But when you go to 1099online.com, it's not going to say that. It's going to say account number. That's where you're going to put the account, the case number, the court number, or whatever number that it is. Okay, and nothing else is applicable on this form. And these will get accepted. You will see this get accepted from the IRS, guarantee you 100%. Okay, so on this form, we're asking the IRS to help us with these, and I'm just go straight into it. Okay, it says right here, you know what I'm saying? I am not a CPA. Excuse me. That's what this form, now I'm gonna go right here first. Real quick. Now you see this right here? And this is why you guys need to be very careful about where you get your information from. And then don't take my words, just really read it. Because if you read it in internal, you see how it says this right here? Representative information. But we need to know that the power of attorney has to be attached. Attach a form 2848 if not already filed on the IRS, if not already filed. So the 2848 gets attached to the 911 because in order for them to do a 911, which is help you with your taxes, common sense. It's all common sense in reading. It's not hard, or this is not magic or nothing. It's just really not being scared of these forms and just reading them. So I want your help. IRS, can you help me with the taxes? Okay, well, let us not forget to tell you that please attach a power of attorney, because we want to help you out for real. The IRS is your friend. They want to help you out, because if they didn't want to help you out, they wouldn't have told you that the power of attorney goes with this form. So as I am not a CPA, I am currently can't afford. Tell them that you can't afford. Remember, you know what I'm saying? You working for free damn near. Tell them, you know what I'm saying? You don't make income. You work for the estate until you get compensated from the estate, which you don't know when that's gonna be. You just doing good faith duty. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. I'm not about to go into this, but y'all can read this. I come in good faith and clean hands. I hereby authorize the IRS agent on form. See that? See form. We about to go over now. This is the form that we about to go over. That's gonna really blow your minds if you have not went over this form and read it yourself. Form 31. Now there's a 32 and there's a 33. You can do form 21 and 33, but when you do 232, you're gonna need 2 witnesses, and that's why I haven't completed that document yet, because a lot of people haven't been on what I'm on, but I'm about to link up with some folks and see what's going on, because you gotta have some witnesses. It's starting to look like out here. So that's it. The taxpayer is just asking for help for their taxes, and that's it. That's all this form is for. You feel me? Now, I don't get this one confused with the 56F, where y'all gonna be appointing people to be fiduciary for y'all. This fiduciary relationship will have your address on it. This is the only form one of the only forms that will have your address besides the 911. The 911 will have your actual taxpayer address, because that's where you need them to send the correspondence. And in this one, your legal address is used here because you're the fiduciary for that person here, because you're just telling the IRS that I'm giving y'all fiduciary power through the power of attorney, but I'm also the fiduciary too. You understand? Over the person too. Okay? And so you give the descendant social security, and you know what I'm saying? You give the legal address. And then it says validate trust and amendments. I think I went over this. Bankruptcy. Yeah, I think, oh no, this is from yesterday. So bankruptcy, remember we in a bankruptcy, and assignments for benefits or credits. Those credits are what we want back. Can everybody see this, or is anybody having trouble seeing this? Okay, so your date here.
I can see it.
Okay, the date that the account initiated. So if you're doing your birth certificate, if you were born in 1989, that's the day that you're going to put your birth date. If your case was open yesterday, you're going to put April 26th right here, and that's dealing with that case. You put your trust under declaration. This is a mistake. This is not supposed to be declaration. You don't give your declaration. You give your certificate of trust and your for your custodial living trust, and you give your UCC filing. We're going to get into the UCC filing, a non-UCC filing, non-commercial lien filing. Okay, remember, because we're not commercial. Okay, for access, remember, access taxes is dealing with the surplus that's left over in the Social Security trust that they don't distribute, and they buy securities with that. That is, access and surplus is very similar. So because they're keeping the access, they're withholding that. So the income and the gifts and the estates and the generational skip, which is form 706, and you'll get into that. What you want when you set up your trust, you want to set up the generational skip so you can benefit in your today's life, and then pass it over to your children, and your children is supposed to do the generational skip for their children. So we're just throwing it, everybody's throwing the ball down the generation and benefiting in the present, but just saying, hey, we're gonna pay it later. We're gonna pay it later. We're gonna pay it later. But you know what I'm saying? Whole 5 generations went past, everybody passing the taxes for the estate down and down. Generational skip. It's just a game. It's crazy. That's why family is so important if you got good family. The 1040 and the 1040 SR, and also the 1041s, because it's going to be trust involved, and also the 11, because your person is going to own businesses. So the 112020 is the for the S corporation, if I'm not mistaken. That's the form that it pays out the individual for an individual working for an S corporation. So that covers you with that. And then you do your power, it says other, you do your power of attorney. Remember, that's the not your power of attorney from rocket lawyer, the 231, the fiscal power of attorney, your certificate of trust, express trust, and then your lien. Now, when it says these documents on here, you attach those documents and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, and then you right here is the director, which is one of, it says 111, but it's supposed to be 1111. Okay, and then so like see how it says court? Because they know. Because all proceedings, a court proceeding is a proceeding in front of, it should be in front of the Internal Revenue Service. You'll hear Tracy talk about that. Administrative proceeding. Why would these tax documents say court proceedings? Because courts pay taxes. And if they're not paying taxes, they're evading taxes. Because they're transferring, and I guys took you to 26 2002, where I showed you where they're tricking us, imposing the tax on us by transferring our property and getting us to transfer our own property, making us an executor, making the tax to be imposed on us. So this is why you go tell on their ass and put the case number there and switch the account on their ass and put that shit down at the courthouse or whatever the case may be. And then the 8822 is very similar to the power of attorney. It's almost identical to each other. And I think if I'm not, and this is what's gonna get you your CAF number. So it says, please assign your CAF number. And once the IRS has looked over your information in a matter of time, they got a lot of work. Bear with them. Don't bombard them just because it's not coming right away, but it will. Some correspondence will come. I talked to people last night. There's someone in my class that did the same exact thing that I did, and I was like, I haven't received my CAF number yet, but she's like, don't worry, it's coming. She's like, I got mine, so I know it's coming. So you feel me? Put if it say plan number, you put the account number, okay, and then boom, taxpayer. There it go again. Okay, put the company address at the bottom, the 8821. Okay, and then you're gonna appoint the IRS again, and then you're gonna appoint yourself again, and then you feel me? That's gonna take care of that. You know what I'm saying? Always put without recourse, because that's gonna protect you. Always put all rights reserved without recourse. Void where applicable by law. Okay, because that's gonna put you in a situation where you don't have any liability. Okay, this is the general power of attorney. This is form 231 that she was talking about. Remember it said form 231, everyone. So this is a general power of attorney by individuals for collection of certain checks drawn on the United States Treasury. Okay, this is going to be heavy. Okay, this is your name right here. You're the undersigner. Anybody who is an undersigner has the ability to issue a bond or issue an order. This is an order. You're drawing up an insurance policy, technically, because underwriters are people who are signatory agents for insurance policies. Okay, so I hereby, your address, hereby appoint the director of the revenue, okay, at 1111, and as his attorney to receive. We're in receivership, remember that. Okay, we can only receive. That's why that's back to that sending and receiving state. We're here on a diplomatic mission. Okay, to receive, endorse, collect checks payable to the order of the undersigned. Okay, drawn on the United States Treasury, and to execute in the name and on behalf of the undersigned. All bonds, indemnities, applications, mind you, that's Title 16, bonds, mind you, bonds. They're going to take care of that, the bonds, because bonds are very complicated and very hard to comprehend for a majority of people. So Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act, Part 2 is going to say applications for notes, that no application shall be no less than what the notes are applied for. So this is why the application is a note. The application is a check. The application is the life. So that's why they have applications there. And it shows you, just show you that when you walk in, you're gonna, when people say, hey, would you like to do an application? You're gonna be looking at application totally different after today. Even school applications, your child, you're gonna be like, dang, this is real. Okay, other documents which may be required by law or regulate to secure the issuance of substitution, exchange and redemption, or issuance of a new security, such as checks, such as your refunds. Okay, give full discharge, not part discharge, not discharge by itself, but full, just like full accounting, full discharge for the same, granting to the said attorney full power and substitution and revocation, hereby ratify and confirm that all said attorneys or his substitute, okay, his subrogated, you substitute yourself in the shoes of the creditor to get him to act for you. You know, you appoint is dope. It's dope what's really going on. Shall lawfully do, lawfully, not legally, mind you, not legally, okay, or do cause to be done by virtue. Okay. The most important part that even these people yourself, they tell you, read carefully, please. It's telling you, read carefully. This how you know that they care about you enough. Okay. Hey, I just want to go through this. This general power of attorney, this is their words. I'm not the fiscal department. The general power of attorney may be used for endorsement. The general power of attorney may be used for collections of checks drawn on the United States in payment of principal and interest on public debt, obligations, notes, securities, debt, obligations guaranteed by the United States. Those are the ones that are generated or issued by the non-obligatory commercial federal taxpayer who has the arrangements of a non-debt obligation with the United States. The other entities don't have this type of thing unless they took your power of attorney to act on your behalf. It's just tax refund, and they do it all the time. Tax refunds, see that? Tax refunds, power of attorney may be used for endorsement, tax refunds, and payments for goods and services. I didn't tell y'all this. The fiscal department did. Okay. The 56F is for a fiduciary relationship, but look at the key word, financial institution. That's what makes the difference between the 56 and the 56F, because it's showing a fiduciary relationship between your person and a financial institution. Okay. So first you give the first 56, you give it to the IRS. This is not an enforcement thing. This is not like enforcing a bill or enforcing an affidavit. This is retitling your account. This stuff takes a lot of time.
So is he more so speaking for like a 1099 AOC or something like that?
Huh?
I said, was the question more so referring to like a 1099 A or C or something like that, something like a cancellation of debt?
That was your question, or?
No, I'm saying that's what it looked like. His question was kind of resorted to something that you can use to like kill a debt of the department or something like that.
No, this ain't everything that I brought to your attention ain't gonna save y'all quick at all.
No, my question to you though, I was ready to ask a question though, big bro. Is it a specific order that you send these forms into the IRS, or you can just send them out?
No, they will make you think that, but no. This is what you do. You call up your local IRS agent. I mean, call them. Don't go in. Call them, because the people on the phone are the supervisors.
Okay.
Call them on the phone and be like, yeah, I need to make an appointment. They're gonna be like, what do you need to make an appointment in? You like, I'm a fiduciary I'm an administrator in the state. and I just got some forms. I want to submit for an account, and I have to retitle an account on behalf of the beneficiary. Just try to keep it brief. And if they try to ask you what forms, just tell them it's a private trust. You know what I'm saying? Under what basis and circumstances why are you requesting that information? And if you just want to share with them and you don't want to cause no trouble, just be like, I gotta bring down the 8832. You know what I'm saying? Classification of entity. And you don't even got to get into that. Just tell them you need an appointment to drop off some forms. Tell them you got several forms, and the forms are pertaining to the administering an estate. And you know what I'm saying? Just let them know, like, be stern. Don't sound scared or nothing. Just sound like you know what you're doing. You did this shit before. Yeah, like they're gonna be like, all right, well, this is what we gotta. They're gonna go through the appointments. They're gonna be like, oh, what's best for you? Do. They're gonna get you an appointment. And then you don't miss your appointment. They're gonna tell you to arrive 15 minutes early. I'll arrive like 30 or 15 minutes early. If your IRS building is in a federal zone, they're gonna tell you to bring an ID. I don't carry IDs on me. State IDs. I only use nationality identification. So I go in with you get in with that, boom, go whatever. Your IRS building might not be in a federal building, so you might not need to take an ID. The IRS they should not be asking you for no ID. They're not allowed to ID you. They don't have that's not their scope of practice. So they already been delegated with an assignment to take care of the American people. So you get your appointment, you're gonna go to your appointment, you're gonna walk up, you're gonna stand in line, they're gonna say like, all right, well, I got an appointment. Then I'm like, what's the name? You give them your name. They were like, or they might ask your social. Like, I ain't got no social, but I got this taxpayer identification number who I'm actually here on behalf for. And then they might get smart with you and be like, oh, I don't care about that. I just want to know the name. I just need to know who's on the So whatever, do that, bam. When they may ask for an ID, I don't take no state ID into the IRS, because if they ask you for an ID, I'm cool on that, bro. Like, I just don't do that. Like, I ain't got no ID on me. Or if you just get a nationality ID if you don't got one.
What if you don't have a nationality ID?
Huh? You said what?
What if you don't have a nationality ID?
Just get one. Get one from a church. Go to your church and ask them for ID. Like, do we have religious IDs here? Or if you don't, go to brother Walter Bay. You know, y'all know Walter Bay?
No, I don't know
heard of
that.
That's one of my sheiks. That Walter.
That's his name on Instagram.
Yeah. I'm about to put his Instagram.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on. Yeah, he gonna get you one. He charged 40 now. He ain't used to charge that much, but it ain't like one of those like all super duper one, the Empire one. I don't believe that you just need to know who you are. It's just because you could use any form. Like the DOG already said, without a nationality ID, the only means of identification that you will be identified by is that other ID. So they're gonna look at it. They're gonna be mad. You're gonna be like, oh, we got one here that needs to sign in, because they can't scan it. They can't scan it. They can't trace it. They can't do nothing to it. They can't even, because they're gonna try to rip that driver's license number off of it. So if you identify with the thing that if you're trying to identify, if you give an ID that's identifying you as the thing that you're representing, then it's just gonna be a weird situation. You don't want that. So you get in there, you get that appointment, everything is locked up, it's cameras, and they lock them IRS agents in there, because I imagine people going in there beating their ass and trying to kill them. So it's locked up. People, a lot of times security take you into these places when they're gonna say, oh, what are you here for? They're gonna be like, I'm here to submit some paperwork, and they're gonna be like, here, hand it to me. Don't do that. They're gonna be like, because they will take it, you'll never hear from them again. They'll probably shred your shit up. So it'd be like, no, ma'am. I need these stamped, and I need to see an IRS agent about some other things. So then, bam, you go in, they're gonna be mad. Like, the one that I was dealing with was like, what can I do for you? Like, what do you want? Like, and I'm like, I'm here on behalf of the taxpayer. And he's like, I don't need to know all that. He like, I just need to know the name that they're on. I'm like, I'm Enoch Dowdell. Whoop de whoop, that's taxpayer. I'm here for that person. And what are you trying to do? I'm trying to submit some paperwork. I'm administering the trust, taking care of trust, and I had just had some forms. I'm retitling these accounts, and I need you to stamp these things. And he like, oh, well, you got your stuff, got yourself together. I'm getting my shit together. And he's like, oh, he's looking all crazy, like he was about to try to get me out of that office. And he's like, you got all these forms that don't look like you together. You got like 30 minutes. I looked at him like, in my head, I was like, no, the fuck, I don't got no 30 minutes. In my head, like, bitch, I won't leave about this bitch. They want you to flip out on them, but I won't do that. So then once he did that, I'm like, once I realized he was giving some problems, I'm like, you know what? What's your name and badge number? And then he pulled out his badge number. He had his badge number, and he looked it up. He like, and he was looking at me, and I didn't stunt him. I just stayed calm, and I just like, all right, you know what I'm saying? And I'm writing it down, and I'm adjusting my eyesight, showing that I'm not nervous, and I'm looking at his badge, and I'm making sure that I got the right information, and I'm letting him know that take this down, and I'll go to another IRS agent down in Toledo, because we got plenty of them in Cleveland. I'll go right down to another place, put a 56 in for you, bruh, and appoint you a motherfucking trustee, and I'll motherfucker come right back up in this bitch and make you do more paperwork. So don't fuck with me. So once he saw that in my eyes, he got up like, he got up and he got so started filing my paperwork, start snapping my paperwork and doing what the fuck he was supposed to do. So then this the 11, he stamped it. When you take this in, remember that the 8832, you gotta have your trust attached to it. You attach your trust to it. You feel me? And then you put your signature page on there. Make sure you put your signature page. You feel me? Because this is what I didn't know. He's like, I'm going to lunch. I'm gonna let you get the rest of your paper, because I had everything together. I just didn't put my attachments on it, because it was my first time. But I've been sizing it up and doing, like, just practicing it in private for a long time, and just talking to myself about it. Like I'm a nutcase for real. Low key. This is a certificate of trust. You know what I'm saying? I put the certificate of trust together and just put the person as the beneficiary of this trust. So with that, and then I asked him to stamp this, and he tried not to stamp a couple of them, but I made sure that shit was stamped. I probably been one of them people choking up out his chair. No, I'm just playing. So this the 911. You know what I'm saying? We stamped that up. And then remember that I said that the 911 got to be attached to the power of attorney. So that's why this is so thick. And then inside that, you know what I'm saying? Inside of the power of attorney, you also gonna put your own power. And you also gonna put your own power of attorney in there. You feel what I'm saying? Because this power of attorney is gonna say right here. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna say, perform and act necessary deposits, negotiate, sell, or transfer any notes, securities, or drafts of the United States of America, including U.S. Treasury securities. And this the one you want to get from Rocket Lord, but you might not have to do that, because I've already prepared everything for y'all. And once I get y'all in the Telegram, y'all already got this material. The only thing that you need to do is invest into Microsoft Word or Microsoft 360, so you can pull my document in and just change my document and put the names in for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you rock out with that. And then the 56 had to go. The 56 had to go with that. You feel me? I mean, yeah, the 56F. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a point in them. So they stamp that up. You feel me? And make sure that they stamp it up, because he gonna be like, oh, next he try to say some smart shit like, I don't care what they tell you on the phone. I'm not gonna do this. And I'm like, man, I ignore that shit. For real. He don't want me to say nothing to him, for real. And then so I'm like, I just give him that look like, fuck you. Like, respectfully. And then he also tried to say to me, like, and next time you come back, we're not gonna stamp all those papers. We're not gonna stamp all of your papers. So they do everything that, if there was a woman on here last night she's in our Telegram group. She went through the same thing, but she went through something even nastier. She reported the IRS agent and they got that boy together. You know what I'm saying? Because they try to not stamp her paperwork and do her dirty. And they're going to try to do y'all dirty. They're going to make you feel so uncomfortable with yourself that you're gonna walk out of there and you may be afraid. If you're not ready for this shit, you may be afraid not to come back. That's how they make you feel. Like next time I'm not gonna stamp all these papers. Well, I'm like, next time I'll bring one account for your little ass since she can't do no work. But that's their job. They are there doing nothing. They ain't doing nothing in there. You know what I'm saying? Because there ain't nobody coming in there like us doing this shit. And then everybody think that income tax is just done once a year. So ain't nobody in there around these times, but people that know what the fuck they doing. So you feel me? Like that's you gonna get that notarized. You gonna get that's that 88, that's that power of attorney that needs to be attached with that we keep referencing. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, it's other ones too. You feel me? This is the the other power of attorney, that the 233. And I told you I couldn't do the 232. You can look that up and get that for yourselves. That I didn't do it because at this time when I was in motion, I looked at the form and I didn't look at good enough, but it says this form required 2 witnesses as well as your signature. So I had to go ahead and that's just one account. That's just one account. You feel me? That's just one account. I got more. You feel me? Like I got multiple accounts. They all stamped. You feel me? So this shit ain't no fraud. This shit ain't no fake. You know what I'm saying? This for real folks that's stepping. You know what I'm saying? You know, we all stamped up. You feel me? It's my babies. These my little babies. You know what I'm saying? They all stamped, bro. You feel me? So don't be scared. Go in there and make that shit happen. These the first steps to get y'all shit together. Yeah. Oh. Now we about to go over to UCC. How to get them in the right way. So this right here is y'all know what this is? The Maryland Department of Assessment and Taxation. Y'all know what that is?
No.
Give me 1 second. I gotta put this back in. Does anybody know what it is? I don't mean to put nobody on Front Street. All right, everybody know what the state UCC department is? Where it's at? Where do you file a UCC from? Where do y'all file your UCCs? Where do you file your initial? Right, Secretary of State. I appreciate you. All UCCs they've been teaching us to put them in the Secretary of State. Okay, so this is mine, Secretary of State. Okay, so when you go in, when you do, like most people be like, has anybody? I'm in PA. That's the P. That's you. This is Secretary of well, PA probably big. So y'all, I mean, Pennsylvania is probably humongous. So you got to find a Secretary of State for wherever y'all. I don't know how PA is big as fuck. So where is your secretary? What city are you in? Like that's your you go to. I don't know how. Oh no, I'm saying you got to do the UCC filing wherever you located. Like if your house is located wherever your property, wherever that's back to that story when old girl said that we walk in mortgages, right? Because we really not property. We really not with this, the reason why we doing UCCs is because you know how like a doctor say, have you ever been exposed to COVID-19? That mean you got COVID-19, but that mean like, or have you ever been exposed to it? Okay, that's the same scenario now. Is have we been exposed to slavery in commerce? Unfortunately, we not slaves, and no, we ain't part of commerce, but we've been exposed to commercial slavery. So let me make that make sense. Okay, this is how we've been exposed to commercial slavery. Okay, can y'all see this document? Anybody
Yep.
anybody ever seen this document before?
I seen a template like off Google before.
All right, this is an old document, and it probably don't got a lot of standing. I mean, but it's serious. It's serious. This bullshit that they do. Okay, look at this. Send acknowledgement. Y'all see that where it says send acknowledgement? Send acknowledgement to the United States of America Treasury Department and the Internal Revenue Service. You see why we retitling and we dealing with the Treasury directs and all them? Ain't nobody got no higher authority than these motherfuckers right here. You see this number right here? Y'all see that number? Y'all remember that number for the rest of y'all life. Y'all gonna have this number right here. This the number that tied y'all in to the collateralization of labor. You see this little box that's checked right here? See how I say real estate record? Remember old girl that said that we walk in mortgages? She wasn't lying. She understand. You hear me? You see how I say terminate right here? You don't got a message. Y'all could talk. Y'all, it's not a lot of us ever heard of Charles. Yeah, Charles Miller. You mean David Miller, or who is Charles Miller? I ain't hit. No, I ain't hit. You some David Wynn Miller? The syntax dude, the judge, David Ford, Colin Winton, David Wynn Miller, or who? I don't know who Charles Miller is. So assignment. So what they did was the motherfucking government or whoever the fuck ambushed us. See, this is joint thing about joint house resolution. I'm about to see when this was dated. Let me see when this was dated. See, this was updated. I don't know when the first one went out, but this is an updated record. Okay, because you got to keep going in and amending it when it changed. A UCC. Okay, now look at it. Look what it say right here. Organization, new or additional. Okay, it's saying the organization, the United States Treasury / the internal. Now you see how it don't. You see how like it say revenue. It don't say revenue, because they revenuing credits. It don't say, because you got to understand the difference between revenue and revenue. When they go now for the rest of your life now, you're gonna be looking at revenue different. You're gonna be saying revenue. You should, because that's what you want. Revenue of your credits. Okay. Federal Reserve Bank. And that's say Boston right there. I never realized that. 11 USC 1600 Atlantic Ave. I'm really about to do some digging because I want to know, why are they putting a trustee Title 15? You see, Title 15 is commerce, y'all. That's the one that they made us believe to operate under. These are what the consumers want us to operate under. 15, 15, 15, 15. Tired of it. You know what I'm saying? Some things you can go under 15 and then protect your constitution. But if you don't know about, if you don't understand certain things and basic fundamental things that I brought to y'all attention, such as the CFRs, the USCs, and the UCCs, and how they connect using the Supreme Court laws into using the probate and orders from from those places to go take them into other courts, and you don't really know how to navigate the water. It's designed for you to drown. Oh, so this ain't even the original document. I gotta actually find the document. Hold on one second. See, this is not the whole document. Give me 1 second. Find this water alliance. I'm just about to go ahead and try to pull it up. Oh, damn. So this is what we're gonna do. Don't worry about it. So I'm about to go ahead and we're gonna search. We're gonna pull this document up ourselves. And this right here, the Maryland one, besides y'all state ones, this the international database for UCC. For people that no one knew what that was. So once you file your UCC in your state, you come here and terminate that number underneath their UCC. Attach your UCCs into it, your termination. Get that printout and then take that and put it back in your state and amend that update and put it back in your records of the termination that you completed in the national database.
So you question, big bro.
Yeah.
You think is that is the same applicable if you already?
You broke up.
I said it's the same applicable, like the detailing, same applicable for folks that's already.
You breaking up.
You can hear me?
I hear you. Well, as you talking, it breaks up.
All right, my bad. I was saying, like, is the same applicable like the detailing that you just gave, like far as forging like UCCs and stuff together and stuff like that? Do you think that still apply if you already in Maryland, or do you think?
Yeah, you do the same. That's funny because last night we had a woman from Maryland. It doesn't. She's already in the national database. Their system is the national database.
Right.
So she's still gonna go in and file a new number for her initial filing as a state filing, but it don't matter because she's in the national database. That's a national database. And then once she get that number, if she in Maryland, what I had to tell her, you in Maryland, ain't you?
Yeah.
So when you go into this Maryland and you file a new claim, before you attach to this order, create you a UCC. And let me tell you what needs to be on there before y'all go do that. In y'all UCC, it needs to have your debtor name, whatever. But the most important part is the collateral. When I had to go back and amend mine. So, but the collateral is the birth certificate, the register file number, right? And when you go back in, you start putting your other bonds and your other UCCs into this. You don't have to, but just your mail-in bonds. Because one of the questions last night, or do I list my whole bonds? Don't list all your bonds. All your bonds is really private. You put with your register mail number in there, where you drawing your interest and putting value into that number.
So
Now,
basically, the ones you curate from and like in the public.
Like the post office, the ones that you mail and you get back that register number and it's yours.
Right.
But once you deposit your birth certificates and you can actually have surety deposited and you have value that you can draw from, then you can take that register mail number and you can put if you put that register mail number on a piece of paper, you can create a paper note. You could create money. You could create value.
Okay.
You could literally say that this is my registered bond number. This is a bond or a promissory note for $10,000 because you drew it from real interest that surety is deposited on your behalf. It's not just some make-believe shit. Because some people drawing up them bonds and saying, I made a note, I got a promissory note. But you gotta have somewhere to draw that from. But you can't do that until your birth certificates are deposited. You know what I'm saying? Till you get them number for not only if they deposit it, but you need to deposit them, and then you need to get that number that's on that authenticated version, or the DOJ version. And that's your surety bond. So once you get that bond off of there, and once that deposit is going to deposit it about, like, each one is like probably $1 million worth, probably like $100 million worth of surety. You get 5 of them. School says you can get up to $1 billion bond. That's how you become surety or become a bounty hunter. Because you can't become those things if you don't have a bond deposited. No, you can't. You gotta be bonded to become a sheriff for real. You got to be a real sheriff. You gotta be bonded to at least be a U.S. Marshal. You gotta be bonded to, like, you feel me, like, to be doing certain things. But anyway, you eventually probably gonna put your registered mail number and just call it a bond. You know what I'm saying? Because you using it, because it belong. You don't necessarily have to do that. It's just your discretion. But at least for the collateral, at minimum, put your birth certificate file number on there, put your social security number on there, your driver license on there, and then that's it. And then it's gonna say file and type. You transmitting utility. Remember, I don't know if we went over transmitting utility in this class, but transmitting utility is communication by way of electronic or light. You know what I'm saying? We was talking about fiber optics and stuff like that. It's just crazy how, but we are transmitting utility. So, and then when it say public finance, you put no. And then it's gonna say manufactured home, no. Agriculture lien, yes. Non-UCC filing, yes. Non-commercial. And then it's gonna say alternative designation. It's gonna say leasee and lesser relationship. That means just a relationship. You're gonna put no. It's gonna say co-signee and co-signer, meaning a relationship. You're gonna put no. There's gonna be seller and a buyer. You're gonna put no. And then when it say bailee and bailor, that's the relationship, you put yes. When it say licensee and licensor, you choose no. So you're gonna choose bailor, bailee, yes, non-UCC lien, agricultural lien, and transmitting utility. And then you put your security agreement inside of there. You heard me?
Yeah, I heard you, big bro.
No, you good. And yeah, just put your security agreement in there. You heard me? Yeah. Go, and then once you do your state filing, go back into it and search. Do you see that number right there?
The filing number.
You see that number right there?
Mm-hmm.
That's this one. You see the Federal Reserve, debtor. You see the U.S. Department of Defense, debtor. Comptroller of Maryland, debtor. You see that North American Water Alliance, debtor. Then you see all the real secured parties in U.S. Treasury and Internal Revenue are secured parties on that. And then you even see me down here, where I fucked up right here and put myself as a secured party. Well, I wasn't supposed to do that. Sometimes I think the feds was gonna come get me. They might come get me. Fuck them. I'm telling them it was a mistake. But you really want to go in here and you want to terminate. See, I don't know what I was doing at first, but you want to terminate that shit so that it looks like that. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can just pull up my UCC up here. I'm trying to find the Water Alliance name for y'all where it show man, body, whatever the hell. That shit sound crazy with that, what they doing with our shit. Let me see if I can just find it on the internet real quick. Wait, what that shit look like? They probably won't put that shit. No, you gotta really like. I was trying to find the one that's like amended, because they show everything on there. You know what I'm saying? They show everything on there. Literally everything. Let me try to find it. Y'all good? 17 people. See, another thing I really want y'all to understand too is this. You feel me? Like, we need to understand like this right here. You know what I'm saying? What stamp duty really was. You see, wine stamps issued from 1914 until 1945 paid the federal tax wine. You see that? This is where stamp duty come from. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of us don't really know that what that shit was all about. And they be like, man, that shit bullshit. That stamp shit is bullshit. Look at that. In order to do commerce, you gotta but in order to sell beer, in order to sell cigarettes, in order to do actual real firmament fruit juice, firearms, narcotics, and all that tax tobacco and all that good stuff, that was a sin tax. So they literally was paying taxes with stamps. So don't let nobody tell you that was not, oh, that's some bullshit. Nope, it's a fact. Tobacco sale tax stamps were overprinted. Documentary revenue stamps used to show tax had been paid on tobacco, firearms, and everything. Anything that got to do with commerce, they had to pay with taxes with these stamps. Paid the taxes right along with the money or whatever they used to purchase it. But we definitely used to use those stamps. You know what I'm saying? So don't let nobody even tell you like, oh, that's not real, blah blah blah. You know, if you know what I'm saying? This is Alvin's things right here. This he really didn't he was really mad at me for me telling y'all a lot of his shit. You know what I'm saying? Alvin, like, this a 1099-C, and you can see that like he had his whole goddamn mortgage discharged. You know what I'm saying? $80,000. You feel me? Like $800,000 of worth. So this is Alvin right here. He dark skinned with glasses. He was inside clearly credit class with us, and we was doing Bible study and stuff. And they stopped talking to each other, I guess, for differences. But he came. He see me teaching y'all and shit and dropping game on y'all, and he'll come in my inbox like, you need to have discernment. You need to be private. Sending me Bible verses and shit that's telling me like in his own words to shut the fuck up. So I'm like, oh yeah, you a man of God, bro. That's how you feel. Like, what type of party you think I'm running, brother? I block him off jump. I don't play that shit. Like, you ain't about to do anything, and what I stand for and what I'm trying to get out to the people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on that type of time, bro. So I wanted to show y'all how the Social Security is tied into a treaty. So the Social Security card is tied into a treaty. Before we get right back to the UCC, we're gonna get right back to the UCC. Don't worry, I ain't lose no topic. I just want to make sure that I cover the most important shit for y'all. Cause like that video from yesterday didn't get situated, so it's like, man. So I got this for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Bam, you know what I'm saying? I got these forms already ready for y'all. W4 is voluntary, so y'all can just serve these and let let people know, like, this stuff is for real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Social Security, you know what I'm saying? It shall be, you know what I'm saying, right here? It shall be unlawful, you know what I'm saying? For any federal or local government to deny an individual right or benefit or privilege provided by the law of such individual refuses to disclose their social security, such as a job or anything. They'll make you really believe and make you like, man, what do I do? Because they know, like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? That's how they do it. Like, what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So I got this is a secure party creditor thing. I normally don't do the secure party creditor thing that I was telling everybody, but this gonna be provided for y'all because it had good information, probably some of the best information that I've ever heard about because it incorporated trust law really well, and I understand trust law now like really well. So it incorporated trust so good, and it's like, man, this got to be one of the best secure party creditors documents that I ever seen. One of them was uh the what's that? It was a secure party creditor book that everybody was talking about. I forgot what it's called. It looked like a matrix book, but it's something else. I forgot what it's called. But I don't really like all that secure
Cracking the code.
cracking the code. Yeah, I think that's like part of the book. That's part of the title, but I'm trying to think. I'm having brain farts. My brain ain't. I'm tired. I don't know. I've been doing this for days.
The redemption
The
manual is an
redemption manual. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. So you know what I'm saying? This shit real. Like you feel me? They say ABA, but the Treasury Department, they give you their routing number. They want you to do the right thing. Don't get discouraged because I told y'all the ups and downs about it. You know what I'm saying? But once you get straight, your Treasury Direct account, you get an account number and a routing number. You got to learn how to put that in the hands of a broker. You know what I'm saying? Don't be trying to do nothing crazy. And remember, always talk to the Treasury Department. Just talk to them and ask them a question. Just don't send nothing. Don't even get a, because the broker don't know what type of communication. You want to be able to tell the broker like, yeah, I already had a communication. You want to be so thorough that you want to know who you talk to on the phone. You don't even want to get up. You're like, hey, I don't mean to be rude or nosy or invade your privacy. I don't have no bad intentions. I'm really acting in good faith, but I just want to tell my broker that I talked to you today so that he could feel confident as in helping me navigate through these waters. And then you gonna get the name of the fiscal officer, the first and last name. You're gonna go to the broker at your intermediate. And your presentation is gonna be on point, and ain't nobody gonna have your type of presentation if you do what I'm telling you to do. That's gonna make people want to really help you. You know what I'm saying? And help you and tell you secrets that and help you figure things out along your way. And just tell the broker, hey, I spoke to this fiscal department officer. This is her badge number, her name, and I just want to give it to you to let you know that I talked to her. That she let me know that this the form that I need. That I need to get a hold of you. This the routing number. This my account number. You know what I'm saying? By any way, are you familiar with this document? Until you get your legacy stuff set up and you really start filling out all these different rounds. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this is 4 rounds, and as I start like really filling these papers out, I start to realize like what was really happening with the trust relationship. You know what I'm saying? So just get Don Kalan's book and really look. Just like I sat here today with y'all and read over these forms, I still got reading to do here. But the more that you read it, and the more that you see where they're telling you to send it to the addresses and what to do and how to avoid the violations, you're gonna start to see what I brought to y'all attention today and what I have on my Instagram. And when y'all start to put everything together, you guys are gonna be able to move so superior. It's gonna be unreal. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. You know what I'm saying? I got this book. You know what I'm saying? 11111. I think I showed y'all that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this book gonna help you right here secure government contracts and situate that. I'm just gonna do a little quick spree real quick. You got the Federal Reserve. Hey, you got the petition. I got core warrant tolls in there for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Everything, everything. You shouldn't even have to buy that many things. If you want to purchase something from somebody, you ain't gotta never purchase nothing from me again. Y'all always, anybody could show me a receipt or that they attended or participated in this. We got a trust relationship. You can automatically get every update and anything. You know what I'm saying that I got. I'll never try to charge anything unless it's something new and it's some new groundbreaking information that's just totally irrelevant and relevant to what that's really going to take us to the next level. And then I had to do some research and had my head down and I'm representing some brand new shit. That's the only thing. And I'm not even going to charge that much, probably $65. These are the addresses. You all going to get all these pictures and stuff to reflect on. You know what I'm saying? Everything. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna get everything that I got, y'all gonna get. And the shit that I ain't even got inside of there, y'all gonna get. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna get the EBT template, like I said. These are it's gonna have all the goddamn public law. Then it's gonna have the House Resolution Bill, the Human Rights Declaration that backs it up, all the violations that they violate, the public law, and the codes, and the 18 codes. You know what I'm saying? Where they violate 18, 1305 or whatever. You don't need to hit them with all them violations. You just need to let them know that they depriving you to just get your stuff situated the right way. You know what I'm saying? Like all of this stuff is here. Let me try to. I don't know where to. Oh, hold on. Here it is. Yes. Now we can get back on topic. All right. This is it right here. This is the actual whole. This right here is what's linked to the court registry system. So all the monies and the finances that's dealing with the banks and the courts. This is why this is important. Public finances with assignment. You see that? Now this is look, check this out. This got the U.S. Department of Defense. You see, that's why you got to go and read all of the documents because they changed them every like even from the beginning when these was first filed. They changed them. So look at the debtor now. It's the Federal Reserve System is the debtor on this one, which he was the debtor originally, but it literally the federal it says debtor. Federal Reserve. You feel me? It says the address for whatever Federal Reserve, that must be the main. I don't know what. I know it's 12 Federal Reserve banks. I don't know if no secret locations. Maybe it is. I don't know. Yet. You see how they got Latin words right here? And they got the United States. This not the same United States. This not our United States of America. This can't be. Because look, I mean, if it is, that'd be real scary. I don't know, maybe it is, but it's a debtor. It's an additional debtor. And notice that it says like e pluribus unum, like unum no sanctum, like it's Latin. You know what I'm saying? Like the Pope and the Vaticans and shit. And then boom, you got the United States Treasury Department, which is the secured party, right? And then you got these filings. Ain't no telling what these filings are. These are the filing statements. And then it says, look at the security. They got Title 15, commercial law. Title 15, they calling it a security. So me understanding the depth of my understanding, I'm seeing the rabbit hole just jumped way down low because this goes back to them billing codes. They're actually using these codes like as if it's their billing codes. They're calling it a security. I mean, they're calling the whole 15 USC a security. They're not, and then they're calling it a commercial affidavit. So, and then they're not calling it a point of law. That's the weird. I gotta dig into that for y'all. See, this certain shit I'm gonna dig into. I don't know. It might get me in trouble. I don't know. But look at this. You know what I'm saying? It's a additional debtor, the U.S. Department of Defense and Accounting Services. You feel me? Like it gets strange, real strange. And then look, financial statement right here. Look at that. All as all real men with hands and legs in all real land in the United States of America. $14 trillion or whatever the fuck that number is. Look at that. And they got the nerve to say with trust in God, right? This real estate is with the public. That's why they lock you out of your treasury account because the treasury public debt, I just showed you they the secure party. They can do that. People like they can shut your shit down. For the public, they talking about that, not private interest. They did this UCC for public interest. I don't know what that's all about. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. Out of many, all 50 states, cities, counties, and properties, one real estate in the United States of America. You all want to go in and terminate this. You understand? You want to have a copy. You want to go in and you want to punch that number in and you want to terminate that. You want to take your UCC that you filed in your state as an Ohioan, a Texican, or whatever that it is. You want to show, you know what I'm saying? You want to get a document that says termination. Like this person right here. This person went in all of us that know this, look, they go in. Oh shit. I just deleted one of my goddamn. Y'all see what I just did? Did y'all see that?
No, I ain't people. What happened?
I just deleted like a whole like I just deleted one of my whole goddamn. You know how you go try to click up here in the corner and you try to. I deleted a whole goddamn like everything I was doing on that thing.
That window?
Yeah, like the devil be trying to fight me. Nah, I'm just playing. But bam. So you gonna come up on this page like this, you ain't gonna know, you might not know where to navigate, but make your online services to the left, bam. UCC filing, bam. Get back there, you feel me? Go to search now. You feel me? Boom. Put that number in, guys. Okay? 1-814-25776. And then you go ahead and put that number in and get yourself, get yourself out of this thing. Get yourself off of this UCC. When you do the termination, file your UCC into it. Anybody like not understanding that? You feel me? All right, so you go in, you put in that number, and then you want to get you a filing and go in and I'm gonna show y'all how to do it. You terminate like this, just like this lady right here. She went in and she terminated it. Okay? And it says right here, you're gonna get a document with this number on there. And it's gonna say termination, effectiveness, and of the financial statement identified above is terminated. Okay, it's gonna say with respects to the security interest, which is you. You were the security interest. We was okay to the security interest of the secured authorized party authorizing the termination statement. So that's a termination. So, and then when she go down, the organization name that this is the secure party, you put your such and such express trust. You feel me? That's the secured party. You know what I'm saying? Who terminated that shit. And then you're gonna have all your UCC attachments from your file that's gonna be with your claims underneath it. So you go to your state, make your claim, put your UCC file in with Maryland, your own number, then take that into this number and file for a termination. When they tell you if you want to load any of attachments, you're gonna load your underneath your termination is gonna have your new filings. And then you just gonna take the termination and all your filings underneath that and put that back into your initial filing. Y'all following me?
I'm with you.
Guys and girls? All right, so that's all you do. All you do is just go to termination, UCC 3, and you hit termination. All right, that's it. Boom, boom, boom. I'm just about to put some shit in here. Let me see. Contact message. Listen, number. What the fuck? What? What? Oh, yeah. So just put that in. Or keep doing that. I don't know why I keep doing that. Oh. So just put your information in. Let me see. See, because when you terminating, you gotta have a number. You feel me? Y'all hear me? So that's the number that you want to use. You did? Is that number. So you're gonna have to have that number. So bam, 2577776. I put that shit in wrong. And then bam, and pull up the filing number. It shows the primary United States Department of Treasury. And then you go, you don't touch none of these. That's why I accidentally did, because when you touch one of these, you acting like that person. That's not what we doing. We going in here and we putting our new, yeah, we putting our shit right here. So like say Express Trust Enoch. All right, boom. And then see, the only thing I didn't like about this that it didn't look like, you feel me? It didn't look like the way. That's why really y'all can really print these out and fill these out on the computer. You could take a UCC termination, just take a UCC3 and pull up the PDF. If you really want it to look right, like let me give y'all an example. A perfect example. I'm trying to find it, but let me see if I can find it. Let me find his date of his file. Date. Oh, I didn't even do it. Yeah. But don't worry about it. Just this is what I like. This is just what I did. Like just try it. You know what I'm saying? Like this is not the way that you really do it. But you upload files. You know what I'm saying? This is how I uploaded my UCC. So upload your UCC. I put file in this file as a fixture filing. That's just because I just understand like certain shit. So I just called it a fixture. You know what I'm saying? Like the interest. Like so that's it. It's $25. But if you add additional, I'm not about to do this, but I'm about to go back and show y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like what I'm about to pull somebody else's. Let me see. I'm about to pull the person who showed me this. I'm about to pull his so y'all can see his. Cause I'm cool. I'm comfortable with mine. That shit say terminated. I don't care. That's all I want. I'll go back in when I feel like it and get it situated. So his is January 20th. Here it go right here. This is the example that y'all want. I'm gonna put. Don't worry. I'm just about to put this in Instagram off jump. Avery. Yep, this it right here. So this is how you really want it. This is the person who showed me that shit right here. This is, y'all know who this is? This is, let me see. Let me tell you who this is. Hold on, let me make sure this is the right person. No, I don't think, hold on, let me just double check if this is the right person. No, it's Pharaoh. My dog. My dog at. Oh, yeah. That's clean. What was that? That go to 20. That's pretty much. Yeah, that is. Oh, I think it's this one. But mind you, this ain't everything. This ain't gonna like just save you off of everything. You just gotta understand, like this just commercial shit right here. For real. You really want to get your trust situated. But this is just an extra layer, like for real, especially that they got some weird shit going on. Like what? Yeah, this is it right here. Like there's just some weird shit to have arms, legs, human bodies, all the real estate, and like how the fuck y'all even do some shit like that? Like no, it ain't even going down like that. You know what I'm saying? So this is what y'all really want. That's why I'm going to think I'm going to download a PDF like this and get the clean UCC filing statement from Maryland and just file it in. I don't know. I'm figure it out myself. But this is the brother who wrote 0% with that red book. Okay. So what he did, he terminated it. He went in and he did this, but I don't know how in the world he got his to look so neat like this. And not only neat, he actually got this additional stuff. See, this was the filing statement. I don't know. This must have been his. He must have been from Maryland, for real. That's probably why his looked like that. That's probably how he know. I don't know. No, I say Virginia or shit. I don't know. But Unum Sanctum Trust. Oh, I never even looked at that. That's the address to the Vatican. Yo, I'm just discovering this. Oh, okay. Do y'all see that? That's the Unum Sanctum? Do y'all know what that is?
You said what's that?
Do y'all see that says 1302 Unum Sanctum? Good night.
This might sound crazy, but is that something that have to do with the Pope or something like that?
Yeah, look at the city.
Oh, that's Vatican shit.
What? He made them the debtor.
Oh wow.
The Roman. I just paid. I went through this so fast I didn't even realize it. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Just go look at all these different terminations. Because everybody's termination is different. That's what I realized. That's wild. All right, so just get your termination in. This man, it's levels to this shit. That's crazy. I'm about to drop this inside the Telegram real quick so that y'all can have this real quick. Oh my God, I can't believe that. And I'm gonna just drop this in mine until I can get it in there for everybody. I'm just gonna request it.
Well, I have a question. Will we be getting access to the Telegram?
Yeah, you already got access. Remember in the beginning of the chat, I told everybody to go in and download that everything.
Yeah, I downloaded every. Let me go back and check again.
It should say Ambassador Telegram.
I saw that. Let me double check.
Man, this shit can look.
You talking about in the Gumroad app?
Yeah, it was in the Gumroad app.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah, man. It's there. Remember the code is y'all ready for y'all want free mail? Does everybody want free priority mail? Too bad for the folks that left.
I definitely do.
Y'all gonna have free priority mail for the rest of y'all life. That's funny.
Thank you.
I told
Hold on.
nobody.
Certified is
Huh?
priority and certified, two different or same?
Priority. You could I mean priority is fine. That's tracked.
Okay.
That has a tracking number and everything attached to it. All right, did you get what you needed? All right, guys. So this is how you guys are going to be able to have free priority mail for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life. For the rest of your life. All right. Try not to give too many people this number, friends and family, and just try to, you know what I'm saying? Just try to, bless people if you feel like they need to be blessed and whatever. Just try not to go crazy because, I just don't want no attention drawn to any. What the hell is going on here? See, this is the devil. Now my phone acting weird. That's girl. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So the way that we've been doing it is, all right, I'm just gonna read something to you. So a friend of mine gave me a message, and they was like, "That's the code you used. It's the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Put this in the priority mail envelope, and you can mail your things for free. I have been using this code for about a month now. A group I'm in shared it with me. I just want to give back where I can. And I saw that you mail a lot. I use this code and they use this code and they will get it the next day. Okay. So so all you guys got to remember is these 3 digits and the rest of them is 9 zeros. I'm going to put the number in the chat and not have it in the live for a particular reason. You see that right there? This is, y'all see that? I'm showing it in the chat, huh? Look at that. Defeated my purpose. Should cut this out. People gonna have to pay for that. You see that 0? You see the receipt? Y'all see those pictures?
Yeah.
All right, let me show you another one. This was done. She just did this today. Hold on. I don't want to show y'all her name. Y'all see that? Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all got the code right there? Y'all see the code in the chat room?
Somebody asked if you could drop the link to the chat.
Yeah, I don't
Or
see the code in the chat.
the room invite.
What, Gumroad?
No, I think they're talking about for the Telegram.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that. Give me 1 second. Don't forget to
I
download it.
didn't see the numbers in the chat either. I mean, you talking about the meeting chat? I'm looking at it. I don't see it though.
The what?
The numbers for the priority mail.
Yeah, look. Yes, you do. Look in there. Y'all see it, right? Don't tell me nothing scary like that.
I'm still not in the chat.
You're not in. It's not in Telegram. I put it in our chat in here.
Oh, I don't see it.
Let's get it.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Oh, because I only sent it to Summer. Summer didn't say nothing. Alvin, did you get this? You should have got this. You stayed all day.
I saw it.
Okay, I got it now.
Yeah.
I got it too.
Everybody said. Let me get you the Telegram.
Sorry, I was gatekeeping.
Yeah, stop playing. She's so silly. So yeah. Yeah, y'all get right with that mail, man. Get your shit out. Get your birth certificate, everything free. She really blessed me with that one. She was supposed to give it to y'all, but I guess she let me do the honors. Y'all know how priority mail look, right?
Yeah, say it on the envelope, right?
It does, but I'm just, everybody, I don't mean to be rude or nothing.
No, I get what you're saying, because before all of this, it's not much that I honestly knew about the post office either. I mean, because honestly, who really mails out stuff like that?
Right. I mean, I feel like that.
Unless we're doing this.
I use right, but since I've been, the post office, that's like a daily stop for me. That's like almost like 5 days a week, the post office. I live in there. So it's just for people that know. You gotta look in. All right, so everybody got that. And I'm gonna make sure I don't miss nothing.
The post office is the lawful way to do business, right?
Yeah, that we found out last night from our class last night that a lot of the banks are doing a lot of their processing and payments through the post office.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, it's just a lot of stuff.
I forgot where I learned that. I don't know too much more about it. I just know that the surface of it, that lawful business is done through them.
Through the post, yep, through the mail. So eventually, I'm gonna have some more stuff. I just been really. I did this class twice yesterday, and I prepared a lot for this. So do y'all understand the court process? Like how things are done? Well, like let me just let me just leave on this note. Y'all probably heard this or seen this, but I just really want y'all to understand this when y'all get on on your own. Really quick, let me check it out. Okay, so oh no, y'all see me, right? Y'all see me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all know about the administrative process, sending like y'all notice of interest and y'all statements of interest to the people. Like y'all do understand, because my last class really didn't. Some people didn't know what the administrative process was. Did y'all know about their private administrative process to let them to make the company aware? You know, notice is the bedrock of equity before you get into doing filing lawsuits and doing things like that. Y'all do know the like first notice to cure, second notice to cure, third notice default, third notice notice to pursue to the court. Y'all know about that?
Like when you
Like
trying to
Brad
discharge.
Tipton. Brad
Huh?
Tipton does a good. Brad Tipton does a.
Yeah, on that.
Yeah. Is that? Yep. Yep.
What is
Yeah.
it? The full amendments?
No, it's just like y'all took master class for like the bill.
Yes, I
So
did.
you know
Yeah.
how he tell y'all
I
like
did.
yeah, like the three things, the three notices.
Yeah,
Yes.
it sets you up basically to take a judgment, or
Yeah.
like a summary judgment.
Right. That's the administrative process. This just general. In equity, we call it a notice of interest. And then like another notice of interest, then like a statement of interest, then a notice of default or a breach of trust is what we call it in trust law. So like so when it's time to petition, you need to you probably gotta understand that it always start with a petition, okay? But y'all can see that it's kind of little, huh? Can y'all see that?
Oh, I can
Yeah.
see it.
Okay, let me just make sure. Okay, right. So that's the petition, and this is like so after you do administrative process, you got your notice. You should have a copy money, depending on what you're doing. You basically, I'm gonna just say substance. You got to have all your. So like, say you send a notice out and they don't respond, and you requested information. That's like kind of like a default or a dishonor because they didn't send no communication. So through your second communication, you might say, "Well, I noticed that you dishonored the request, and I request a FOIL for statements regarding this account, or I asked you to put the interest towards the principal balance, and I haven't seen anything reflecting on that account as of right now, and you failed to respond to, or in your, you're acting in dishonor right now." So then they may come back and say, you know what, we're not going to take the I don't know, we're not going to take the initiative to deal with your obligation and some shit like that. Just that's your substance. Either they're going to give you nothing or they'll give you something. But when they give you something, you got to know how to examine it and tear it apart and just like how to read through it and like what to do with it. In most cases, like it may be nothing. It just like you just got to ignore it and continue your process because you got to default them. You want to default them. Your true intentions is not the default. If it's about an account, your true intentions is to get the account satisfied. If it's a FOIL request and you need information about something that you need to build a case and they're not bringing the information, then you want to just kind of like, okay, they're not bringing it. Let me put them in default because I'll eventually get the judge or get somebody or whatever the case is. If you want to end up in court and you want to have a good fight when you draw up your claim and your summons and then you do your deposition or your do say tecum, and you send out your appeals, and you start requesting all your information, and you start setting dates and subpoenaing people to come in for a deposition. It's like, it's always gonna, before anything, you do your private administrative process, because that is what's gonna solidify your actions in private to bring it over into a petition, which is the public. So some people call them a petition, or some people call them a motion. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're a defendant, someone might have put a petition on you, and then you might have did a writ. You know what I'm saying? You might have answered with a court warranto, or you might have answered with an affidavit. You know what I'm saying? And you want to really not go in there and be like, I'm the man, the living man. You really want to go, like, they may say on this date, such and such, I, breached the contract on such and such day. There was a coming, they came to the meeting of the minds, and this person signed a contract with me, and I provided the benefit of goods and services. So you want to go down the line and say, like I said, oh, show me the cancel check if you gave me goods and services, or show me the statements. Don't be like, I didn't do it, I rebuttal it, I'm the man, you don't got jurisdiction. Just learn how to kill them line by line. So if you're the defendant, but if you're the petitioner, you got to learn how to move the court, guys. So say we're going to stick to the petitioner, because the petitioner is the person that you want to be. You know what I'm saying? So the petition comes, okay? And this is the trial. Okay? So a petition comes, and then when you do your petition and your claim, when you become crispy and you start to know what you do, you're going to incorporate that summons. Okay? So you're going to incorporate that summons there. So you're going to learn how to do your petition with your claim, or if you're the petitioner, you put your claim in, you put your summons in, and you attach your exhibits. So that's all the communication, the tender for special deposit, the emails of them saying some bullshit, or we're not going to give you a record, or you don't have no account here, knowing damn well you got an account. This all their lies that they did in paperwork. And then so after you serve the summons in 26 days, depending to 90 days, depending on what states and rules you're operating underneath of, the court is going to give them a certain amount of time to answer. So they got to answer to 26 to 90 days. So once you do your claim, once you do your summons, once you put your exhibits in, you're waiting for an answer. Okay? A lot of times, a lot of lawyers, if they understand, I forgot what rule it is, but it's motion for declaratory relief. It's a certain federal rule of procedure. And after 7 days, a lot of lawyers, they'll go in for a declaratory relief. If they're the petitioner and that person don't answer in 7 days, they might ask the judge for a declaratory relief. In some cases, the judge might not want to hear that, or they may give it. If the declaratory relief is not a card that you play, or the plaintiff or the attorney or you play, then they just have to answer it. If they fail to answer in 26 days, the judge can default them. Just dismiss the case, or depending on who you suing or how much pool that they got. But to say it's just you and another party, or you and a creditor, they got 26 days to answer that. And then when they answer that, when they answer that, when they answer that, then there's gonna be a discovery. Okay, so that means that both parties, one has sent the petition and one has answered. Now we're going to start requesting information. That's the discovery. So within a discovery, it's a deadline. So there's a certain amount of time that the discovery you can ask and exchange information. That's what lawyers do. Like, okay, what do you got on? I see that you got on my client, this what we got. And then they'll be like, okay, but that's lawyer and lawyer talk. See, you're not going to get that privilege when you're being the petitioner. And because that lawyer is not going to, if you're going pro se litigant or a private American, the person that you're suing or their lawyers are not going to want to give you no fucking discovery. But you should already know what you're doing, because you have your claim, your summons, and your exhibits. You should be preparing of what you think that they're going to use as a defense. Okay, so the discovery is a writ. So that's why if you're a defendant, what a discovery is a writ. So if you get a traffic ticket and you abate the traffic ticket or you do a quo warranto, you're really doing a discovery because all in one, you're answering, you're petitioning, and you're doing a discovery. So you're knocking out, as a defendant, you're knocking out this whole chunk because you're asking for the oath of office. You're asking for jurisdiction if you're the defendant. So you're knocking out that whole discovery. And most of the time, the judge has to answer that. Or if the quo warranto is to the other party, they would have to answer. You would have to instruct the judge to get them to answer it. So in between, after the discovery is done, once everybody's exchanging information and what type of proof, because you have to give exhibit, but you're already filed exhibit. So more than likely, you as a petitioner, we don't hide things by nature. It's the attorneys that hide and conceal things by nature. So you know what I'm saying? So you're really not going to be asking them, because you're the prosecutor, you're the one moving the court, you're the petitioner. So in between the discovery and this deadline is a settlement, a possibility for a settlement. You understand what I'm saying? And before you get to a settlement, this right here is all called a depot. It's called a deposition. So after the discovery, you can go to the clerk of courts and say, I want a depot. I want a deposition. So you need a court reporter. Okay. So you're going to hire a court reporter, and that's very costly. It can cost anywhere from $200 an hour to $300 an hour. You in a deposition, more than likely 9 times out of 10, you're going to need your own court reporter. And that's the person. So the depot is the defendant. So the person that you had in your exhibit, if you're explaining that you had a conversation with the person on the phone and you know the witnesses, you want to subpoena the CEO of the bank, you put a subpoena deus tecum in, and the subpoena deus tecum is going to specifically ask for the record that you did not receive, as well as the defendant that you are suing has to come in on this depot, which is the pre-trial. Technically, it's like a preliminary hearing. Preliminary hearing. I'm not the best speller, but it's a preliminary hearing, pre-trial, or a hearing. You understand? And if you're the plaintiff and you really know how to motion the court, you got your claim, you got your summon, you got your exhibit, they answered, and then you request a depot. Because it doesn't matter that they answer anything, because if your prestige and your understanding of the process, that their answer and even your petition doesn't have validity until you testify. Because that's the rules of evidence. Testify. That's the rules of evidence, are only relying on someone's testimony. So you need a deposition, and you want to do a direct examination and ask not open-end questions, direct yes and no questions. Well, hi, how are you doing, for the record, Mr. Defendant? Do you know that this is a deposition and that you're here? Do you swear to tell the truth? You know that you're obligated to tell the truth, and you're underneath an oath underneath this deposition. And the defendant will say, yeah, you got to really know how to do this shit, guys. And so on such and such date, is it not true that you received some mail requesting from the petitioner that we did a FOIA request on the banking statements, or whatever it is that you requested, or did that you received a tender for special deposit to appropriate an account and satisfy and settle a particular account that whatever. And then he may say yes or no or whatever. It's only a yes or no question. And then, okay, you pull out your certified mail, your exhibits, you pull out your request, your notice of interest, and you bring them up to the court. And then he said, well, didn't I send you this notice? And then he says, well, yeah, I remember now. And then you got to know to go look at the judge like, Your Honor, right now, I would like you to find the testimony right now and find it into the record and read it and find it and read it into the record right now based on the defendant's testimony. He has just testified that he has ignored my attempts to settle this account. Your Honor, can you please read this into the record and find this on the record right now? And the judge may say, no, I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to read it. Can you find me a reason right now why the defendant, why you can't find this on the record, and the defendant in the open testimony right now has said that they have refused to settle and close this account? You know what I'm saying? So then you battling in depositions. There could be multiple depositions and pre-trials and preliminary hearings if you really know how to handle that shit. And then they might want a settlement. They might see your exhibits and it might not even get to a motherfucking depot. They might hit you up on the phone and settle your shit right then and there. And if you can't get a settlement, and mind you, the deposition is testimonies is under oath, and whatever's done in this process automatically is taken to trial. I know this board look messy, but I'm sorry about that. I gotta get my little scribble scrabble together. So everything, the discovery gets wrapped up, the deposition, whatever happened on that stand, cross-examination, all the evidence, and if it's trial by jury, they get to hear every single thing. And then that's when you do your open and closing arguments, and you open up and you close out, and you always reflect to what they said in the deposition. And when you do your cross-examinations and your cross-examinations and your direct examinations in trial, you want to catch them in a lie based on what they said in the deposition in the pre-trial. And if you can get the jury to make them look like a liar, or the judge, or make them lie on the record, you probably more than likely you'll beat your case. But it's not as that easy, guys, but it's just a lot more with it. But that's like some basic shit. Sorry about all the scribble scrabble. Y'all understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot. That's every case. That's a general. So remember, so when you come in as the petitioner, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. My scribble scrabble ain't good. You can either come in with the Scottish rule. Remember, guys, 48, you feel me? The Judiciary Act. You could set the stage and ex parte and seal the case. You're the petitioner. You set the venue. That's what they do to us. And the court is designed to favor the petitioner, unfortunately. You got to be cold at being a defense lawyer or understanding the rules of evidence to really combat a petitioner, because they set the stage. So you can rule 48, you know what I'm saying? Judiciary Act. So that's the Judiciary Act, okay? The Supreme Court rules, okay? You can take that shit straight, you know what I'm saying? Straight to the circuit court, straight to the district court. And then you don't even got to do that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to come underneath, if you want to do your petition, you could straight hit them with the 15 US 1. You know what I'm saying? The Clayton Act. You know what I'm saying? You can hit them with the Clayton Act. You feel me? Or the Sherman Act. You feel what I'm saying? Trust law, where they violating and doing monopolies with trust and restraint on your ass. If your trust is set up right, you know what I'm saying? Or you can hit them with anything. You can hit them with deprivation of rights. You know what I'm saying? Was it 242? You know what I'm saying? As long as you know how, as long as you got the substance and the exhibits and what you need to back that code up, and you know how to do your opening and closing and cross-examinations and your shit like that, and you know how to put them on the stand and ask them questions and don't be no chump about that shit, man, you will be dogging them in court. I'm telling you, y'all gonna be some beasts with this shit. Like, cause this what it's all about. Like, if you gotta learn the game. You gonna get chewed up. You gonna learn. This was really gonna make you learn when y'all file claims and y'all really get y'all feet wet in there. Y'all gonna have fun. Trust me, I have fun in them. I get a little trembling, but I love it. I love it. I swear to God, I promise to God, y'all, I live for this shit. I breathe for this shit. I love this shit. And I'm still educating myself on this shit. You feel me? I ain't never gonna stop. So just that's the basics, guys. Remember this. Remember, play this back and I got a video that's more clear because I wanted to run through this and I really want y'all to really understand it. Like they think this shit a game. You're like, let them know that you know. So if you a defendant, you get to cross-examine too. You get to cross-examining the people that's accusing you. So just know that that's the power that a defendant got. That's how you could switch the burden of proof instead of saying I didn't do it. I'm not gonna say nothing. No. You can say, you know what? Oh, you gave me this, you gave me that, prove it. Oh, you saw me here, prove it. Put the burden back on them. Don't never deny it because it's gonna look crazy. No, shit, they didn't give me nothing. Then what? Well, we still in court, the judge looking at you crazy. Look, hey, look, if you gave it to me, prove it, bro. Always remember that. Don't deny. Make them prove it. Because the person that got the claim has the burden of proof. A conditional acceptance. Yes, that's a real conditional acceptance. Okay, so that's all I got tonight for you guys. I love y'all. It's late. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do some more free stuff for y'all. Don't worry. I'm gonna start break since I did these big ass classes and gave y'all boatloads of information for a damn near 8 hours. What I'm gonna do now is break things down in increments and teach certain things I will never have big classes like this again. You guys are so fortunate because I'm not doing it. I have about 40 of you guys. I'm going to work with the 40 of you guys. And I'm not going to bite off more than I can chew. I'm going to work with my new clients little by little. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to be attending to you guys in our Telegram group. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Peace, guys. I love y'all. Does everybody satisfied with what we had going on here today?
More than
I'm
Man,
satisfied.
beyond
beyond
satisfied.
satisfied.
I got a lot of reading.
More.
Oh my gosh. I'm beyond satisfied. Like I'm extremely grateful for real.
Awesome. Let's build. Don't get into the Telegram group, everyone. You know what I'm saying? Request if it's something not, grab my attention. Hey, I need this, I need that. I'm gonna pop everything into the group. Give me some time with this video. Soon as it download, I'm dropping this motherfucker right into the Telegram group. Okay. We're gonna
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? Peace, guys. It's recording, so we ain't got nothing to worry about, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Peace and love.